All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Chambers this morning for our first official meeting of the summer of 2025. Who knew? We had the summer solstice just a few days ago, and that was and much needed rainfall. So it's been quite a few days of weather, if you will. I certainly have. Yes, quite a boost from that perspective. It is good. So, Council, we have a closed item which relates to Habitat for Humanity this morning. This will come back out into open, but pardon me, for a brief time, we will go into closed on the item. And I'll call for a motion to go into closed. By hand is all good. All right. I have Councillor Jeffries. Thank you. Councillor Baruma. Anyone opposed in going into closed at this point? Seeing none, I'll ask. Thank you, Council. We are now in open. So I'll call a 5-minute recess now, Council. We will see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Buruma.
Mayor Johnson. I would like to just acknowledge the passing of a former city councillor. Actually, at that time, it was Alderman Ron McCullough. And he was, back then they had one-year terms. It was 1966 and 1967, I believe, that he was a councillor for that. And was a well-known business person. But I got to know Ron because Maddie McCullough is his mother. And when Red Deer Public Schools named that school, we were able to work closely with the family. Maddie McCullough was an Order of Canada recipient for a lot of her community work as well. And just a little tidbit, he grew up on a farm where the Kerrywood Nature Centre is right now too. So, and I remember that there was a National Film Board presentation on the trimester system at Lindsay Thurber, and I believe he was a star in that at the point when he was there too. So we thank him for his service and extend that to his family. Also want to recognize the Chamber of Commerce and the good work that they're doing in regards to openings and renovations and anniversaries for a number of businesses in our community. I know that a number of councillors have attended those too, but I think it's important to raise the profile and seeing some of the opportunities for us to be able to visit with business people and see what their successes are as well. And thanks as well to our council colleagues who worked on the intermunicipal development plan. Appreciated the public hearing that we were able to do with our colleagues at Red Deer County, but know that there was an awful lot of challenging work that was part of that, and thank you very much for that. And what stories and wonderful moments there were at Recognition Night, and special thanks to all the staff who put that together as well.
Thank you, Councillor. And quite lovely that you would bring attention to Mr. McCullough this morning, Councillor Buruma. Thank you for that. Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you very much. I also had Mr. McCullough on my list of things to mention. Bruce and I and Superintendent Falk, I think, spent a fair amount of time with the McCullough family during the naming of Maddie McCullough. Fond memories of him and a gentleman and a strong business.
Always called her mother.
Yeah. So thanks for mentioning that, Councillor Buruma. I wanted to draw attention to National Indigenous Peoples Day. There were several events within the community on Friday, and several of us were at the barbecue at Shining Mountains on Friday. Just appreciate our community showing up for that day and recognizing the contributions of Indigenous people to our community. While it's already been mentioned, the Mayor and Council Recognition Awards, congratulations to the team that put that together, and to as I watched the people accept their awards and the speeches that were made by a few of the special award recipients, I was reminded how so much happens in our community that we don't see and reflect on a regular basis, and it's such strength working in amongst us and making our city a better place to live. I also want to say I appreciated the breadth of the recipients. Everything from a guy who has a little business downtown who makes connections, makes a place of connection for street people or others who are looking for a place to connect, all the way to Linda Ophis and her work in the Indigenous community. It was a really nice representation of diverse people within our community. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just to highlight a couple of things, went to meet with, along with Council, our K Division Leadership RCMP. It's always good to meet with them and discuss how we can just have a nice conversation, no real set agenda, and talk about the priorities and strategies locally, how they fit with what our community safety plan is and policing in general is for our community. That was really good. And I went to an event that I'd never been to before, but it was really a cool event to go to, and it was the Kerrywood Nature Centre Beer for Birds fundraiser. What a really intimate, close knit evening. And if you ever want to learn about anything to do with our city in the park, our trails, our nature. The individuals there were a wealth of knowledge. One volunteer, Irene Watson, has worked there for 42 years. She has a lot of artwork. She does acrylic paintings of the birds that are native and have been native to our community. And that was just a ridiculously good conversation, and I learned quite a bit about our trail system and the nature that wanders and meanders through that, through our city in a park. So those are my items. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I will say I appreciate Kerrywood changing the name to Beer for Birds from the original event, which was called Suds for Sparrows. I'm just having fun, Councillor Lee. It was never named Suds for Sparrows. But anyway, great kudos to Kerrywood and the work it does. I will say, Council, it has been a very busy time, and thank you for your involvement in many events. A couple that I'd like to point out were the debut of professional basketball in, I wouldn't say the debut. I think we've seen Globetrotters and so on in the past, but the Canadian Basketball League, what they call the Elite Basketball League, had a game on Thursday, and that was the Calgary Surge and the Edmonton Stingers. A very well-attended game, quite exciting. The organizers, I spent a lot of time with the organizers over the last couple of months. It exceeded their expectations, and so always a good news story. A shout out, and thank you, Council, for recognizing administration's work in the Mayor's Recognition Awards. The tremendous, we had about 500 people there, and so on. Quiet champions, I always called them. And thank you, Councillor Jeffries. There was quite a breadth of people there, and that's what the awards are designed to do: is to recognize those quiet champions in our community. The public probably knows, but there is a separate nomination committee for that, and the mayor does pick the Mayor Award winners, which of course we had 3, Linda, Renee, and Isabel this year, and otherwise it's very much a grassroots community event. And that is it. Thank you, Council. Councillor Heim.
Thank you very much. I was waiting till everyone else went.
Sorry, Councillor Heim.
As deputy, I didn't want to duplicate what other people have gone to. There's just a couple more, Mr. Mayor. So last week, I participated in 2 annual ceremonial reviews. One for it was the 81st annual for the 2-4 Red Deer Royal Canadian Air Force Squadron. And this is youth ages 12 to 18. And they participate weekly, doing all kinds of training skills, exercises. They go to these national conferences. It is a very impressive event in terms of the skills and the kind of the teamwork that they can display, and just what a wonderful opportunity for youth to engage and to learn and grow and acquire these skills. So that was the 81st annual for the Red Deer Royal Canadian Air Force Squadron, and then there was also the 126 Red Deer Royal Canadian Sea Cadets. They held another annual ceremonial review with awards, etc. So I just want to shout out to the leaders and all of the people who work with these youth and the families and parents who support the youth. This is a wonderful operation within our community. And then the final one, there was a grand opening of a legacy branding up in the north end where I live. It's on Gates Avenue North. It's a new location, a chamber event celebrating the grand opening of this new office and showroom, which really showcased the amount of growth and the maturity of this local business that, in terms of, we were toured around, and the back warehouse, just the kind of scope and scale of, what they can accommodate for all types of businesses, large and small, but they do a lot of large business. So congratulations to them and all the best to them on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Council, we will come now to the consent agenda. There are 2 items on the consent agenda other than the zoning bylaw amendment, so we treat those as distinct. So I speak of item 3.1, the confirmation of the council minute meetings of June 9, and 3.2, the postponement of the annual financial update of Westner Park to come to council on August the 5th. So, council, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt those 2 items into the consent agenda. I see that that is moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Weinches. Council, are there any comments on the item before we call the question? Seeing none, and I hope my sign-in, my sign-in didn't work. Seeing none, we'll call the vote, and I'm in favor for that to be recorded, please. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. Council, the final item on the consent agenda is a zoning bylaw amendment. And if we could have a motion to approve that for first reading, please. That's moved by Councillor Bruma, seconded by Councillor Cron. Council, are there any questions on the item? Councillor Weinches, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. My first one is just regarding the issues about the development permit application stage and whether or not there may be a geotechnical investigation to address the slope escarpment as well as any sanitary and storm matters. And then the second one was about contamination in the area. I'm wondering if that information, will that be provided to us before we make a decision on this matter? I think it's important information for council to have.
Mayor, just trying to recall what the first question was about the escarpment and such. We would see that as it's flagged in our constraints mapping in the land use or in the zoning bylaw, and that it would be addressed at the time of the development permit based on the nature and location of development. So depending on what you develop and where you put it would impact of what you would have to address in that, and our engineering department would deal with that. And on the contamination, I mean, we had discussions with our environmental services department. They had flagged that there is some contamination not on site. It is off site to the east a ways, and again, that would be something that could be addressed at the development permit stage. We've sort of flagged it now. We're aware of it. And again, it would depend on the nature of what's being developed, what kind of foundation or basement, where you're putting it, all of those sort of factors.
Thank you, Mr. Taves. And what's the time frame that it usually takes for those studies to occur and to be completed for the information and decision makers?
Since I'm not an engineer or an environmental engineer type person, I don't know. My assumption is it just depends on what background information already exists and the nature of what they find. So it could be several weeks, it could be several months. It all depends.
Thank you. And then my other question is just there was correspondence received from related to landlord and trailer matters, and they are not an issue for us, but I'm just curious whether or not those conversations are ongoing now with those landowners and residents in there with the owner, so there are some community conversations that their questions can be answered.
Through the mayor, obviously the tenants in there are aware of it because they received the referral that we had sent out. And they also had received a letter from the landlord as well. So It appears everybody's aware of it, and you can see by the letters that have come in that, again, people are aware of it. But again, so many of those issues are private matters between landlords and tenants.
So are we aware whether the landowner is having meetings with the tenants, a community meeting, to be able to answer some of their questions? Because many of the points that they raised, council is not able to respond to.
I'm not aware of if they have had those conversations, again, because we look at it as being a private matter between landlord and tenant.
Thank you. I would hope that would be happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Council, I'm not seeing any further questions on the matter. We have a mover and seconder. Are there any comments on the matter before we call the question? Councillor Jeffries.
I may be taking the words out of your mouth, but just to comment that it's general practice for council to pass first reading. We always let that go so that it can come to the public hearing stage. Just want to make sure that people are clear that this is normal practice. It does not necessarily mean council is all on board with it.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffries. All right, Council, seeing no further comments, I'd like to reinforce Councillor Wynch's last comment, which was around the community involvement in the process. I think that's very critical here as we approach second reading, or presumably what I think will be second reading. That's about 6 weeks away. August 5, City Clerk, I think, is in the agenda, August 5th. And so on. So thank you, Councillor Wynches, for bringing that point. It's not a point that council is engaged in, but certainly community discussions are critical here. So thank you for that. Council, we'll call the question on first reading. And that carries unanimously. That enables a public hearing to be held on August the 5th. Thank you, Council. Council, I'm aware of the time and also that we have visitors from the affected item in Council today. Always good to see them. But we do have 20 minutes at least for the benefit of our visitors. We will roll into actually an item of economic development at 1 o'clock. This item will then, if Council is longer than the allotted time here. But I think, City Manager, we can entertain the report, and then Council can presumably have time for questions, or it was an information report, so there's no resolution of Council. City Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome Chair Bouchard and Executive Director Ms. Gould to Chambers today. The report that we're referring to is on page 45 of your thick agenda today. It is a report for information, and this is in response to a council resolution asking for information on the process and resources required to disestablish a business improvement area. I want to clarify early on that it is different when we say BIA and DBA. So BIA is the business improvement area, and it is a specific boundary within our downtown, and it is a subset of our greater downtown area to where this applies. When we say DBA, that is the Downtown Business Association, and a portion of their funding is from the BIA. Not a full amount of their funding, but $279,000 about comes from the BIA levy. The city's role in all of this is we are responsible for levying the BIA and the collection of it. And if people do not pay their levy, we're responsible for taking measures to collect those dollars as well. The direct cost for the city collecting the levy is about $27,000 per year, and the DBA pays 50% of those costs. When we consider the indirect costs of administering the levy, the total cost, so direct and indirect, comes to about $45,000 a year is what it costs the city. So just wanted to clarify that piece of information and why this comes to council for reporting on, as well as any decision to disestablish. So you'll see in the report that disestablishment can be initiated by council, or a group of members could start that. You will also see a report coming, council, on July 7th, where you have a presentation from the committee that is tasked with looking at our downtown governance. And they're going to be reporting back to you on funding options to best serve the greater downtown as well. So you may want to have also that information in hand if anybody is looking at passing any resolutions now or in the future. There is some more information that is coming forward to council. So we have staff from many departments here. We have Ms. Prieden as well as Manager Stannard, who can help out with any questions that you might have in regards to the process of the disestablishment. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Council, we'll open it up for any questions that council would have. Councillor Dirksen.
So the first question I'm going to have is in terms of the process of disestablishment. I think council's already given direction to proceed with that. Is that not correct?
So through the mayor, as part of what's outlined in your package today, to proceed with that, there is a specific resolution that council would have to pass in order to have that process begin. The resolution was just to bring back information as to what the process entails and the resources to do that.
Okay, so a couple of technical questions arising out of a possible disestablishment. Is the first one, is council obligated to tax the businesses of a BIA? In other words, if we wanted to forego a levy on the businesses for 2026, is there any options that council has?
Manager Prieden will come to the podium.
Through the mayor to members of council. So you really can't let it go dormant. It is a tax it is a taxation, and therefore has a lot of legislation and governance behind it. So we can't really do dormant per se. And it really, at the end of the day, it takes the taxpayers to vote it out. So they actually have to vote that or have that say. The only other option we know is Calgary did it, is they did grant the money, but they did that for 1 or 2 years only. So there is a process to do that, but it probably wouldn't be recommended. You're better off to actually establish it and allow the taxpayers to be able to vote on that. And have their say.
So can you explain what Calgary did?
So Calgary, So Calgary, they during COVID, they used some of the government grant COVID funding, and they actually did give a grant as part of the COVID response, and I believe they did that for 1 year, maybe 2 years. I'd have to double check on that, but they did grant the money. So we'd still have to come to you, they'd still have to pass a budget, they would still have to identify that revenue in their budget, so that's actually legislated. And then what Calgary did is they just granted the money as opposed to tax. But the administration around that would be exactly the same. So they still have to come for a budget, we still have to bring a tax rate bylaw, and we haven't gotten a legal opinion on this specific question, but more than likely when I read that legislation and interpret it, we'd have to send out tax notices as well. The challenge that Calgary, I know in talking to some of my colleagues they had, is when they had to start taxing it again, right? Because the rule starts to get a little bit disjointed. You have to go and walk the pavement and actually track people down, and you lose contacts, you lose those references. And then they had a pretty big collection issues that first year and trying to clean that up. So.
Okay, so the July 7th meeting might be an important meeting to hear before we pass any resolutions, is what I'm hearing. Can you provide any more clarity on what we're going to hear on July 7th?
So through the mayor, the Downtown Governance Committee is going to come to council and share their report. As part of that, they are going to look at how do we best deliver services in the downtown for what is needed, as well as council did task them with looking at different funding sources for doing good work in the downtown. So you're going to hear all of that information, and it is coming from community as well as the Downtown Business Association has been involved in that. And I do think it is important to hear what they're saying before making any decisions to go forward.
Okay. So just back to the process of disestablishment. Once a decision is made to proceed with taking the vote, what are the logical steps, or what's the best process to do that? Would that be at the same time next year as when we have the tax levies go out?
Through the mayor to member of councils. So the way I read the legislation, and I might look to Michelle Bear here as well, the way I interpret that legislation is that council has to pass a resolution, so that's in lieu of probably doing the petition. So there's only two parties that can disestablish. The taxpayers or council can initiate that vote. So council has to initiate that vote, and they do have to give first reading to a bylaw around that. So probably administration would need some direction to prepare that bylaw, and we'd need some time to do that administratively and bring that back to you. I know that the steps are outlined in the report as well, so we would give first reading to that, and that should actually tell us when all the details, the effective date, when we would actually do the vote. And that actually triggers some timelines legislatively that we have to follow, and that's laid out in your report. We would then take it to vote, and if it was, it needs 50% of the taxpayers. Obviously, we have to notify them, so we have to do a little bit of communication around that, and so we need some time to do that. But then we'd go to a vote in accordance with the Electorals Act. 50% have to vote for it. If that is passed in favor, we would have to come back for second and third reading, and there's time limits within the legislation for us to do that. And council must disestablish if they have a 50% in favor. So we must follow through with the taxpayers' directions at that time. There is, at that time though, it actually does in effect, and you can put an effective date in there, so I think that's an important piece to note, and we might want to look at that administratively just from a timeline perspective. But effectively the board is on that date, and that pass of second and third reading is no longer in effect. And so that's something else to keep in mind. The city does come somewhat liable in that situation in ensuring that it does get properly wrapped up.
Okay. The last question that I have has to do with, and what was it now? I forgot. So I may come back, Mayor. I do have some comments to make at once my colleagues are finished with their questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Weinches, I have you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Predom. So just to clarify that when the Downtown Governance Committee gives our report, that will come before any next steps of a disestablishment of the BA. Is that correct?
Through mayor to members of the council, assuming council does not pass a resolution today, yes.
Thank you for that clarity.
The recommendation is to wait, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question just on page 48, and it talks about the provincial government is currently reviewing the BIA regulation with an updated regulation anticipated by the end of 2025. So is there any wisdom in terms of waiting until the province has done any work before next steps are taken on a consideration of the disestablishment of the BIA?
Through mayor to members of council. So yeah, that's a great question. So I have been involved in that. I believe the regulation right now is good till 2026. We might see some direction by the end of the year. They do have a lot of legislation pieces that they need to do there. What we think they might do is allow for the option to tax the property owner. But I mean, that's just our speculation at this point. I mean, time will tell what they actually do in that regulation. And I think the challenge there, and I've been here before, I'm not sure it's going to solve our fundamental issue there. Even if we do tax the property owner, in fact, it might actually open up other challenges for us. So, I think depending on what they come back with their recommendation here in July, I'm not sure just moving to the taxing the property owner will solve our problem.
Thank you. And at those tables that you've been at, has there been any conversations about adequately funding downtown business associations to be able to do some of their work and respond?
So thank you for the question. Really and truly, when we look at the fundamentals legislation, a BIA is its own tax. It's a taxpayer-driven tax. So you're probably not going to see a lot of provincial funding around that. And so, no, that is not on the table because this is driven by the taxpayers. It's for a certain purpose and a legislatively defined purpose.
Thank you. So no discussion about any type of additional funding to downtown business associations?
No, I have not heard of anything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Council, I'm not seeing any questions. The item is for information, but Councillor Dirksen has signaled some comments. So, Councillor Dirksen.
Mayor, I am prepared to wait for the report on July the 7th. I would just make some comments in terms of that I hope we're looking for options that eliminate the tax for next year because it's an inefficient way to collect tax. It creates issues. It's not a large sum of money, and it needs to fit in with the broader context of the entire downtown. So I look forward to that report. I know we have to go through this legislative process, which is a pain, but it is a legislation and we have to follow it. With those comments, Mayor, I'll wait till July the 7th.
That's good. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jeffries, please.
Just a question, if I might jump back to questions for a second. I just need an item clarified. When the government has changed position on GPOT, property taxes that they pay on buildings that they own, that does not affect their buildings that they own within a BIA, right? They stopped paying that membership fee, did they not? Can someone just clarify those points for me, please?
So through the mayor to members of council, so just for a point of clarity, it's not a membership fee, so it's grant in lieu of place of property taxes. So yes, they did stop a few years ago, and that was about 92,000, I believe, in lost revenue, so it was a significant revenue. I have not heard of any speak whatsoever, even in the latest provincial budget, of reestablishing that for BIAs. And in fairness to the provincial government, I mean, it is, we have to remember BIAs have a very specific purpose in the legislation around beautification, parking, and promoting as a business and shopping area. So the business or the buildings that they were paying was for the remand center, the courthouse, the provincial building, and they're not necessarily a business or a shopping area. So I don't expect that to be reestablished.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just like to thank the city manager and her team for the report. I too will look forward to the July, report from the Downtown Governance Committee on that. And just to remind, the viewing public that's tuning in at this point, there is or has been no discussion about disestablishing a downtown business association. As pointed out by administration, this is about a business improvement area, and that this legislation was contemplated and initiated in the early 1980s, and it was around what was just reported as being really beautification of our downtown, downtown parking, and some marketing to improve the shopping areas. But again, that's significantly changed, and it is bounded by a boundaries, by the way, that doesn't really include all of our downtown. So just to bring those points up so that the public kind of understands the context behind why we look at reports like this.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Council, I'm not seeing any further comments. I will say Councillor Dirksen, Manager Stannard is with us and certainly can take those comments back to the committee as part of council's review today. But it is an information piece, council, so that enables us to accept it for information without a resolution today. We look forward to July the 7th and some further discussion. All right, council, we are at lunch recess. I'm glad we could close the item for the benefit of our gallery today. Notwithstanding, I think some of them are coming back for the other item, and so on. So we'll call a lunch recess. Council, we'll see you in chambers at 1 o'clock. right. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate the energy in the room is palpable, so that's always a great sign. And so we'll call to order now for our afternoon open session of council. Council, as you know, we wrapped up the information item related to the BIA, and we are moving on now to item 4.2. Which is the Ad Hoc Economic Development Committee final report, and then council has a resolution to entertain. So, City Manager, did you wish to provide any preliminary comments?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to those who have joined us in the gallery today. One of the 4 key objectives that was identified by Council for the City Manager to work on is economic development. And specifically, it was to work on the determination of an economic development governance model for Red Deer, and Red Deer being the community. So the City, Red Deer Polytechnic, and Chamber, we worked together as the steering committee and recommended to Council that there be involvement of key leaders in our community in determining this outcome. And so last fall, Council, you established an ad hoc committee under your committee's bylaw with specific terms of reference and a timeline to explore governance models for economic development in Red Deer. The committee has been working hard, and today they are here to present their report and recommendation to Council. We have co-chairs Peter Lacey and Alan Chagas that will be presenting to you today, and many of the committee members have joined us today also to show their support. So thank you for all your hard work, and thank you to administration who has supported the committee in their work as well. Council, what is being asked of you today is there is a resolution requesting your support of the extension of the Ad Hoc Economic Development Committee work to January 30th, 2026. There is a new terms of reference attached for your consideration in Appendix B, and it outlines what this work entails and that the current committee members would stay on for this work. By approving this extension of work, Council, you would be supporting the next steps in the creation of an arm's length new economic development organization in Red Deer. The details of those steps you won't have today, but that's the next 6 months of work for the Ad Hoc Economic Development Committee. They would prepare a business plan, and they would look at an economic development strategy, which would entail where does Red Deer need to focus. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome the chairs, Mr. Chagas and Mr. Lacey, up to the podium to share the results of their work.
Thank you, City Manager. Gentlemen, welcome. As always, we welcome you to Chambers, and off you go.
Well, thank you very much. And City Manager, thank you for the introduction. And again, I'd like to welcome our other committee members that are in attendance. We've been working together over the last 6 months, like Tara mentioned, and we feel that we really want to keep the momentum going. That's why it's sort of the request for the extension. We really didn't want to sort of say, here you go, here's our recommendation, and leave it sort of a delay of another year until things get rolling. We do have some good ideas, I think, that to sort of start the implementation. And the objective of having till January is so that at that point in time we have enough memberships out there, part of this new group, and we can, the membership will then elect a board of directors at that point in time that will carry the organization onward from there. Alan, any comments?
Just to add to that too, Peter, the second meeting we had with council, there was a lot of requests for details, and that's the reason why we made the request for extension, because we understand that, and we also want to provide that. So that's part of our motivation to come forward with that motion today.
So I think rather than going through our recommendation, you've had it to review, and I specifically we're here to try and answer any of the questions that you might have and any further explanations that you're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council, let's queue up now for questions, and Councillor Dirksen.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a lot of questions. I think the report speaks for itself. But you just mentioned the word memberships. Can you enlighten us what you have in mind for memberships?
Well, for the sort of the entity that, you know, a nonprofit entity and is normally made up of shareholders, we wanted to call them members instead, but it's basically shareholders. So we need to comply with all of the requirements for forming that entity. The idea of having members, we do think there's a lot of work that this group can do, and that it's like Lethbridge, for example. I think they've got 31 directors, and I think that's too many people to have on. You know, so our thinking is to have the board of directors for oversight and governance, but that the bulk of the work would be made with sort of committees, action committees, and board members would be involved in that. But we do think there's a lot to do, and you know, there's a certain amount of focus, but I think there's a lot of broad initiatives that we can start to engage in. We just want qualified people to help engage in that. So memberships are really shareholders of the organization.
So just the obvious question, when you think about an organization that has memberships, Chamber of Commerce comes to mind. Are we talking similar kind of setup with that there's a membership fee, or are you just trying to engage, get people that are really interested and focused on helping us as part of this?
Well, I think in our meetings so far, we suggested, you know, like $100 membership or share, sort of like the Westerner. I think it's $10, but that was probably 50 years ago. So, and so that there's it's more of a token sort of payment, but the idea would be it's sort of a one-time payment, and it's really we'd be looking for, you know, hundreds of hours of volunteer expertise in that to help drive the organization. So it's really about making sure that people they're there, but we expect them to actually participate and volunteer their time and expertise.
Awesome. Thanks for your time and your work on this, Mayor. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Councillor Hyam. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much to the two of you and your team that worked so hard over these last number of months to bring this forward. Really appreciate the effort. Really impressed with the terms of reference, the methodology, research that went in, the consultation, all the work that you have done. So thank you for that. The one thing that is sort of still kind of a question mark in my mind, I did appreciate on page 66, you did note the comparable cities that you examined in terms of how they approach economic development. And so what is, in my mind, still a question mark is what is the data related to? So, for example, Red Deer spends $700,000 in ECDEV approximately. And you said it should be around the 2 to 3 million. And is that based on comparative data from those cities in terms of what they spend? Or just a comment around that, please.
Yeah. Yes, that's quite right. There is comparative data between the two cities. We are very similar in size. So if you look at cost per capita or investment per capita, that's about the same range that we're in. Okay. We were using it as a benchmark. It's not an absolute. So it's just a matter of what does that work for us? Every situation is a bit different. We're also going to be in a startup situation in the first year, so our funding model will be a little bit less than what a full-blown budget would look like. So we are looking at comparables, and the closest one that we could find within Alberta was Lethbridge. We did look at other communities. Medicine Hat, Grand Prairie, outside the jurisdiction across Canada into Ontario. We used all those as comparatives as well, but we really felt that the closest one to us was Lethbridge, and their budget is, I believe, approaching $5 million, so it's actually very significant. And we were recommending in the range of 3 to 5. So that's how we landed at those numbers. None of this is absolute by any means. These are all indicative numbers, and we look at them seriously, but again, we have to apply the situation to our city and our situation and decide what's right for us.
So when I hear investment per capita, and there's a lot of talk in the report about return on investment, you know, that this is not just money out, but actually will incentivize or motivate money to come back in terms of development and investment in our community. So is it anticipated that if this extension is granted, the committee continues its work, that some of this data will be present in the forthcoming report?
Yeah, definitely. And what we will be doing for the next 6 months is preparing a budget for first year.
Okay.
Along with that budget, there will come some justification. So there's going to be rationale for the numbers. It is going to be a little bit of a hit and miss for the first year until we get stable and understand what the organization can really do. But in year one, we are going to use Lethbridge as a clear comparable. And then we will provide some rationale to go with that. There'll be a fulsome discussion about budget. What does that mean? How were the numbers arrived at? What were the assumptions? What were the risks? And then that'll be put before council for a review. And the council will have the ability at that time to say yes or no to that budget.
That sounds great. I really look forward to that. And for example, like a lot of these are close. Like Lethbridge is obviously the closest comparable, but will the research also include data around these other cities for context?
Yeah, yes, potentially. I mean, we'll look at all the comparables and we'll say what makes the most sense for us. Because, again, Lethbridge's size is very comparable. They have a different makeup in terms of the region, and there is a very different history there. So we have to, be cognizant of that as we go forward. We also have to decide how does that apply to our region. First and foremost, we're looking at Red Deer's health and ability to, grow. But we're going to look at the regional questions as well. And that raises some questions about what comparables do we use when we start talking about regional work as well. So there's a bunch of conversations we're going to have about what is a reasonable comparison. But Lethbridge has sort of emerged as our direct comparable, mostly because of their size and their history.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you for the work, and those are my questions, Mr. Mayor, for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wines, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chagas, Mr. Lacey, and your committee members. Always great to see them in council chambers and for their work. From the work that's been accomplished to date, has there been anything that the city or your committee has identified we could have done differently to bring us to this point?
Well, it's always easy to look in hindsight and say we should have and could have done that. But I think probably if anything, maybe a few years sooner. I think that the challenge for economic development, part of it was, in 2015 when we first had the decline, and I think one of the things is identifying what's happening and getting a feel so that you can respond much quicker to that. So I think the thing is that while administration and staff have been looking after that, I think that there's not a mandate to sort of be visionary and thinking what can we do and ideas, and that's where I think having sort of an external with a group, a board of directors and committee members can really add a lot of value to providing that vision and just connections and everything else like that. So, I wouldn't worry about it. It is what it is. We can't really turn back time. So the fact of the matter is that you've taken this initiative and bringing it forward, and I think that's really what we should be focused on, what we can do in the future.
Thank you for that. And is there any advocacy initiatives do you think that our city council and our city leadership could take with the provincial government in terms of the next steps?
Absolutely. I think that's, and it's, part of our future funding will, I think, a much larger part, we've got to identify the province and the federal government as well, as part of that funding. And I think I don't think when we come back to the budget in January or probably December, I guess it's got to fit with your budget cycle. But it's really not about, comparison is one benchmark, but it's really about, what are the key performance indicators? What are we trying to accomplish? And hopefully you're looking at it and saying, man, if we can do 90% or 80% of those, it's well worth the money that we're investing. So it's not so much just because somebody else is doing something. It's, what we hope to accomplish by doing that or having that funding available.
Thank you. And is there any regional connection, Mr. Lacey, to those initiatives in terms of economic development? Has the committee thought of or talked about that?
Well, again, our mandate was really to recommend a governance model, and that's why we're sort of anxious to keep the momentum going. We've had lots of discussions right up until just before is that should there be more of a regional focus, and we want Red Deer to absolutely lead this, and so I think that. Again, this is sort of my personal, feeling, but it's really, we're competing with Edmonton and Calgary, and so we need to be a region, but we can't push it down people's throats, and lots of our competing, Red Deer County and the County of Lacombe and that have all their own initiatives in place, and so we can't sort of say, okay, we're the new boys on town and boys and girls, and we're going to take, so that would be a mistake, because I think you'd get pushed back. So we want to start fairly strong and of our own initiative, but the objective over the next 3 years would be to be more of a regional organization, but we've got to sell it to the region.
Exactly. Thank you for that. At Red Deer is sometimes our location is our greatest strength, and it brings so many challenges between two big cities. So thank you for that. And my next question is not to you, but to administration. And I'm just wondering in terms of the proposed resolution that's before us. And it speaks to Appendix B. And even on page 55, it talks about the next phase of work will help inform future phase budget requests. And the committee would prepare a business plan and economic development strategy. And then on page 60, it talks about basically endorsing the recommendation to form an arm's-length organization to govern and operate economic development in Red Deer. I'm wondering why the motion isn't specific to those points rather than how it is written, because it's very generic versus specific in its details, along with the extension that's requested. Thank you.
So through the mayor, the first piece of the resolution is to deal with the committee's bylaw. So in your committee's bylaw, it says if we don't get council permission, every ad hoc committee actually disbands at the org meeting. So we had to deal with that. When it comes to the recommendation from the committee to develop a Part 9, there are some details of it that I didn't feel we needed to get into in the resolution, but council for sure could add into the resolution if you felt appropriate, the Part 9 piece and creating an arm's length economic development organization for Red Deer. I was trying to keep it more general and then have it refer to the terms of reference, which then had a lot of that extra detail that you just referred to.
Thank you for that, City Manager. I do think it's important for the public, and in terms of the actual substance, and I'll call the meat of the work of the committee, that is the issue. And I think we should be transparent to the public on this, so I'd ask administration to think about amending that resolution to include that. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, I think, Councillor, when we get into the debate side, any amendments would have to be driven. So hold on to that thought, and we will see you in the debate. Councillor Baruma.
Thank you very much, Mayor Johnson. My questions are actually similar to what Councillor Wine just had, but on page 64, it says Red Deer is the economic heart of central Alberta. So in regards to that regional perspective, while this is a City of Red Deer initiative, I'm just wondering your thoughts in regards to that regional piece. I know that Councillor Cron is on Central Alberta Economic Partnership. There are many other organizations like that. So how do you feel that this could create those kinds of relationships? Because a lot of the big projects potentially could be on a regional basis.
I think getting back to, I think that's our objective. We just don't want to come out and sort of mandate that this is a regional organization. And so I think it's more of there's a certain amount of proving to the regional players that, because the big picture in my mind is we should not be competing with each other. We should be working together to compete against, like I say, Edmonton and Calgary. And, but we can't just come out and say that's what we're going to do, because I think we're going to offend them and they're going to want to continue to do their own thing. So I think we've got to sell ourselves and bring them in on their own volition, rather than us telling them that's what's going to happen.
And if we take a look at some of the successes of Red Deer, they definitely are based on a regional perspective. You take a look at Nova and ME Global and all of those. We are very much regionally focused, so thank you for that. And then in regards to Lethbridge, one of the, my understanding is one of the strengths of Lethbridge is a Team Lethbridge perspective on that, not just on economic development, but when you talk about some of those community connections, it ripples out into education, post-secondary health, a number of those other things. Do you see opportunities that could spur that type of collaboration among those? And specifically on some of the advocacy issues, because I understand Team Lethbridge has been very effective in regards to advocacy to different levels of government on key files.
Yes, you're exactly right on all those points. Lethbridge has been very active, and they do have a very strong lobby up in Edmonton. They are spending a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of money, quite frankly, making those points. And it's a large contingent that typically goes to Edmonton and represents their interest. And it is a regional play.
That's your large membership in Lethbridge.
Yes, it's a large regional play. They have a history there, and that's been earned over many, many years. It hasn't just happened. And that would be true here in Red Deer as well. That credibility, the willingness to work collaboratively has to be earned. We can say all the nice words we want. We've had, past attempts at that, and some have, worked well, and some have had limited success. But this committee believes that this is an earned situation. We'll establish a strong leadership position for Red Deer, but then reach out to the greater community, greater regional groups, and provide that credibility, that resourcing, whatever we need to do to bring this together into one regional play. That's something that we would evolve into. We would expect that might take a little bit of time. We've got to get the city strong first. We've got to get the mandate clear. We've got to get the resources lined up. Once we're in that stage, then we can begin expanding that conversation. But it is a negotiation, and it is based on trust and credibility.
Good. Thank you. I just want to thank you and all of the committee members for wanting to continue with this commitment for the ad hoc committee and moving it forward to the next step. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barnstable.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson, and thanks to the committee for the work that you've done up to this point. We really appreciate it. My first question is kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it says the name is the Economic Development Arm's Length Organization Transition Implementation Committee. Is there a way we can shorten that? That's quite a mouthful. What's the acronym? Has anyone written that out? I have the alphabet at this point, so that's maybe
I've heard it's referred to as the cool kids. So
there you go. Yeah, maybe we need a nickname. I was just more tongue-in-cheek, but it's quite a long name to remember. My next line of questions is more specifically to the budget, and I know it talks about on page 56 of our agenda that there will be a phased budget request, and it'll come forward in November as we work through our budget. That being said, there will be a new council at that time, and they might not have the history of the work that you're doing, and you'd hate to see all the work get put into place, and then you come forward with a phased budget and it gets declined, and then you're left with all that work and no results. So I know it's early and preliminary that you have to go and do some more of the work, but is there any idea of what that budget would include, what it could entail, numbers? You don't have to obviously have exact numbers, but any idea of what that would look like specifically in that first year?
Well, I think the next 6 months will be, a little bit of support from admin, and so I think it's $15,000 really to set the organization in place and stuff like that. So post, in 26, we're going to be looking for a CEO and whatever administrative staff. That is all will be phased in. It's not going to be day one. That won't be there. So it'll be really a budget to basically hire and get started. So I would think it would, be $1 million or something like that at best. Again, we got to show value for what's, but I don't see it being anywhere near sort of a full-fledged budget that would be, in years 2 and 3.
And then that's kind of of the number that obviously you have to go crunch the
That's
number.
Peter Lacey's guess.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I'm not going to hold you to that number. I appreciate you trying to toss a number out of the air with me, and I'm just trying to get an understanding of that's more or less what would come forward in our budget request in November for setting it up for the following. Once the committee has everything set up in place after January 30th of 2026, I believe that's the date. That's what you need to kind of set things up and move things forward in the right direction. That's what that budget ask will be leading to. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Yeah, I'll have comments at the appropriate time. Thank you. Yeah.
Just one more clarification on that too. We do spend money today. We spend about $700,000 a year on economic development in various areas. So the net of that might be $500,000. So it depends how that comes together. So there's lots of conversations to be had about how do we now take the existing funds and turn them into the priorities that we want to have as a committee, but also recognize that we've got a transition to manage from where we are to where we need to get to.
I appreciate that. That's valuable insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hyam, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I didn't ask this question thinking some of my colleagues would, and I didn't want to take up the floor for too long, but I guess the bottom line, on page 67, it says, in the end, by a strong margin, it was determined that an arm's length model would be most effective for Red Deer in the future. So can you give us a sense, I mean, the report alludes to it everywhere, but can you give us sort of the bottom line of why that there was such a strong consensus around this model versus others that you examined?
I think speed, being able to make decisions quickly and drive and be able to respond to situations as they come up, and I think to be anti-bureaucratic, I think would be the biggest reason. Not you know, I don't want to slander the city, but I just think that it's I think the and that's where I think the committees and sort of the volunteers all have lots of ideas, and we always had to rein back a little bit. That wasn't our mandate. Strategy is sort of the next phase, and so I think that to be able to attract those people and everything else like that, I think that they want to be effective and be able to make a difference and making a difference in a timely manner. So I think it's about speed of action. We talk about speed of business, but being able to respond on with items that come up, with people inquiring whatever as what would be expected in a business-to-business relationship.
Okay. Thank you. That was basically the bottom line, is that speed and flexibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then do you have any thoughts in terms of that entrepreneurial element of what this arm's length entity could accomplish?
Well, I would hope it would be very entrepreneurial, but again, it depends on who's elected to the board and ultimately the membership and everything else like that. It will take a certain degree of life of its own, although I do think that in part of our mandate and our what we're trying to set out and everything else like that. So there's sort of guideposts for future governance members that we keep to, and hopefully the word entrepreneurial is in that document. But that's sort of that what we have to generate here is sort of a founding document. It's not so much the articles, but it's really why are we here and what are we trying to accomplish. And I think that language of being entrepreneurial will be a strong part of that.
Excellent, thank you. And then I do have a question for administration, if I might. Okay. So just so that I'm clear in terms of how the resolutions are worded, if this gets passed today, does that assume that this council is endorsing this particular model of an arm's length, creating an arm's length entity, and then tasking this committee with moving that direction forward? So the decision would be made today to create that. Is that how I'm understanding it?
So through the mayor, yes, you are correct in your understanding. And so the city clerk has added the purpose from the terms of reference to the resolution to be clear and transparent in that regard. So you'll see in the resolution now, it's to transition and implement the economic development model for Red Deer as recommended by the ad hoc committee. This initiative aims to sustain the committee's momentum by establishing an arm's length organization to lead and steward economic growth for Red Deer.
I thank you for that, because that is, to me, far clearer than, simply extending the work of the committee for another 6 months. That was a little hazy for me. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Council, I just had a few questions of my own, and without getting too deep into comments, I also offer my personal thanks and congratulations. When I look in the gallery, I don't know if it's a who's who or a rogues gallery. I'm not really sure. But I think it's more the former, but some of the latter, Charlie. You're in the, anyway, I won't say which camp you're in. All good. So, I'm just going to key on a couple of words and sort of invite you over the next 6 months to dwell on these and to flesh them out. And the first word is synergy. Your report talks about leveraging synergies and so forth. And so there is, of course, several and I'll just name a few, RDP, CAPE, the Westerner, the Tourism, AHS, the Chamber, et cetera, with pieces of work that you're entering into. So in terms of synergy, what are your thoughts around how you would, stake out a defined, if that's possible, I'm not sure it's possible, but how would you stake out a defined value proposition and then work in synergy with those groups? Just some early thoughts. I know you have 6 months to digest this, but I'm just sort of putting it out there. So.
Well, I think synergy, a large part of that is communication, right? And being able to, with this organization, we would have, I would think that those organizations that you mentioned would have memberships, and they would be on committees and that. So it's all about, first of all, spawning ideas and that, but then obviously, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, and if somebody's doing something and how they can add. So that's where we're having that communication about a specific, drive or entrepreneurial activity that is talked about as an idea. So it'll be idea generation, and then how can those other organizations fit into execution of that? And I think I would see the Economic Development Committee, the organization, as really that idea generator, and how do we work with the people that have extra ability, extra expertise or whatever to help execute that mandate.
Thank you for that. The second word that I had is branding. So branding is talked about in your report to a fair degree, and so on. So when I think of, and specifically the report talks about Red Deer's brand position as a highlighted item and so on. So just some early thoughts on where you see how that brand could materialize. You think of Lethbridge, you think of the ag and the ag business, et cetera, all those good things, the industrial heartland up in Edmonton. Calgary's jumped on the tech train and all those good things. There's many more, but I'll just some preliminary thoughts. It's December now or November. You're in front of council with a budget ask, and so the branding or identity looks like what today?
If you're looking for the answer by December, it's not going to happen, because it's very much a collaborative effort, and you have to have a lot of people as part of that conversation. And so I think that that's probably maybe one of the first tasks of the sort of duly elected board and committee members, and I think that, an action committee would be branding, but there'd be a process about how to do that. The last, what we did learn, I think Kent was helpful in that is that it is a process, and you need to get everybody involved in that process, because if you just sort of say this is our new brand and nobody's had any say into, no, it's not going to be adopted. And I think the thing is that you've got to get buy-in from everybody so that it's a strong brand with everybody. Yeah. So I think that will be a multi-year task, I think.
All right. Thank you for that. Those are the only questions that I had. Councillor Jeffries, we missed you, so go ahead.
My questions all became comments, so I was just jumping into the queue.
Oh, look at you go. You just haven't even opened it up for discussion and you want to jump in.
Well, you said you were asking questions and everyone else seemed to have asked theirs, and I thought, I'm going to start comments.
At the appropriate time, Councillor, we'll get to you, for sure. So, Council, that ends our round of questions. The actual resolution, I believe, is on page 54, but if we could bring that up, and then we'll entertain a mover and seconder. All right, Council, have we had a chance to digest that? I think so. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit in the first paragraph. I think maybe if we could help City Clerk here, let's take 5 minutes. Let whatever editing or whatever is needed. And we'll come back at 1:45. How's that sound? All right, we'll see you in 5 minutes. seconder and enter the debate stage. City Clerk, thank you to you and your team for helping council in the matter. And so council will call for a mover and seconder now of the item. That's moved by Councillor Dirksen. I think our systems are they are working, but moved by Councillor Dirksen. Thank you. So make sure I get everybody. Oh, do we? Forgive me. I thank you, Councillor Hyam. I wasn't. I missed that. Yes, very good. Yeah, forgive me for missing that, Councillors Broomer and Cron. So typically, Councillor Bruma, we lead the debate comments with the mover. Did you wish to go now? Oh, I'm sorry. There's still. Thank you, Councillor Wyches. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just have two questions. One on the motion, it talks about the January 30th, 2026, but on page 61 it says, or until the new board of organization is established, which I think should also be added somewhere in there, because because come January 30th, it's a stop date. So just a question or comment on that amendment, possibly?
Through the mayor to members of council, if I may, my recommendation is that you have a date in there and then extend it, because your economic development committees usually your ad hoc committees usually do have an end date.
Okay, so then we would revisit it at that time if there has to be further extensions after January 30th.
Correct, Councillor. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That was my one question. And my second question is just because it speaks of an arm's length organization outside of our city, I'm wondering, City Manager, if you can just speak to the impact to city operations and our staff that might be impacted by this motion. Thank you.
So through the mayor to members of council, staff have been kept in the loop as to what's been happening, and several staff have been supporting the work of the ad hoc development committee. In moving forward, this work will help in that they will be able to share where the focus will be, as well as what resourcing needs this new organization will require. Now, when we look at our own land and economic development department, they do more than just the economic development piece. And if anything, the economic development piece was a very small portion of a lot of the other work that they do. So when we have the clarity as to where this group wants to focus and what they want to do, then we can evaluate what functions and services that our current economic development department does, and then determine how we work through that. I will say now that it's not as easy as saying this department's budget then just moves over to this organization. It won't work that way because they do more than just that economic development piece.
Thank you. I think that will be helpful as council looks to next steps and hearing from the committee and where the budget requests may come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Just making sure there are no further questions, council. All right, Councillor Bruma, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Johnson. And once again, thank you very much for the committee, their work and moving this forward and the important direction that they're providing for us. If you look back at Red Deer's history of economic development, there's an awful lot of individuals and a lot of stories and a lot of businesses. It's also a city that's had its ups and downs with the economy, and we face that over different cycles. But I'm happy that this economic development is now going to be community-based and community-driven. The city still has an important role as an enabler in so many ways to make sure that economic development, our growth, and the supports that we have are going to be a big piece of that. So we do have a lot of opportunities and challenges that are out there, it's Red Deer's time for this. And I think that by having this community-based, I think some of the core principles that have been addressed and shared with us today will help create. And as we go back to our strategic plan, we want a thriving city. And I think this will be an important signal to our community and to our region as well. And I appreciate the regional approach to economic development as well, and the importance that that's going to play as well. So again, thank you to the committee. You've done some excellent work, and as the committee continues to do that work and engage others and create membership, and I think membership is going to be a key piece of that, because membership shows confidence in the work that the committee is doing, and again, that's an important piece with that. So thanks very much, and I look forward to the results of this work.
Thank you, Councillor Bruma. I have in the queue Councillor Jeffries, and then I'll have you, Councillor Cron.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the members of the committee for your work to date, and also for volunteering to continue to your commitment to getting this activity, community focus going is very much appreciated. My questions and now comments were going to be around partnership in the community, partnership within the region, and you've definitely covered that off in questions my colleagues answered. I also had questions around advocacy and putting Red Deer on the map, much in the way that we see Industrial Heartland or Calgary Economic Development, Calgary region on the map. Recognizing that we really need to put Red Deer on the map. We often talk about being that stop midway between two big cities, and we need to be more than that. Members of the committee may or may not know that council and a few of our economic development staff met, I think it was earlier this week, with representatives from Invest Canada. And it was great to have them in the city, and I know they toured around after they had some time with us. But very clear, there's some work to be done to help them understand all that this community and region have to offer. So definite opportunities to do some of that advocacy, showcasing our community and tell our story. So I appreciate the work that you've done. I think that you've set us up with a great foundation. I look forward to it coming back to council in the year to come.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffries. Councillor Cron, go ahead.
Started this process, the theme around the room was urgency, that this is something that needed to happen as fast as possible. And I think every councillor around this horseshoe was disappointed they weren't on the committee, and probably it was better that you didn't have one of us there anyway. But I appreciate your desire to keep going as a committee, because there's still a big fear whenever we do an ad hoc committee like this, that it's just a great report and this is full of wonderful ideas, and then we go off to the next thing that we're talking about in the day. And so I appreciate your commitment to drive the ball forward, and also even in your presentation today talking about your desire to grow credibility, to get some wins, to work with partners, and to continue to put Red Deer on the map. I will talk about branding a little bit, that I hope your branding is better than your committee name, because it's bad. I did some work over the break to try to get you a better acronym, but I wasn't happy with where I landed, so you'll have to ask me later. I would just recommend that your branding includes something involved with a deer that is red. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cron. Councillor Barnstable, please.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just to continue on Councillor Cron's line of thinking, it's the Edelotic group. That is what the acronym stands for. They are the Edelotics, so that is what they'll be called henceforth. I can make that motion if you need it. Yeah, if you need it, I'll make that motion. But I appreciate the work that's gone into this, especially the decision that was made to be arm's length. I think we had a discussion earlier on about the research that was done. It feels weird I'm commenting to people that are behind me, so they can look at the back of my head. But the work that was done early on to decide that that was probably what would give you the most success, I think that was an important decision. And yes, it's arm's length, but they'll work with the city, and I don't have any hesitation and concern that it's going to be an organization that's off on their own, doing their own things. I think collaboration is what this group is about, and I think that will continue. It was interesting, I had my parents in town this past weekend, and my dad and I were out driving, and he looked at me and he said, what is the industry that drives Red Deer? And I didn't have a great answer for him. I said, I know what we used to be, but I don't know what we are now. And I think that's what this committee is driving towards, and I think that's going to be something that's going to be an important answer for us, just as forming our identity as a city. I think we've lost it in some ways, but I know we've found it in others. But I think that as far as when industry is concerned, I think hopefully we can continue to drive that and have a more answer that we can all agree upon and be in the similar spot. So I think that'll be something that's helpful. I think this is something that we need to drive forward in the city. With all the positivity and all that being said, I will be honest and frank that I do have concerns with the budget ask, specifically with the fact that in November there will be a new council here. And I know the budget comes forward within the first 3 weeks of that new council, and I don't know how many new council members there'll be here. We don't know. But I know it's going to be a difficult budget regardless, and every dollar is going to be looked at, hopefully. If the council's doing their job, they should be looking at every dollar. And they wouldn't have the background information that this committee will have that's brought to this council. So I just want to put a flag on that as far as when the committee is looking at what they're looking to spend. And I know the city manager talked about it. The budgets don't just transfer over, and that's understandable too. But just to make sure that if there's areas that they can look at in the first year of being a little more conservative in approach, it's going to be a difficult budget already for whatever that council's dealing with, and they're going to be looking for areas where they can't afford to spend. And I know this is somewhere where we have to put dollars into to drive this city forward. But it's going to be interesting to see. It's not going to be this council's decision, so we don't even have to make that decision, whatever that number comes to. So, just something that should be on the committee's radar as they move forward. And once again, I appreciate the work that they've done and being here today. And it means a lot to have as many of them in the back row there with their faces here that we can see and look them in the eye. And I know that all those individuals have very busy schedules, and for them to take the time out of their day to be here really means a lot. So, thanks again for their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dirksen, go ahead.
Several councillors have mentioned they want to put Red Deer on a map. At a recent international flight I was on, probably some of you are familiar with that, but when you look at the map on the airplane, it's got Olds, Rocky Mountain House, Calgary, Edmonton, Lethbridge. Red Deer is not on there. So, got to get out on that map for sure. Quick comments. I certainly appreciate the recommendation to move to an arm's length. I think that's an important element to this, to move this beyond the city, to not view economic development as a city responsibility, but as a community, as an outside. So for me, that's the important thing. Word of caution to the committee. 31-member task force becomes bureaucratic in itself. So let's not create another bureaucracy. And I know it's been said, we're looking for accomplishments, deliverables, key success measures. That will be what drives this. So again, appreciate the members, their work. I know their hearts are all in the right place, and this needs to carry on even beyond them. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dirksen. Councillor Hyam, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said. Thank you for the work of the committee. I do want to leave you with just a couple of points, my own personal thoughts for your consideration as you continue this work to the next phase of progress. And the first one, and I've already flagged it, which is that entrepreneurship element. And that's what I think is sort of, it's embedded in the arm's length, right? That speed of business, that flexibility, that ability to respond and to, have feelers and know what is coming and going. So that entrepreneurship to me is critical in terms of that proactive outreach, marketing, attraction of development opportunities to our city and region. And that really does speak to the speed of business. Mr. Mayor mentioned, the synergies of, and I think of words like partnerships, community collaboration, advocacy with the province, but also advocacy with business to have that integration and attraction of opportunities to our community. The second thing I'll say, and the last thing I'll say for your consideration, is in terms of data. Now, I was hoping to see a little bit more in terms of what drove this decision for the community. But I am familiar enough with, Lethbridge's case and some of the others in terms of where they spend, how they operate, to have confidence in this decision. But in terms of empowering the next board for this work. I would love to see, even if it's as simple as just that bottom line investment per capita. What does Red Deer currently spend? What does Lethbridge spend? Even a few other comparables. And if you have evidence of what the ROI has been on those investments in terms of economic development opportunities, just for a benchmark for this new board in terms of how to develop and attract opportunities for our region. Anyway, with having said that, I'm excited for this next phase of the committee's work and for this next phase of our kind of maturity in terms of, being prepared for the opportunities that we all know are at our doorstep. Once that hospital build gets fully, implemented, there are going to be people coming to our community. And so this, I think, is perfect timing in terms of, preparing for those changes around the corner. So thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Council, and Councillor Heim. Thank you, Council, for your comments. I'd certainly like to add some of mine, and I've said this around the community several times. It's a bit of a bittersweet time for me over the next few months, and so I'll put these comments the best way I can because I certainly see this as a high water mark in the history of our city. This is quite a high water mark that we are entering on. I'll send out first of all my personal thanks, and I'm sure the thanks of Council for the work that our Land and Economic Development team have done over the years. There's a saying called self-fulfilling prophecy, and when you underfund a unit to the degree that we have over those years, a fifth or a sixth of what other budgets are being done in other jurisdictions, I think our Land and Economic Development team have done an extraordinary service to our city. Many conventions, many proposals, many tours, many presentations, all of those things, the phone ringing, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for what you have done and will continue to do, I think, under the model. Because I'm such a hockey fanatic, I look at us today as becoming an expansion team in Alberta. We're the Utah Hockey Club today. We don't really know we're going to pick a general manager, but we don't have a coach yet, or players, and so no wonder our name is this big. We don't really, kind of wonder, where we are. So we have an expansion team today, and we have to understand that to compete at the level of and I'll just say the dreaded Panthers, to compete at the level at the championship level in economic development, this is what it takes. This is what it takes to compete in that space. And we're making a decision today to integrate into that system and not necessarily be, or I should say practically, no longer the focal point or the leader. We're integrating ourselves as a city governance, as a city administration. All of this is to say that the collaborative nature of this committee is quite dear to me. It's why I ran in 2021. It was to have a vision that together our city and our community could go forward exponentially and become the city that is really what I would say the default location in Alberta and in Western Canada. I still believe in that vision, and I see this committee as taking that vision down the road. So thank you for that. Now, a couple of things I'll say to the committee. With my personal thanks, I see the list of members' names there and so on. thank you to you all. This is great work that you're doing. But a couple of things. Don't shy away, probably a poor word, shy away. Engage in identity work quickly, if you can, if it's possible. I understand, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your comments around it is a community journey, if you will. But engage quickly, look at the landscape that's around us right now, and set a high bar. Set a high bar. Come out of the gate strong. Set a high bar. Use your first 90 days, 180 days, whatever the case may be. Use them very, very well in terms of sitting and having what I would call critical conversations around what synergy looks like on the ground. This is what synergy looks like. This is our ask of the Chamber. This is our ask of Red Deer Poly. This is our ask of the Westerner. This is our ask of tourism. Our ask, our ask, our ask. And so set that high. Set that high, and you'll be doing great, great work for sure. Be courageous is the last thing. As Rod Stewart would say, for those of us of that vintage, I can see a few people back in administration going, who was that? Did he work here at one time? No, he did not. But you know, a lyric from the song is, be courageous and be brave. You know, be courageous and be brave. This is your opportunity. You know, in some ways you've caught the car. You've caught the car. And now you need to figure out what to do with the car that you've caught, which is an extraordinary opportunity. What a great opportunity that we hand to you with our thanks and our deep appreciation and our great wishes for the future. High Water Mark Council is where we're at today. And with our thanks again to the folks that are going to continue this work, to continue it that way, and we're looking forward. I'll say personally, whether I would be elected or not is another matter, but I will miss you in the fall. I will miss that for sure. So let us call the question, Council. And that carries unanimously, Council, so I appreciate that. And certainly, gentlemen, that's a signal. That's a sign to you of the of the unanimous vote. I was going to say another word, but of the unanimous vote. So thank you once again. All right, Council, we have some business arising this morning, from this morning's session. And I'm just going to go to City Clerk or City Manager if we're ready for that item. Or, you know, we could take a break, Jessica. Yeah, I've just been asked by City Clerk if we could have a break, Council. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 25 after. We'll call to order now. Thank you very much. We have business arising, Council, from this morning's closed meeting. And there are some resolutions required from Legislative Services. So, City Clerk, are they being distributed, or is this a part of this report that I just have here? Go ahead.
So through the mayor to members of council, we've distributed a report coming out of closed meeting today that council will need to accept into the corporate record. From there, should council choose, they can then pass the either recommended resolution from administration within there or something different.
Alrighty, thank you. Council, did you need some time to process the report? I see 5 options here and so on. I just want to make sure everybody is. Councillor Dirksen, yeah.
Mayor, I wonder if it wouldn't be important for administration to give our public some background on this, because they have not seen this at this point in time. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through the mayor, I can provide some opening comments as to what's included in the report before you and for our viewing public today. Council, under the city manager's designated officer bylaw, I have the authority to buy and sell land as long as it's within the 10% of the value. In saying that, we've received a request from Habitat for Humanity to purchase a lot that is in Anders at 2 Adamson Avenue. And we were in camera because when we are in discussions regarding land negotiations and price, those need to be within a closed session. Now that we've had those discussions, an open report has been added to the agenda that goes over what was proposed. It talks to the specifics of the site. When we look at 2 Adamson Avenue, it is a piece of property that has been it is owned by the city and has been on our books for about over 10 years now. It has been advertised and we've had minimal take-up where we've been successful in negotiating a price. We had the request come in from Habitat for Humanity to purchase the property. It is an odd-shaped parcel. If you look within the attachments of Appendix A, you'll see that it is not a typical rectangle lot. It is a lot that is, I would say, remnant on Adamson Avenue next to 22nd Street. And it has access from the rear lane. The Habitat, there's a number of options that are provided for council in the report. Option 1, which is recommended by administration, is 50% of the value is what we would recommend council to sell the property for. There is another option where you could sell it for a different amount, and that's option 2. Option 3 is you could continue to market the parcel and basically turn down this offer. Option 4 is what has been offered by Habitat for Humanity, which is the amount of $42,000 to purchase this lot. And then there is an option 5 that was added to the report where what makes this so difficult is that we don't have a very clear policy as to how we dispose of city lands for nonprofit agencies for the purpose of building affordable or subsidized housing. In saying that, and this could be an and option where you could pick one of the other options and an option number 5, we would recommend that you direct administration to develop a policy so that in the future, when these instances arise, that we would have some direction to go by as well as a procedure. So this is the report that has been put on the agenda and an overview. We do have staff from Land and Economic Development here to answer questions. And I'll ask before I turn it back to the mayor if there's anything I missed in that quick presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. I thought that was well done in terms of the recap, and thank you, Councillor Dirksen, for inviting the recap so that our public was aware of where we are. So, Council, I will open it for questions from the new report that we have, and so on, if there are any questions from that perspective. Councillor Hyam, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question around the proposed resolution that administration is recommending, which is option 1, I guess it is, selling for 50% of the assessed value. And could administration just comment on why that's the recommended option, and why 50%?
So through the mayor to Councillor Hyam, in terms of the 50%, there, as we have alluded to with option 5, there isn't a lot of direction that has been provided to administration to follow in terms of deciding to dispose of land to nonprofits for affordable housing. So without a lot of clarity there, what we have considered is the fact that the land has been for sale for quite a number of years. And there is opportunity to reduce administrative costs of this land, such as snow clearing, weed maintenance, and mowing, and getting this property then to be developed. And it does, hopefully in the future, help with tax revenue.
Thank you. Can you comment for the public's benefit, what is the city's average annual cost related to this parcel?
So the cost is probably between $5,000 and $10,000 a year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyam. I'll go to Councillor Wenches. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering on option 1, if it's being supported by council, we don't know that yet, and if Habitat for Humanity does not support a offer to purchase, would that same price be offered to other nonprofit individuals or agencies that are interested parties that might be interested if Habitat for Humanity is not?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wenches, it is something that council could direct us to do, to set a price as per the city manager delegation policy, to set a price under the market value, and then give direction on how to advertise it.
Thank you. And then my next question is just about option 5, and because council does not have a policy yet, it's been on an ad hoc basis from my recollection over the years when requests come along. How long would that work take? And would we also, it talks about surplus land that's no longer, we could just dispose of surplus land. But my question is, would it also be available to other developers besides the nonprofit agencies for the purpose of building subsidized or affordable housing?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wenches, all of the options are available for you to direct to us. There would be a different process if it is to private and not non-profit. So that would be where we may need to do some additional advertising as per Section 70 of the Municipal Government Act that requires us to do advertising if selling the land for a private developer use. So without the non-profit status, that would change. And in terms of the timeline, we would look for a 6-month timeline, end of the year likely, for the policy creation.
Thank you. And would, because if we're going to do this work, I'm just curious, if we're doing it for nonprofit agencies, would it be additional work to add the private interest?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Wenches, it is fully a different scope of conversation in terms of nonprofit versus private development.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I look forward to the conversations and the input from colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dirksen, please.
Thanks, Mayor. The question that I have and struggle with is, I know our Limitations Act for the city manager is 10% of assessed value. But we make the point this land has been sitting for over 10 years and not getting active interest. So then I begin to question, what the true market value is. And if it were any entity, I don't care whether it's profit, not for profit, if they reach market value, we should sell it, right? So then the question is, what is the true market value and how do we determine that?
So through the mayor to Councillor Dirksen, there's a combination, in essence, of best practice to develop that market assessment, one of them being a willing seller and a willing buyer. So that's very much in its simplistic form. Other opportunities is an appraisal, which is what our current city manager delegation bylaw defers to, is an appraisal. So the land could have a formal appraisal done and evaluated that way. And then, of course, there is our tax assessment process in where they provide a value. And in smaller scale, similar to this, you can also bring in a realtor's evaluation as well.
Right. I appreciate that. I'm grappling with this recommendation and probably will have comments when we get to the decision on it, but thank you for that information.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Councillor Barnstable. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just a question rising from Councillor Dirksen's questions. When was the last appraisal done on this parcel of land?
So through the mayor to Councillor Barnstable, we'll just, if we can move to another question, we'll see if we might be able to find the answer to that. I feel like it has been a few years, as the property has been for sale for a number of years.
And the reason I ask that is do we have anything as far as in policy or written somewhere else where an appraisal has sort of a time limit on it, where if it's been appraised, but it's been 5 years since the last appraisal, now that number is no longer the number that you go off of because it hasn't met its potential, and then we need to reassess and get a new appraisal, or how does all that work?
So through the mayor, one of the comments I want to make around appraisals is appraisals are great when it's apples to apples. What is unique is the location of this parcel in that it only has access from the rear of the property. It has a really odd shape, and it is next to a piece of municipal reserve and then the berm of 22nd Street. So it would be very difficult, even if we had the appraisal, to do apples to apples comparison. Appraisals do fluctuate. Usually when you buy your own personal home, you have to have an appraisal for the bank, and that's often what they base what they'll lend to you on. And that's often what drives having the most recent one is when there's a transaction that is pending. So they do fluctuate as the market fluctuates, and because they do use comparative sales around the time. So it is really a hit and miss. If you've seen lots of market changes, then you should get more appraisals done than in a stable market.
And everything that you said, City Manager, just kind of alludes to what my line of questioning was about as far as the appraisal on this land and its uniqueness and the time constraints and all sorts of things. And then we kind of get back to the conversation around market value versus appraisals. And it's just sort of a gray area for me, and I'm trying to understand, like, if the appraisal was done 3 months ago, then it's a good understanding that we really feel the value is there. But if the appraisal was done 6 or 7 years ago, the numbers might look a little different to us. So it's just understanding what's the best information we can go off, because we are dealing with numbers today and costs associated, and it's good to know what value we see it. And we could go around the room here and all have different numbers, and it is what we value it at, right? So that's that market value versus appraisal. So when you have the time or the answer about when that was done, I think that's helpful information.
Councillor Cron.
Just a question around the opportunity cost of that parcel staying empty. Do you have any estimate for what the property tax revenue that the city hasn't been able to collect because it hasn't been developed is?
So I think that the estimate would be approximately between $3,000 and $5,000 a month in collecting property. Sorry, a month. We wish. Wow. A year. Thank you for the correction.
And noticing the small parcel just to the south of it, you said that was municipal reserve. What is it in reserve for?
So through the chair to councillor, Cron, that is in essence, it is an extension of a berm placement. There's sort of setbacks from slopes that you have to have when you have a berm area. So it is municipal reserve for that purpose.
Do we have any history in the city of Red Deer of moving municipal reserve for developers, or I've never dealt with one of these before?
Yes, so through the mayor to Councillor Cron, yes, we do have examples of disposing of municipal reserve. It is a process into itself, so if we were to explore that option, it would be a public hearing process, so it would be notification out to the community, that process, and it will take a few months, and it is because it is identified as municipal reserve that it is intended to be public lands.
So that sounds like something that if someone bought this parcel, they should ask for after the sale's already done, and it'll be a phase 2 of a process.
Yes, it could be a phase 2.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bruma.
Following up on Councillor Barnstable's question, he was asking in regards to the appraised value, would we have the history in regards to the assessment value on that for the last few years? If there's been much change with regard to that, would that have an impact, just kind of the characteristics of it, on the assessed value?
So through the mayor to Councillor Baruma, we would have that information. I don't have it today off the top of my head, but it could be something that we provide in follow-up. And we could provide also in follow-up what the evaluation criteria that appraisers do use, as I think that might be helpful in terms of some of the criteria that we look for in that policy creation as we move forward.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Through the mayor, the current assessed value is $120,000.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know if we have the appraisal information, or we do. So that's helpful. Thank you.
So through the mayor to Councillor Barnstable, just trying to remember who answered the question or asked the question. The appraisal is over 7 years old, so it has been a while.
All right, Councillor Wine, just go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one further question. What would happen, because council has no policy, what would happen tomorrow if the mayor receives, or office receives, city manager receives a call, council members receive a call about interest in another property site and asking for a reduction in the price? What would happen because we have no policy?
So through the mayor, that's why I think option 5 is also a good option for council, because as government, we want to make sure that we are consistent and we use the same processes no matter who has walked through our door. We do get calls every day asking for what land is available, what can you give me, those types of pieces. What is different about this is we received a very specific proposal for this piece of property that has been listed with Land and Economic Development. But we do often get requests, whether it's in kind or a donation or a piece of a value. But this one went the extra step and provided that specific details and a price. But the policy would make, I know, administration feel better, and I do believe it would help council in future decision making, as we want to be nimble and be clear to our citizens that call in what the process is.
Thank you. I'm struggling because we have no policy, and it's just, it's difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wenches. Council want to make sure that there are no more questions in the queue, so there are not. So, Council, we will now bring up the resolution that's been crafted for us. Well, that's an easy one, for sure. If only the second one was so easy. That's pretty good. So we'll get a mover and seconder there. Thank you. Council, I'm not thinking we'll have any deliberation, so we'll call the question here. All right, so now we'll proceed to the specific matter at hand. And Council, you've been provided with a copy. No, sorry, that was the Economic Development Committee. So this reflects Council option 1 in your report. Councillor Barnstable, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I'd like to move that we combine option 1 and 5 and move option 1 and 5 as a parcel. Option 1 and option 5 together, which I believe the city manager said was something that would be helpful if we have an and with the two resolutions.
I'll just check with City Clerk there just to make sure the mechanics work for us, City Clerk.
It could be an additional.
Through the mayor to members of council, Councillor Barnstable could amend it to say and then further be it resolved option 5 as part of that.
I'm seeing head shakes of no from my council colleagues. So, which is when it comes to option 5, could that be a motion arising after maybe we work through 1 to 4? So maybe that might be a better way to go about it than that. Okay. Then I'll move option 1 to start this option that's on the table right now.
Thank you, Councillor. So we'll need a seconder, Council. Yes, go ahead.
So it looks like it's already on the floor. So my question is...
I don't think it's on the floor.
Oh yeah, it hasn't got a seconder. Okay. So my question was going to be, if someone wants to move another option, like option 4, I believe, is it recommended that we amend this one to a lower amount or defeat this one and then put another option on the floor, which is procedurally... Thank you.
Through the mayor to members of council, since you now have a mover and a seconder for this option, what you could do, Councillor Hyam, is propose an amendment to this one, which would be striking out the $460,000 to the end and then replacing it with $42,000.
Excellent. I would be prepared to do that at the appropriate time. I'm not sure procedurally.
Thank you, City Clerk. I will say, at risk obviously of being incorrect, that depending on our outcome here, would we not proceed with different options, or Councillor Hyam could, I think Councillor, you want to incorporate option 4 as...
I would like to go with option 4.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, in terms of taking them in order, would it make more sense? But I'm open to the direction of the clerk.
Through the mayor to members of council, really the difference between option 1 and 4 is the sale amount. So if this were to pass, then it wouldn't be proper order to have option 4 proposed. However, Councillor Hyam could propose the amendment, and then whether that is passed or defeated would show the will of council.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So I think, Clerk, we could entertain the amendment before we get into debate on this motion. Is that just so I'm clear?
Through the mayor to members of council, I think that would be appropriate to have Councillor Hyam make the motion to strike the $60,000 to the end of the period and replace with $42,000 and see if she gets a seconder.
Okay, I thought we were still in question. So if this is the time, I would put that amendment on the floor.
we are in a process question period, if you will.
Yes.
So.
I'm at your
Yeah.
direction. Thank you.
For sure.
That's my intention.
Okay. So we'll deal with the amendment first, clerk. Yes,
Okay.
and then I'll catch you, Councillor Barnstable. I will. So we'll deal with the amendment first, correct, City Clerk?
Through the mayor to members of council, that would be my recommendation.
All right, Councillor Barnstable, go ahead.
So just another process question on top of that. And I don't want to make this more complicated, more confusing, but personally, I'd prefer to go through option 1, and if it gets declined, then we come to option 4, because at that point, if the amendment comes forward of option 4, I might not be in a place where I feel like I can support that, because I'd prefer to have option 1. But if we have option 1 and we see that's not the will of council, and then option 4 comes, that might change some. If you're amending this one into option 1, and then if that gets defeated, then we don't know where we're going. Then that's the hard part with the amendments and the options. I don't know about the order of it, so I'm just struggling with the process, because where I could support one area, I don't know what the next fallout would be. So maybe I'm just confusing it more than I need to.
Well, I'm not sure that you're confusing it. This is why we have a city clerk, because the chair is no constitutional expert here, for sure. So, City Clerk, I'll go back to you. You've heard the concern from Councillor Barnstable, but is it a matter of voting on the amendment and then returning if it's defeated or not? I think that's the gist of this question.
Through the mayor to members of council, procedurally, either way would work. So if Councillor Hyam doesn't want to put her motion through right now, based on Councillor Barnstable's concern to see if option 1 is defeated or not, she could then put forward option 4. She could also amend it, but that really is the will of the players around the table to determine what path that they want to move forward with. Either one procedurally would be correct, though.
Okay. So, Councillor Hyam, how would you like to proceed with the amendment, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think procedurally it's streamlined to just amend it, but I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, I think procedurally that, and the will of council will be made known by going forward with an amendment at this point, and it streamlines rather than doing 2 debates.
Great. I don't know. Do we have a seconder for your amendment, Councillor? Not yet. Okay. Let's bring up the amendment. Let's at least go to where the process should start. There we are. And we will call for a seconder, Council, on Councillor Hyam's amendment. So we have a seconder, Councillor Cron. Thank you, Councillor Cron. So in speaking to the amendment, Councillor Hyam, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So what I propose to do is I'm going to speak all of my comments on option 1, option 4, like whatever I have to say, I'm going to say it now in this amendment portion. Because it's relevant to this amendment. A lot of questions were asked around the table in terms of what, assessed value versus market value. And there is a huge difference. Market value is not the same concept as assessed value. Assessed value is based on a price per square foot of comparable parcels developed under the mass appraisal model. So it's all of the same type of product across the city. It's a mass appraisal calculation, and it does not necessarily reflect market value. Typically, it's close, but in this instance, there are outliers, and this is clearly an outlier. Something sits unpurchased for over 10 years. That's an outlier. And this one is, an outlier because it has deficiencies. It has only rear yard access. It's odd configuration of the parcel. And in my opinion, that's why it's sat for 10 years without a sale. Market value is what a willing buyer is willing to pay a willing seller in an open market. The fact that this parcel has sat vacant for over 10 years with no interest or sale, That alone speaks to the market's assessment of value on this parcel. And the bottom line for me is that I don't believe that this parcel, given the history that we understand, is worth $120,000. And here's the reality, is that governments can sit, we have the luxury of sitting on that kind of value for 10 years, 20, whatever. Governments can absorb that sort of lost opportunity, lost capital costs. Whereas private sector, individuals and business cannot. They do not. They would reduce the price. They would reflect market to try and capture that capital back. And that's what that's for me the reason I've been thinking about this a lot. We spend, as a community, taxpayers spend $5,000 to $10,000 a year just letting it sit empty. If you calculate that over 10 years, how much have we already spent on that parcel of lost opportunity, to say nothing of the lost potential of tax revenue that, we could be recouping, potentially. So I hear my colleagues, we have no policy here, and it's clunky, it's challenging, because we have no policy to guide us. But what we do have is a willing buyer, and the city has been a willing seller for over a decade. And it is an open market. So to me, even though, it's not the 60% that administration is recommending, I asked the question of, what is the 60%? What's that 50% based on? And it is a bit arbitrary. They don't have a policy. And so they had to sort of pull something out of the air. And we have an offer that is relatively close. If it can do nothing more than, sort of cancel the $10,000 a year we're spending on letting it sit empty and the lost opportunity cost of that, I say it's worth it. And then let's move forward, developing a policy so that down the road we can be better prepared to address these types of requests. And the same process happened with community development grants. Council, for decades, used to deal with community development grants on a one-off. They would come, they would make their case, depending on the outcome, council would decide on a case-by-case basis. Then we developed a policy framework to deal with community development grant requests, and now that is moving forward very nicely. So I think, in fairness to everyone, we should be dealing with this in the same sort of process that we've dealt with it in the past in the context of community development grants, which is, in the absence of a policy, someone has come to us and there is compelling rationale for just let's recoup our lost capital costs on this and move forward with the policy development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyam. I'll come to Councillor Barnstable. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just to explain my thought process on wanting to go through option 1 versus option 4, in my mind, if this gets accepted, that's where the will of council's at already, and the amendment is worth going down that road. To me, it makes more sense to work down than the possibility of working up when it comes to numbers. So that's where my thought process was of bringing that one forward first. I want to speak to what we determine as fair market value, and that's the real crux of the conversation, is what's fair. And we have numbers in front of us. We have 3 separate numbers in front of us. We have what the assessed value was 3 years ago. We have a number that is likely the opportunity to sell it at that number, and we have a number that's kind of meets in the middle. I've driven past that land. We've heard about the constraints. We've seen that it's been sitting available for 10 years. I don't think it's at the assessed value or the appraised value, or however you want to say it, that it's been at that. I think the proof is in the pudding that it's obviously not at that number. Otherwise, we would have had a developer in there and there'd be houses or duplexes or whatever on that lot. But it's a bit of a stretch to think that in the last 7 years, the appraised or assessed value has dropped below 50%. So that's where I liked option 1. I think it gets it closest to what that market value is, and it gets us a fair return on investment. It's not far off the 42,000, and I know we often get into these when we get into budget. We have our longest discussions over the the $2,000-$3,000 marks, and then all of a sudden the $3 million ones, it's like that, and it's not great use of time when we get into that. But I think it's also important to, what this signals to our community when we have non-for-profits that see this conversation, go, what are they willing to work with as far as their land goes? And I think we have to constantly look at what is, and to me the term is fair market value. I think the $60,000 that was first put in there, which is now not what's on the table, it's the 42. I think that gets us closer to fair. I think that's a number that I'm more comfortable with. I will listen to the rest of my council colleagues. If everyone's kind of, thinking the 42 is a fine number, then I'm okay with that too. But I wanted us to have the conversation of working down versus the process of possibly working up. So I'm open to my council colleagues. I will say before I even have the chance, if this does come on the floor, I do believe that option 5 will come forward as an motion arising. I know council needs that policy. We don't want to be in these situations again. It's uncomfortable to be in here and having these conversations already. This is an uncomfortable conversation for us to deal with these types of numbers, and especially it doesn't feel great. So I think a policy would solve a lot of those issues, and I know that'll come forward. I'll just say right now I speak in favor of option 5. I wanted to get it out there and get it done. But I think that'll come forward in due time here. But if the will of council is option 4 to get going, or I guess, sorry, it's amended option 1, then so be it, and then we'll move forward from there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cron, please.
Yeah, I appreciate that. This is an important decision for council, and that we don't actually get to sit at this table very often, that a lot of the land negotiating doesn't come through this table, and it's probably more efficient if it doesn't. I would remind council that affordable housing is a big challenge in our community, and that Habitat for Humanity is a different kind of affordable housing, that it's actually only for families with kids and for people with a job, that they have to meet a certain income minimum threshold as well. So this isn't emptying the shelters, this is good families that just can't, for whatever reason, afford a house right now. And this would provide that for them. And even on the math on the opportunity cost, if it's $5,000 to $10,000 to service the land, and we'll say $6,000 in lost property tax revenue, we're close to $16,000, and that's just about the difference between the 42 and the 60. And we could lose, if Habitat walks away from this, if they don't get their CMHC money, then that land's going to sit there for another 5 years. And we pay that money all over again when we have a great opportunity to do something special here.
Thank you, Councillor Cron. Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'll say that I do support option number 5 when it comes along. I'm in full support of that. Ideally, we would have that policy in place today, and we wouldn't be in what we think of as a difficult or uncomfortable position for sure. So I asked myself, what sets this particular piece of property apart from others that someone might propose at a future date? And for me, it's the ability for us to sell it. So far, it hasn't gone anywhere. It's been sitting there for 10 years. A little bit of an awkward spot in a high traffic area, maybe not the most appealing piece of property that we have in our city to build houses on. We have a proposal before us that's almost, you would say, maybe shovel ready, has some funding behind it from CMHC. We have this long-awaited desire to get some housing built within our community. We certainly see evidence of it every day that we need housing. And homes for people of all sorts, not just people who are at shelter, but people who are at risk of losing housing, or people who are moving to our community who can't afford the current market. I think that this is the fact that this is a non-profit coming forward with a reputation of building homes for people in other communities and ours also distinguishes it from other pieces coming forward. Certainly distinguishes it from the private sector, if you will. I think it's important for us to be ready, to have that policy in place, and to have an inventory of land that we can start to talk about. Hopefully, nonprofits come forward in the future to say, hey, we want to be part of the solution for housing, and we've got a proposal. What can we talk about? Right now, we don't have a framework to even have those conversations in. We have them, and people walk away and wonder. So if this leads to nothing else, then that policy the policy coming forward for us, it will be a conversation worth having had. In the meantime, we have a chance to get a few doors of housing open by allowing this to go through and to have this before us in our community to say yes. So I support the amended resolution and also the next resolution to come, option 5.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffries. Councillor Dirksen, please.
Mayor, I'm going to try and break my comments up in several ways. One is I want to start by talking about Habitat for Humanity, an organization which is well known, offers a unique product, a unique opportunity with the way they build housing. And there is nobody in this room that doesn't support that. They've done valuable work right across our country, right across the world, actually. So I bear that in mind when I make this decision. I also, in my previous life, worked for a not-for-profit who worked with individuals with developmental disabilities. And all of the housing that we purchased was at full market value. And so you weigh those two against each other and say, well, do you want to make distinguish between not-for-profits? And that's where part of my struggle is. The other thing that you don't want to discourage, and if the city, municipality, or any levels of government simply become ways to contribute to organizations, then you take away the incentive for the private people to get involved. So again, case in point, we had a private person actually donate us a house, and we didn't come to the city. It was actually done by private. So there's the angst. In this case, there is another distinguishing thing that I think leads me to where the conclusion I'm coming to, which you don't know yet. But the conclusion that I'm coming to is there is one small difference. With the Habitat for Humanity model, it transfers the ownership to the individual, who then has to pay taxes. In the not-for-profit that I worked with, because it was owned by the not-for-profit organization, taxes were waived. So that is an incentive or a benefit that Habitat doesn't get. So there's a bit of an offset when you talk about this decision. So now to the question. Trying to balance all that. I'm not in favor of the amended option. When I came here this morning, I wasn't in favor of option 1 either. I've since changed my opinion about that, and I can support option number 1, only because I think it gets us closer to the actual market value. I don't think it's all the way there. I don't think market value is 60,000. I think it's somewhere between 60 and 100. But I don't know. I'm not the buyer. It's sat for 10 years, and there's a really good argument to make as a fiduciary responsibility of the city. We want to move this land and get it developed and start generating tax revenue from that. So from that sense, I can support the 60,000. I think Habitat could easily go to their community of support and raise that extra 20 to get from their offer of 42 to the 60. And I think that would be a really good compromise for Habitat to get this property and develop it, and for the city to move it and do our fiduciary responsibility. So that's kind of where I land, Mayor, on it, and I appreciate the opportunity to make my points.
Thank you, Councillor Dirksen. Just want to make sure we're all good, and we are all good. So, of course, go ahead. Go ahead.
So thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate all of your insights. And I do respect everyone's perspective. The thing for me, the bottom line for me, is that that concept of full market value, and And that's challenging because, when I hear the comment, I think the market value is somewhere between 60 and 100 or 60 and 8. Like, who decides what market value is? Like, if we're talking about a year that something's on the market, but when we're talking about 10 years, over 10 years, the market has sort of spoken that there's something at play. There are other issues. And where I thought Councillor Dirksen was going in terms of one small difference is that in this case, this is a lot with manifest deficiencies that to date, no one has been willing to invest in. And to date, when you consider the lost tax opportunities as well as the cost, the actual cost that the city employs to maintain that property, it's over $150,000 that we have spent on that property. Well, in lost revenue, and we've spent, let's say just the 10,000 times 10, $100,000 plus lost taxation. That's what we've already lost in the last 10 years that, we've done nothing with it. If we continue to do nothing, here's an opportunity. We can guess at what we think market value is, or we cannot lose the 16,000, difference between those two. So, anyway, I defer to the will of council, but that's my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyam. Well, Council, I think it's pretty apparent when the community watches us today how we tackle an issue that certainly is of critical importance in our community, and yet we really don't have a clear-cut policy to say here, here, and here, here we go. And all those kinds of things. I'm like Councillor Dirksen. When I walked into Chambers this morning, it seemed pretty clear to me that, without a policy, we aren't bringing in, and I use this word enclosed today, equity and so on, and yet, the wisdom of the table, it has presented very compelling reasons speaking to the brand and the function of Habitat as a nonprofit with a unique funding formula, a funding formula that necessitates the prospective owners to do, because they have no cash or their cash deficiency is such that it isn't material. They put in equity into the project, and not only that, the community itself, many agencies, including City Council. I've worked on a couple of Habitat projects. Probably we all have. We've painted a wall or two and all those good things. They keep the low-skill stuff away from council. I don't know if you noticed that. We're not allowed to screw in anything or hammer anything. This is strictly, we're painters and that kind of thing. But many organizations come out. They help with flooring. They help hang curtain rods. Things like that and so on. So it broadens the community feel, and I think by extension, what Habitat for Humanity is awakening in many of us the critical nature of the housing shortages we face and the challenge for working families. Thank you, Councillor Cron, for reminding us of the identity of the applicants and so on. The challenge of working families around it. We have no policy per se in this matter, and we'll drive to come up with something that makes sense. But in the meantime, we do have an organization who I'm going to trust did their due diligence. I'm going to trust that Habitat for Humanity, if they lowered their offer by $18,000, is saying we can put that 18 into either another project or somehow mitigate the structure here to make it a little more palatable for families. I'm going to trust the due diligence of Habitat here in the $42,000. And that's and that is a different. I left the house this morning thinking this thing was tucked in bed, and it's not tucked in bed due to the wonderful counsel that I have had the opportunity to listen to. So I'm going to support the offer of 42,000. See where that goes. And we'll see what where that goes, we will. And obviously, option 5 is something that is required, and I think we can all get behind, and so on. I would say to other, nonprofits that this is a situation where housing raises its priority in the community. Housing needs to speak into a space. Every day we hear about housing in our country and how people are struggling, and so on. Here's an opportunity in a irregular sized lot. I don't know what Councillor Hyam described it as, materially something, deficient or something, and that kind of thing. But it'll be heaven for a couple of families, and it will be an opportunity for them, and so on. So we'll call the question, Council, on the amended motion of Councillor Hyam. And that carries. So thank you, Council, for that. We can move on now to option 5. Councillor Barnstable, go ahead.
I believe we still need to have a vote on the motion now as amended before we move to option 5.
I'll just go to City Clerk. Thank you, Councillor Barnstable. Thank you.
Through the mayor to members of council, that is correct. We now need to vote on it as amended.
Thank you. Perhaps Councillor Barnstable, the future may be here as as the chair, Councillor. All right, thank you. Councillor Weinches, did you wish to comment? Go ahead.
Thank you, colleagues, for your comments and your vote on the last motion. For me, certainly this is a difficult decision, and I do it from twofold. One being the financial lens and additional revenue with the sale of surplus land coming into city revenue, which is important during these times. And certainly addressing and acknowledging the important work that Habitat for Humanity does in providing affordable housing, as do other agencies in our community. I'll probably be the lone vote on this, and but I'm wearing my governance hat. And I've come to believe that, yes, sometimes we make decisions without policy over history. We did that with some of the community development grants. But learning that it comes sometimes fraught with the unfairness. And we live sometimes in a society, we are living in a society where people say rules for thee but not for me, or when they pick and choose when they want to. And for me, this is about policy. And I think that we'd be remiss without recognizing that. And I believe that the next resolution on the policy requirement will happen. But it does not provide the equity lens and the fairness to other interested groups who might be interested in this parcel of land. And for those reasons, I applaud Habitat for Humanity for their initiatives. I'm curious if they'll accept, I'm sure they'll be overjoyed that the 42,000 has been accepted. But what does that say to the other groups and interests in our community? So for those reasons, I'm going to be the lone wolf. I believe we need policy on this before we make decisions, because for me, that's good governance. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, is there any, Councillor Bruma?
Thank you very much, Mayor Johnson. As part of our initial discussions around this too, it also raises some of the housing enablers that the Housing and Homeless Integration Committee has talked about. And there are other properties in our community where these options might be available. And I think one of the drivers around this motion as well is for us to take a look at those enablers. We don't necessarily have a list of properties that would be available for other like projects that other organizations, when we have a policy in place, will be able to do those. Those enablers were put in place to address the housing crisis in many ways that we're facing. And I would hope that one of the logical steps from this can come out in terms of actually activating some of those enablers and seeing what options are available to council as well as our community.
Thank you, Council. I'll expand a little on my own view, and Councillor Weinches, thank you for using the word equity here. I think it's a good word, for sure. What led council in this way, certainly, was a 10-year piece, a parcel of land that hasn't moved in 10 years. There's been an incredible amount of opportunity here. The nature of the lot itself, the nature of the nonprofit itself, and so on. It is, in every respect, certainly a function of governance, without a doubt. However, there are times, and I think, as to reference a little bit of scripture, which of you, who had a donkey that fell down a well, you're not supposed to work. Policy says you're not supposed to work on the Sabbath. You're not supposed to work on the Sabbath. It's simple. But which of you who has a donkey that fell down the well would not pull him out on the Sabbath? And that's bottom line here, is policy is not bulletproof. It is not bulletproof. And it needs to be defensible. And I think it is defensible given the factors that we're dealing with today. So we'll call the question, Council, on the amended motion. And that passes. Council, thank you for that. I'll just check with City Clerk. City Clerk, do we have any further business to attend to? Of course. Option 5. Where was my head? Option 5, Council. Let's bring option 5 up as a separate resolution, and we'll ask for a mover and seconder. And that's moved by Councillor Jeffries, seconded by Councillor Weinches. Council, is there any comments on option 5? I think we've all had a go at it. So we will call the question. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, City Clerk.
Through the mayor to members of council, I believe you have dealt with everything on your agenda, excluding the public hearing at 5, but I'll look to Councillor Barnstable just in case.
All right. So, Council, we'll recess. We're not adjourning, of course. Councillor Cron, put your hand down. But we do recess now, Council, for our public hearing at 5, and we will see you then. Thank you. All right, everyone, we will call to order now, and thank you to the many members of the public that have turned out this evening. Certainly members of the media as well. We appreciate your attendance as well this evening at the public hearing, and members of administration. So, traditionally, what we do when we have a public hearing is we go over some of the process matters so that everybody can be informed of where things are, and that is what I'm going to do now. So we have one public hearing today, which is the electric utility MCC business plan, which proposes to establish a municipally controlled corporation, MCC, for the electric utility. Once again, welcome. I will tell you, in accordance with our procedure bylaw, you are allowed up to 5 minutes to address the room this evening. You'll be timed, and a 1-minute warning will be given when your time is running out. At the outset of your comments, please state and spell your name for the public record. Council is here to listen, and upon conclusion of your remarks, please remain at the podium or stay on the line. We do have people that contact us that way sometimes, in case members of council have follow-up questions for you. This is not your opportunity, however, to ask questions of council. I ask that council and speakers limit their comments to those factors that are relevant to council's deliberations on the proposed electric utility municipal controlled corporation business plan. If you stray from that, I will gently bring you back, and all those good things. Please note that if and when council recesses, and council has not made a decision on the matter, if we recess, will not be available during those recesses. Council will not be available to speak to members of the public during the recess. Now, typically, this wouldn't be an issue, but I'll mention also that our intention is to go to 9 p.m. this evening. We'll attempt to obviously hear from everyone that wishes to speak, obviously, but we will recess at 9 p.m. And we'll pick it up in the morning. We pick it up at 9:30 tomorrow morning for the conclusion of the matter. I will also say, again, given the wonderful turnout, that hand clapping or booing, as the case may be, is not a practice that the chair will take lightly. So please hold that to yourself and so on. And I would appreciate that. So here's how it happens. We're going to open with an administrative presentation this evening. When that concludes, council will have an opportunity to ask questions of administration. Then it will shift to the public. You will then be speaking. Council may have questions of you, may not have questions of you. Council will roll up your questions for administration and then ask them in the next part of the meeting. And then council will deliberate on the matter itself. There will be a formal closure of the public hearing, and then we'll deliberate on the matter. So welcome once again. Please be patient for the first presentation, which will be an administrative presentation. So thank you. All right, City Manager, take it away, and we'll have your comments, and then we'll get started.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome everybody to Council Chambers this evening. I have the honor of beginning the presentation and the opening comments this evening. Before we start into the process this evening, I want to acknowledge the weight of the decision this evening that we may all be feeling in this moment. It's a big decision for our city's future, small C city, as well as the big C city corporation. As admin, we feel the weight in wanting to make sure we provide you with all the information you've asked for, and we've anticipated some of the questions you may ask and providing you with information this evening as we go through the process. For those who have joined us this evening, you also feel invested in the decision enough to come out and present to council this evening, and thank you for that. As leaders, council, thank you for going on this journey and recognizing the need to change how we govern our electric utility. It's been a lot of learning and a lot of work. We started this journey because maintaining status quo is not an option. And we need to get moving on this change because it takes a year or more to implement. We need to go now so we can continue to meet the increasing electrical demands of our changing world, meet our customers' growing expectations, and the ever-changing legislation. As leaders, you've done a lot to responsibly prepare for this decision. You set principles early on as to what is important for our community in making this decision. You use these principles to weigh options on what to explore further without closing doors in our future, knowing we had to change, and you decided that the MCC option was the best to explore in meeting your principles that you set early on. You've had many information sessions and presentations from administration to get to this point today over the last 3 years. You have information from experts. We've had 2 consulting firms, legal firms, as well as administration. You have info now from the public, and you'll hear more this evening. This is one decision of many, many more to come. We are inching along in this journey. If you decide today to go to an MCC, many decisions still lay ahead with more learning, listening, adjusting, and inching along towards achieving the principles. There will be much more communication with our community. I want to be clear today that this does not close any doors on divestiture. An MCC, still owned and controlled by council, will disentangle the electrical utility from city operations and will only optimize the utility for our citizens if a future council decides that divestiture is a choice they want to make. I'm going to pass it over to our GM, Tidamore, to introduce the team and to say some opening comments.
Thank you. If I could just ask for the presentation to be brought up. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. I'm just next sliding, is that correct? Yes, thank you. Today we're here to talk about power, both in the literal sense of the electric utility that serves our city and in the broader sense of how we govern and grow that service into the future. The City of Red Deer's electric utility has served Red Deer for almost 100 years. It has provided reliable, local service rooted in accountability to our residents. It is a public asset we are proud of and one that we want to see thrive into the future. We'll begin by reviewing the path that led us here, including the strategic conversations and market realities that made it necessary to explore new governance models for the utility. Next, we'll introduce the municipally controlled corporation option. We'll explain what an MCC is, why this model was considered, and how it compares to the current structure. We'll then walk through the development of the business plan, which includes forecasts, service expectations, and community commitments. We will also speak to the potential impacts for this change for the city, for the utility, and for the ratepayers. We'll share about our open house process and how we work to inform and educate residents about the decision. And finally, we'll arrive at the public hearing scheduled for council today. But first, let's begin by looking back at how we arrived here. Next slide, please. Over the last 100 years, city administration has been successfully operating and advancing our electrical grid, a critical piece of municipal infrastructure. This means that the city owns and is responsible for the actual wires that connect residences and businesses. The EU department is responsible for building and maintaining this grid as it has evolved from what you see in this picture, which is Red Deer's first wood-fired powerhouse in 1926, to the successful utility we have today. Since inception in 1926, the EU has benefited the residents of Red Deer by contributing hundreds of millions in annual dividends while effectively managing costs within the revenues collected from the utility rates to ensure it continues to make only positive impacts to the city's finances. The EU deserves a wealth of recognition and credit for this work. As a department, while 99% of all other Alberta municipalities have chosen to go to MCCs or sell their electrical distribution assets to private corporations. The city now faces that choice, to remain in the electrical distribution business or get out of it. So with that commendable history of 100 years of service behind us, Council has been asked to determine what action should be taken to set up the next 100 years for the electrical distribution success. Next slide, please. Let's first talk about how our electric utility works today. The electric utility is governed right now by Council as a department of the city. Council approves the budget and provides strategic and operating direction to the utility. Council also acts as the regulator. The electric utility has 68 men and women working to maintain and advance our distribution infrastructure here in the city. At the direction of Council, the electric utility collects revenue from ratepayers and uses those revenues to provide reliable, responsive services. The City of Red Deer is typically well above average in the Canada-wide Index of Reliability, that we can say, statistically speaking, the power in Red Deer will be on for any given customer 99.99% of the time. And when it's not, the utility responds 24/7 to deal with whatever the problem might be. The utility pays a municipal consent and access fee around $8.9 million a year, which is revenue to the city for the utility to operate through or under municipal right-of-ways. And the utility contributes an annual dividend to the city, currently at $3.7 million a year. In short, the utility provides a reliable service to the community and a reliable source of income, or return on investment to the city. Next slide. And the energy sector is evolving very quickly. To remain a responsive, reliable service for Red Deerians, our electric utility must evolve with it. We must plan for and be able to fund the infrastructure investments that will be demanded through future growth and technological advances. Industry expectations are shifting quickly. Regulations are tightening, technologies are changing, and decisions need to be made faster with the utility's sustainability as one of the key principles in decision making. We need to show that we are a forward-thinking, competitive employer. And we want to make sure we're not just reacting to change, but positioning ourselves to lead in an evolving energy landscape. Many levers are available to Council as part of a modernization effort. And Council tasked administration to review governance as the first lever in preparing for the future. Next slide, please. Council identified 6 guiding principles to lead our modernization process. The first is reliable. The utility will provide high-quality, dependable power and service to customers. It has the capacity to provide resilient, secure services to respond to outages with minimal disruption or downtime. 2, responsive. It responds to customer needs. 3, affordable. The cost to provide electric service considers customer accessibility. 4, marketable. It contributes to economic development. 5, adaptable. It enables citizens to adapt to emerging opportunities. And finally, 6, financially beneficial. It provides a favorable revenue stream for the city. In 2022, Council directed administration to review the 6 governance principles and conduct a comprehensive analysis of all available governance options, with a recommendation to be made on the option that best aligns with these fundamental values for the utility. Over the past 2.5 years, administration has facilitated a structured process with the outcome of identifying the governance model and implementation strategy that most closely aligns with Council's established principles and values. At this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank those that have been immersed in this important process. First, our enterprise leadership team under the stewardship of the City Manager, Ludwig. Our project team, Jim Jorgensen, Tricia Hersina, Kate McBride-Staples, Shelley Massangelo, Jill Craig, Natasha Wirtanen, as well as our consultants, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, Paul Goranson, and Borden, Ladder, and Gervais LLP. I will turn it over to Tricia Hersina to go into the detail on what we've learned over the past 2 years.
Good evening, Council. As we often do, administration is going to start with a bit of a walkthrough of the process. Next slide, please. It's often difficult on the days where we have the big decisions to remember all the steps we took to get there. So tonight we thought we would walk just quickly through some of the steps to remind you. In this case, the recommendation before you today was built on direction and discovery provided over the past 3 years. We are working with Council's principles, your vision, your strategic direction, and your desire to have alignment amongst those things with your desires for outcomes for our utilities for our community. So the recommendation was never understood until recently where we would land. However, it was clear what the process was going to be from the get-go. We wanted to just take a quick minute to remind you of that. Next slide, please. The timeline shows careful, multi-year processes that brought us to today's public hearing. The conversation began in 2022 with a scoping study that looked at about 9 different governance options. The first step was about learning and asking the right questions to understand all the options. At this stage, the review narrowed the scope down to 3 governance options with which we talk about quite frequently today. That enabled the financial benefit of those 3 options. Those were the 3 that enabled us to still have a financial benefit as the owner, just as a reminder to Council. That was a key determinant of scoping down from 9 to 3. In 2003, we conducted a thorough business model review. This phase explored the benefits, the risks, long-term implications of the 3 options. The focus was on making sure we understood how each option would affect service quality, costs, responsiveness, and accountability to the community. This work was carried out by a team from Deloitte. In 2024, Council received a comprehensive governance study prepared by Deloitte. It evaluated the 3 options, which were keeping the utility as a city department, which you'll hear us today say Department Plus model, creating an MCC as an option, municipally controlled corporation, or divesting it, selling it entirely. Deloitte recommended at the time that the MCC model was the best fit for Council's values and strategic direction, offering greater flexibility while retaining full public ownership and control. In July, administration was directed to prepare a business plan and transition framework for an MCC. At that point, the investigation of an MCC was the sole direction given by Council, and that's why administration has been primarily focused on that task. That work continued through the fall, with Council ultimately approving funding to support further MCC development as part of the 2025 utilities budget. And now here we are in 2025. A dedicated project team has worked to refine the business case, incorporate community feedback, and bring back forward the proposal that we're considering today. Again, this has been a collaborative and deliberate journey with many of our experts from the industry, as well as a project team from administration. One that honors the history of public power in Red Deer while it prepares us for our future. Next slide, please. So this slide focuses on 2025 timelines. So as Council directed administration to take that next step and develop a detailed transition plan and business case, this focused solely on the MCC model. To do this, we engaged Ernst & Young to complete financial modeling and a full business plan. Their analysts confirmed that the MCC is not just viable, but it brings clear financial and non-financial advantages to the city, the utility, and the ratepayers. As part of that work, Council also received an independent estimate of the utilities market value, should it ever be sold. This estimate is confidential and was provided solely to support Council's understanding of all potential options. It's important for the public to understand that we arrived here today by accessing the expertise we required, by having secondary reviews of the work, additional levels of validation when we needed to confirm findings, and focus on alignment with a model that best serves Council's strategic directions, its values, principles, and its desired outcomes for the electric utility. Next slide, please. Council started this modernization process by considering the 3 governance options that would allow the city to receive some form of financial benefit. Those models were to continue to invest in the electric utility as a department, Department Plus, while making operational and infrastructure investments. The second one was to evolve the electric utility into an arm's length corporation, why we're here today for an MCC. And lastly, to sell the grid to a private company to own and operate by divesting. Council has previously received information on the advantages and opportunities of each model, as well as detailing of how each model's impacts the Council capacity and control over the services, and importantly, each model was also assessed according to its strength in fulfilling Council's utility principles. As mentioned in July of 2024, Council directed administration to further investigate the process of evolving the electric utility into an MCC. What has been important from the outset of this process is that Council has asked for the whole picture. This analysis was not just financial impacts of a change. This process has included considerations of Council's principles, of Council's capacity, of Council's control, and yes, of the financial ramifications of any changes. As we've spoken with community, there has been a lot of interest in what Council could do with the money from a sale. We'd like to remind Council that both a sale and a transition to an MCC will create the opportunity to release equity from the electric utility back to the community. There is financial benefit to both. It is simply structured differently. For general information, this chart shows a snapshot of some of the value proposition elements of the governance models that Council has considered. The darker the circle, the stronger the ability of the model to respond, pardon me, that was a good accent, to respond to the criteria listed along the left side. We want to note that while an estimated amount that the city would anticipate receiving for the sale of the electrical grid was provided to Council in May, our legal counsel advises that this information remain confidential to Council and that the complete financial picture of the MCC is detailed in the closed MCC business plan for Council, with less sensitive information being further shared in the public through the public business plan. Next slide, please. An MCC is a corporation that is owned by a municipality to provide specific services or functions that benefit the municipality and its residents while operating at arm's length from municipal administration. The model has been demonstrated to be a successful way for municipalities to own its utilities. The strongest example, of course, being the distribution services of EPCOR in Edmonton and ENMAX in Calgary. An MCC is a way to keep electricity public while creating more opportunities to plan for the future, support growth, and continue making decisions that benefit the community. The continued community ownership of the electric utility through an MCC model has many benefits, including strong governance and transparency. Creating an MCC is one way to meet Council's goals for utility services, keeping them reliable, responsive, affordable, marketable, adaptable, and financially beneficial. In the case of the electric utility, the benefits are the city remains in control, there's stronger oversight and expertise, there's stronger financial options, a stronger focus on service, more opportunities for innovation, and sustainability for future generations. Our colleagues from Ernst & Young will be providing more details on how an MCC model accomplished these goals in their presentation. Next slide, please. For a base understanding, here's some critical points about how an MCC would work. The city, again, retains full control as the sole shareholder. If the current service boundaries are maintained, then council would continue to retain control over rate setting. The MCC will have its own board of directors, who will be accountable to the shareholder as represented by council. This MCC will not be bound by the organizational practices of the city. The MCC will also have its own executive leadership to enable autonomy in operations. The electric utility will be able to operate with different financial options. At the same time, the city would still receive regular ongoing dividend payments from the MCC as they do now, because the city would be the sole shareholder. This also creates opportunity for special dividends. It can create opportunity for additional shared services contracts, as well as, of course, the franchise fee. The city would have a variety of mechanisms to control the utility while remaining removed from day-to-day operations, such as the unanimous shareholder agreement, which sets out the decision-making boundaries and reporting processes that they expect from the utility board. Next slide, please. The municipally controlled corporation structure is defined in legislation as a way for municipalities to provide essential services through a non-departmental model. The structure recognizes that the city and council structure is not always the best to operate these technical services. This is a model that has worked for other electric utilities and other utilities across Alberta. Two examples, of course, EPCOR and MMAX, and not everybody knows that those are MCCs. Both companies are municipally controlled corporations. They started out as municipal utilities and have grown substantially. Of course, when they started, they were small, and now they have multi-million-dollar businesses, some internationally, and certainly across multiple utilities. This is not what administration is saying will happen. However, it does demonstrate both the ability of the MCC model to deliver services and the opportunities that can come with a change in governance model. It may also be of interest to know that most of the other Alberta municipalities that own their utilities are also investigating their options in similar ways. And ironically, Medicine Hat has caught up to us and they're having the exact same conversation on the exact same timeline. Next slide, please. Once council directed the investigation of the MCC model, administration began the analysis process. This involved understanding the financial, operational, and structural changes that would take place with the formation of an MCC. Our colleagues at Ernst & Young were selected for this work through an RFP process and used their large network of expertise to understand the situation of the city and the implications of moving to an MCC. This work culminated in the creation of an MCC business plan, of which the public-facing version has been circulated online and at the EU Modernization Open Houses. The business plan is a legislated requirement for the creation of an MCC, ensuring that a municipality has done due diligence before deliberating the establishment of a new corporation. Both the work completed by Ernst & Young and the previous background work done by Deloitte affirmed that the MCC model would deliver enhanced value for the city, for ratepayers, and for the utility itself. These benefits would be realized along with ongoing financial returns to the city in the form of dividends, as the city would continue to be the single owner or single shareholder of the utility. Next slide, please. It's very important to start this slide by acknowledging that modernizing our utilities is going to cost money. Replacing infrastructure will need to happen regardless of which governance model the utility is operating in. The move to an MCC would have startup costs and an increased ongoing operational cost. The startup costs are what would be required for legal supports and to stand up the corporation and for costs related to IT and other services that would be needed to be acquired. The estimated $4.1 million has already been accounted for in rate-setting processes and is accounted for in our operational budget planning. The ongoing operating costs related to the services that a corporation would acquire, such as ongoing outside legal support and costs of a board structure. This $1.1 million would cost about 2% of rates. That's about 30 cents a month for the average resident. For this 30 cents, they would receive continued strong services, continued public ownership, and ongoing infrastructure investments to the grid. Over time, the revenue requirements, or the amount of money that needs to be collected by the utility, is very similar for the department model and the MCC model. This means that moving to an MCC model would not introduce undue additional costs to the ratepayers, but instead the move to an FCC model would require nearly the same revenue and have many benefits of being an arm's length corporation, such as the dedicated board, the access to expertise, and the ability to follow the leading financial practices of the sector. Next slide, please. Should the electric utility move to an MCC, the city will remain the owner and have high-level control as the rate approver and direction setter. Council will be able to set decision-making parameters and reporting requirements for the MCC. The community will continue to benefit from a community-owned utility that delivers reliable, responsive, affordable, marketable, adaptable, and financially beneficial power. At the same time, Council will be able to step back from the day-to-day operations of the utility as it begins to operate under a board of directors that Council has appointed. This will free up Council capacity while retaining the benefits of ownership for the community. As an MCC, the electric utility will benefit operationally, financially, and strategically. The separate legal entity will operate under an experienced board of directors appointed by Council according to the corporation's internal bylaws, also set by Council. A board of directors would allow the utility to be more responsive to rapidly changing regulatory environments and plan for and build out infrastructure budgets. As an MCC, the utility could follow industry best practices in accessing capital to invest in future-proofing the grid without impacting or being impacted by municipal debt limit set out in the MGA. For ratepayers, it is a reality that the cost of infrastructure to deliver electricity to homes and businesses will most likely increase over time as electrical needs and regulation shifts, regardless of which governance model is chosen. The electric utility has accounted for these changing needs in the operating budget planning. As an aside, the difference between ratepayers and taxpayers is significant and will be emphasized by this transition. It's very important for the community to have clarity that the electric utility ratepayers must have their business treated separately than taxpayers. Utility rates should be funding utility operations and not used to support tax-supported expenses for which they are not intended. The shift of the electric utility to an MCC solidifies this difference between ratepayers and taxpayers, all while maintaining public ownership of this essential service. This utility can still, however, provide their ownership, which in this case would be the city, with a dividend to continue to contribute to the city's bottom line and ultimately support offsetting tax base increases. Next slide, please. You may remember this graphic from earlier, and at this point I simply want to highlight that since about mid-March, the public hearing input has been available for folks to submit to. Then shortly after the business plan was made publicly available on May 22nd, the city started advertising education opportunities in the form of open houses. This was supported by an education and communications campaign aimed at helping our community learn about the electric utility business in Red Deer, and then evolved to highlighting how they could be involved in this process, ultimately informing tonight's decision. Next slide, please. Administration held 5 public open houses and 1 open house targeted for the business community in partnership with Red Deer Chamber of Commerce. Attendance at the sessions varied, with the strongest turnout at the Golden Circle. People who did come were really interested in the topic and asked great questions. There was a lot of curiosity. We heard questions from the public like, do other cities own their grid? Will the city be my new retailer, or do I still have a choice in my retailer? Will this cost me more? How would this affect the city's finances? How would the MCC affect a response time if I have an outage? Will the city still own the MCC, and does council still have some control? How much would the city get for the utility if they sold it, and did we even consider selling it? What is the growth potential for an MCC, and has any other city done this? Just to give everybody an idea of the types of conversations we had. The self-guided open houses were set up with an intention to educate on the project itself and how citizens could provide their input through the public hearing process. We had great conversations with those who attended, and many came with grand curiosity, which was welcomed. While we would have liked to see stronger attendance, we also remember that the electric grid and power distribution are complex technical topics, and that most don't think about this when things are going well. If they click on the switch and the lights are working, they're happy. Community members trust the experts to take care of the grid. That's why we have council. That's why we have subject matter experts. So the residents don't have to think about their power grid. And this is why the questions reside here at the council level and not at a community level as they do for many other things we do. This is a hard topic, and ultimately it will land on council to make a decision that is in the community's best interest. Next slide, please. So should council resolve today to move forward with an MCC model, that decision sets the stage for a new phase of work, one that remains grounded in transparency, community ownership, and good governance. This council will first establish many decisions about the new corporation and how those will be made. That could be setting up a standing committee or outlining how council will appoint and oversee major decisions. This step ensures that council remains connected and accountable as the sole shareholder on behalf of the community. Following the municipal election, the next council would then take on an important task of working with administration and legal counsel to develop the unanimous shareholder agreement and corporate bylaws. These documents will define how the new corporation will operate, how council's oversight is structured, and how public interest remains front and center. Council will also determine the scope and composition of the board of directors. The board will be responsible for the day-to-day governance of the utility, but always within the framework and expectations set by council for the community. Finally, with approval from the AUC, which is the Alberta Utilities Commission, electric distribution services can then officially transition from the city department into a new municipally controlled corporation. The utilities operations will continue uninterrupted. The customers will remain well served with their retailer of choice. In short, today's decision is not the final step. It's only the beginning of the next step for our electric utility in the next 100 years. One that has the potential to keep the utility in public hands while equipping us to meet the needs of tomorrow. Next slide, please. We've developed this little process decision chart to map us through the options, and we shared this today because we referenced a lot in dialogue with council, and we thought it was important to share this with the public. So I'll just walk you through really quickly. The diamond at the top was really the very first decision we asked and worked with council is, do we want to stay in the business or not? There's always an option off to your right to divest, but along the left side, there remains multiple choices. So again, you'll see the Department Plus model, the MCC model, and a consolidated MCC, which we're not chatting about today, but it's there. We also wanted to highlight that as you're working through those options, one can evolve to another. There's lots of connection there. And administration has been super clear with council that we have witnessed with neighbors not too far from here, that when you choose to divest, there is a finality to that, and it's not 100%. There is always the possibility that you could buy it back. However, the likelihood of the financial ability for a community to buy it back after it's been divested is very unlikely. So just to be as transparent as we can about that. With that being said, I'm going to ask for the next slide, and I'm also going to invite Mohammed Bahmani, from Ernst & Young to present the Ernst & Young slides. Sorry.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of Council, and residents of the City of Red Deer. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of the work we've been doing with the team at the City of Red Deer regarding the proposed transition of Red Deer's electric utility to a municipally controlled corporation. My name is Mohammed Bahmani. I'm a partner in EY's government and public sector team, and I lead our national and local government consulting practice. I'm joined today by my colleague Babak Agdei, a partner in our infrastructure advisory practice, who led our financial analysis work. Next slide, please. So this is, as you've heard many times today, this is a significant strategic initiative for the city. One that reflects the evolving landscape of the utility sector and the increasing need for responsiveness, financial sustainability, and service modernization. And we are proud to have been part of this initiative. Our scope of work was to work closely with staff at the city to assess the case for an MCC. This included conducting leading practice research into existing MCCs, engaging with council to provide advice on governance, strategy, and regulatory requirements, and detailed financial analysis. We also considered liability and risk to the city and to the utility, developed a high-level view of the operating structure of the new entity, and crafted a directional implementation roadmap. Today's presentation is to walk you through the strategic benefits of this transformation, the financial impact on the utility, the city, and you, the ratepayer, and a high-level view of implementation. Next slide, please. Through the course of our work with the City and Council, we identified a number of strategic benefits of moving the electric utility to an MCC. One of the key benefits of the MCC model is faster, more informed decision-making. A dedicated board of directors will bring more focused oversight and sector expertise, which in turn results in more agile and better quality decisions without the need to rely on municipal decision-making processes and timelines. The MCC also enables the installment of an independent executive team that will be empowered to act quickly on operational matters. The city will retain ownership, with council remaining as shareholder, providing oversight, ensuring local values and the city's long-term goals are reflected. The utility sector is quickly evolving, and the MCC model allows the organization to respond with greater speed and flexibility by optimizing operations and incorporating industry expertise that can lead to better service delivery and growth. With a dedicated board and executive team, decisions on operations and service delivery can be made more efficiently and with better alignment to the operational needs of the sector, including regulatory changes, adverse events, or changing customer expectations, while council can focus on performance. The model supports more strategic resource allocation, ensuring that investments such as workforce training or infrastructure upgrades are focused on where they'll have the most impact on service enhancement and can mitigate major risks, maintaining service continuity and customer trust. This leads to improved customer outcomes with more responsive maintenance, upgrades, and customer service improvements. Next slide, please. Building resource capacity. Electricity transmission and distribution are asset-intensive businesses, and there is rising complexity in the sector requiring deeper expertise and more flexible organizational models. An MCC enables the ability to be more competitive in hiring and retention of skilled talent by offering more flexibility in a commercial environment. By filling in staffing and capability gaps, and increasing the level of expertise at both the leadership and staff level, the MCC model can help improve operational effectiveness. This reinforces the ability to enhance decision-making and strengthen the organization. Red Deer's aging electricity infrastructure requires significant investment to maintain the reliability and efficiency of services into the future. And while the EU currently fares well by way of service reliability, pressures for maintaining the state of good repair of assets in the current financial and governance structure can put this at risk for future transitioning to an MCC. For the future, transitioning to an MCC enables better long-term strategic planning and targeted capital allocation. This model unlocks increased growth capacity by providing the flexibility needed to support the utility and Red Deer's future growth, be it infrastructure, economic development, services, and more. It allows for timely investment in modern grid solutions to meet the growing demand for electrification, evolving electricity consumption patterns, and building resiliency. It positions the electric utility to respond more effectively to expansion into potential new service areas and support the utility's ability to service growing parts of the city as development occurs. This shift allows the utility to not only position itself for growth, but also to act as a proactive partner in supporting the city's broader goals for innovation, sustainability, and growth. It creates capacity to explore or support new services such as high-speed internet, EV infrastructure, or energy efficiency offerings that benefit residents, supporting job creation and attracting new businesses. Next slide, please. One of the key benefits of the MCC model is improved access to capital, which supports the long-term infrastructure investment. The MCC can fund projects through debt, reducing reliance on reserves and easing pressure on the city's capital budget. The flexibility this provides impacts the city by freeing up pressure on capital budgets and maximizing the city's return through dividends. The utility by allowing for alternative sources of investment instead of reserves and makes better use of working capital. And you, the ratepayers, through more predictable rates by spreading costs over time, supporting fairness across generations and avoiding rate shocks. Let's get into greater detail now on the impact of each of those stakeholders. Next slide, please. As a new entity, there are clear benefits financially to the electric utility. Improved financial management. Public sector funding generally emphasizes the delivery of long-term and social benefits and operates within the constraints of government budgets and tax revenues. Transitioning away from this model will empower the electric utility to prioritize projects based on financial metrics such as return on investment and market viability, and aligning borrowing practices more closely with the specific demands of the energy sector as allowed by the Alberta Utilities Commission. The MCC is not bound by the more conservative municipal budgeting process, granting greater flexibility to respond more effectively to operational needs, capital project demands, and emerging market opportunities. And finally, the establishment and O&M cost considerations that was discussed earlier. The MCC has more control over costs and expenditures. The costs required to establish the MCC can be broken down into two categories that was discussed. There's those one-time setup costs to form a future state organization, and the necessary processes to support the MCC from its current state to the desired future state. The one-time cost is estimated at $4.1 million spread over 3 years. And then there's ongoing OM&A cost adjustment. As the electric utility department transitions into the MCC target state, the entity's cost structure must be aligned to support the future processes and objectives of the organization. We anticipate an additional $1.1 million will be required annually as a direct impact of transitioning to the MCC. That is for IT, legal, and other administrative costs. Next slide, please. Under the MCC model, the electric utilities capital program will be financed through a combination of debt and equity, targeting a structure that is aligned with industry practice and is more appropriate for the operation of a business of this nature. Transitioning the electric utility to an MCC signifies a fundamental shift in the governance of electric utility services and financing considerations for the city as the MCC's sole shareholder. Although the MCC will operate independently, it will remain a subsidiary of the city, and its operations will continue to impact the city's financial statements in the following areas. The MCC will qualify as a government business enterprise, removing existing property, plant, and equipment. As well, the electric utility-related debt will be eliminated from the balance sheet. As a result of the transition to the MCC structure, the city will no longer be able to record electricity rate revenues as income. Instead, the city will be presenting the MCC's net income and access fees as a separate item on the government's consolidated statement of operations. The city will record new shared services revenues if it continues to provide various administrative functions for the MCC, such as HR, communications, and finance functions like payroll, accounts payable, and accounts receivable. And finally, the dividend paid by the MCC will continue to be reflected in its statement of cash flows. Next slide, please. There are a number of other key impacts to the city, starting with borrowing capacity. In Alberta, the Municipal Government Act, or MGA, establishes a maximum debt limit for municipalities, which is calculated at 1.5 times its eligible consolidated revenue. As a result of the changes I just outlined in the previous slide, the city's overall debt utilization ratio experiences a modest increase using historical data. The city's actual debt utilization in 2024 was under 50%. In a scenario where the electric utility is an MCC, the debt utilization would increase marginally to 55%, which is well below the provincial borrowing limit and very far below the council's current conservative threshold of 75%. There's municipal consent and access fees, or the MCAF. Should an MCC be established, the MCAF would become a franchise fee. The presently existing MCAF can be collected up to 15% of total electric utility revenue. And that fee is governed by the Alberta Utilities Commission, which allows it to actually be up to 20%. There's regular dividends. As the MCC receives revenues from the ratepayers, the profits made by the MCC can be paid back to the shareholder as dividends. The MCC is expected to pay regular dividends to the city on an annual basis. The amount is the greater of $3.7 million, or 40% of utility net income. The MCC has the potential to pay special dividends to the city in the short term by fully funding the capital requirements more efficiently through debt to align the capital structure with the deemed structure used in the rate-making processes. The amount of special dividend varies year over year and depends on the investment decisions made by the MCC. However, up to 100% of MCC net income can be paid to the city as special dividends at the MCC's discretion. Service level agreement revenue. As mentioned earlier, this will change from an internal transfer that currently exists to a revenue for shared services that the MCC contracts the city to provide. The net reduction from the internal transfer would be up to $1 million, considering the 2024 amount of approximately $2 million. Realizing equity value. In the short term, as the electric utility transitions from a municipal department to an MCC, there is an opportunity for the city to receive more dividend payments. As the current capital structure of the organization is 10% debt and 90% equity, future investments in the electricity network will increasingly rely on debt financing. Equity will not be used to fund network investments until the desired capital structure is achieved. That resulting surplus recorded as equity can then be distributed to the city as a mixed form of regular and special dividend payments. So to be clear, what all this means is that moving the electric utility to an MCC will improve the financial viability of both the new entity and the city of Red Deer. Next slide, please. And finally, there are key impacts to you, the ratepayer. Regulatory oversight continuity. The regulatory regime for the MCC will remain unchanged for both transmission and distribution services. Under the current regulatory framework, transmission services are regulated by the AUC, and distribution services are economically regulated by Council. Both services are regulated under cost of service rate setting mechanisms. Therefore, the rate structure under the MCC scenario will remain unchanged. This means that the transition to an MCC model will not introduce significant alterations in the way that rates are determined, ensuring stability, predictability for both the electric utility and the customers being supported. An electric utility managed by a board of directors possessing both technical expertise and deep experience in electric utility operations will provide significant benefit to the end ratepayer. As mentioned earlier, this shift to a specialized governance structure is expected to lead to substantial improvements in financial performance and operational efficiency. This specialized governance will not only facilitate better planning and execution, but ratepayers can also expect enhanced service reliability and optimize electric utility spending in the long run, leading to a more resilient and responsive service. By establishing an MCC, a clear separation is created between ratepayers and taxpayers, facilitating a more transparent and accountable financial framework for the ratepayers, where their contributions are directly funneled into essential maintenance, upgrades, and improvements of the electric utilities infrastructure. And finally, the rate impact. Considering the capital expenditure and operating expense forecasts in 2024 and 2025, the total revenue requirements for the electric utility are expected to increase. The increase in revenue requirement is not due to transitioning to the MCC structure. Rather, it is driven by the requirement to modernize the electric utility operations. To be clear, this rate increase is consistent with the city's current forecast over a 5-year period, regardless of its ownership or governance model. Next slide, please. Today's hearing and any approval that comes with it is just the beginning of a journey for the City of Red Deer and the electric utility. Establishing a municipally controlled corporation doesn't happen overnight. And as outlined here, we would anticipate an approximately 18-month timeline to full implementation. The transition is structured into 3 stages, each with clear focus areas and projected timelines to ensure a smooth shift to the MCC without the significant disruptions to the city or the EU. Stage 1 sets the foundation for the transition by establishing the transition office, governance roles, and the initial plans to manage the change and transition. It also establishes ways of working. Stage 2 is where the detailed planning and preparation for transition will take place. This includes establishment of the governance structure we discussed earlier and the governance instruments, the development of the operating model which will guide staffing and IT system requirements, and planning and preparing the organization for change. Additionally, this is where preparation will take place for any regulatory and legislative approvals that are required. Stage 3 focuses on the execution of the transition, including the integration of systems, stabilizing operations, setting up reporting, and operationalizing plans and structures developed in Stage 2, as well as those final regulatory approvals. This stage is also considered a transitionary stage, as some services may be delivered as temporary services by the city through formal agreements referred to as transition services agreements. This is to prevent service disruption during the transition, allowing time for the MCC to ramp up and develop its own capabilities and enable a wind-down period for the city involvement in those services. Roughly speaking, it is anticipated that if Council resolves to proceed with an MCC, the MCC will be fully operational by the end of 2028. Those are all my comments for our presentation this evening, and I think we'll pass back to Trish. Thanks.
I do. Next slide, please. So in closing, Council, I will take this moment to remind you of some of the most important points that sometimes get lost in those very long presentations. The city owns very valuable assets. Those assets have benefited the city and our residents for almost 100 years. As the electrical industry evolves, cities across North America recognize Red Deer's enviable position of still owning and operating these valuable assets. This council is the most prepared and engaged to make this community legacy decision for our utilities that we've ever had the privilege to work with. There are many levers available to Council as part of the modernization effort, but Council tasked administration to review governance first. We want to reconfirm that the MCC governance model recommendation is the option that best aligns with council's values, our policy guidelines, and still maintains financial contribution benefits to its owners, our residents. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, members of administration, for sure, certainly expressing council's appreciation for the depth of research and information that you have brought. So for the public's benefit now, we will now open up questions of council for administration. So council, we will get you in the queue here for questions. I will say, council, our procedure bylaw is central to what we're doing tonight. So you may have several questions and so on. I think ask, if I might say, 2 or 3, let your colleagues see if they're picking off some on your list, rather than burn your time at the front end and have me knock your knuckles on speaking time and things like that. I'll just say that if you have a question that's not answered around the ring, then it'll come back to you, no problem at all. All right, I just wanted to say that in the interest of time. All right, I recognize Councillor Hyam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So my first question, and it came up a number of times in the citizen comments that we received, and it's this concept of performance-based regulation model versus cost of service model for rate setting. So could administration please comment on that? Because there's a quote on page 176 that says, cost of service model risks higher rates compared to performance-based regulation. So can you speak to what is sort of industry typical for the electric industry, the PBR or cost of service, and how are they different? What are the risks?
Let's get the mic. Thank you.
Through Mayor to Councillor Hyam. For the question period, we are going to lean our entire team we've got here, so I will ask Ernst & Young to come up. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll give a little bit of a background and then answer your question at the last part. Cost of service is the traditional regulatory model that's based on allowing the utility to recoup the normal day-to-day operating costs plus earning a return on the capital cost that's invested. The theoretical issue with the cost of service model is that the part that's a passover to the ratepayers are being approved and reviewed on an ongoing basis. There is no incentive for the company, for the utility company, to necessarily reduce it. So because this is a pass-through, then this link needs to be broken between what's being passed and the incentive for the reduction. So this traditionally has been in the industry for many years, but all the regulators almost in Canada and in other jurisdictions in Northern America has moved away from that.
Sorry,
the concept
away from
cost of service. The concept is that the regulator breaks the link between the OM&A costs and therefore asks the utility company to come up with a reduction in cost. And this is generally cost a performance-based rate-making process. I think what has to be noted in this process is the root cause of the shift from a cost of service to a performance-based or PBR. Most of the utility companies are being operated and run by private sector, I think, as the context. And the private sector has an inherent incentive to generate the return and so on. So the regulator, as the party who protects the ratepayer, looks at these incentives and then breaks this link. What is also needed to be considered here is, if the ownership of the asset is in the hands of a public sector, that inherent incentive in inflating the cost and so on and so forth is not there. So in theory and in concept, the cost of service does not provide incentive. That's a true statement. the PBR does provide the incentive, but the drivers of this economic force is different between public sector and private sector. So what we see in this business case is, because this asset is now in the hand of the public sector, this inherent incentive and the shift is not necessarily a driving factor that has to be considered. It's more prevalent in the private sector, and therefore the regulators are pushing towards that.
So when you examined MCCs that are still publicly controlled, what is the typical model? Is it cost of service or PBR?
It's hard to generalize the statement. The Alberta Utility Commission has moved away from a cost of service as a whole. But also, as we talked about in the business case, if it is an asset that's still owned by the council, it's being economy regulated by the council itself. So the AUC naturally is not there. So if you focus on the regulator, their business is more on the private sector side, and they are also 100% on the PBR model. But there are still other entities that are in public sector side that are not following that process.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to my next question then, and it is tied to, you might want to stay there. It is tied to the AUC and the rate setting. We had numerous questions or concerns around, that creating the MCC would be just smoke and mirror. I think it says, leaves the impression of creative accounting and sleight of hand. This is just sort of smoke and mirrors. The debt is the debt. We're just shifting it, etc. So can you speak to, do our current utility rates, are they based on a 60-40 debt equity structure set by sort of arranged by AUC?
It gets a bit technical. I'll try to explain that, but please cut me off if it's not clear.
Okay.
The rate setting is being done under a scenario which is called the deemed scenario. Okay. So when the rate is being set in this council and in all other jurisdictions, the rate setter assumes that the capital structure is following a certain number, let's say a 60-40 or 63-37. Based on that deemed structure, the cost of equity and the cost of debt is being calculated, and those will be flowing into the rates that are being collected from the ratepayers. So, in summary, what the ratepayer pays in a rate is assuming that the entity has 60% of the debt, and that has a cost, and it has 40% equity, and that generates a return. In reality, the actual financials can deviate from the deemed structure. And that is particularly happening at Red Deer. The actual financial structure that the entity has is substantially different compared to the 60-40. Actually, you have around 10% debt in your capital structure. But again, the ratepayer doesn't see that. The ratepayer only pays what is being structured as the deemed structure for the rate-making purposes.
Okay, so let me try this another way,
Yeah.
okay? Because the number one sort of concern that I've heard expressed to me is that we're going to, currently city has 90 to 10 equity to debt ratio. If you go to an MCC, that will likely move to a 60-40 debt to equity ratio. And then we're taking on all this extra debt. We're going to have to service it. It's just going to cost more. So can you just help me with this scenario? If an MCC were created and they take on debt to bring the MCC to that 60-40, but they did no infrastructure upgrades, they did no, they spent no money in that sense, would the rates remain constant? In other words, are our current rates structured for on that 60-40? So would it remain constant in the creation of an MCC if the debt were not actually spent? Does that make sense?
Let me rephrase that. If you suddenly assume at a flick of a switch, Red Deer has 60% debt and 40% equity today, and do the whole rate making process, the ratepayer will not see any difference. So from a ratepayer's perspective, the rates are not going to change because of your change in the structure. What you will see as the difference is the split between how much you pay out to your debt holders and how much you're going to earn in return, which then flows back to the city as a dividend.
Okay, but the model that's been presented is that the dividend, the regular dividend will remain the same, 3.7 million,
Right.
and that an MCC could produce a special dividend for 5 to 8 years on top of that.
That's right.
So I guess the question is, what about the servicing cost of debt? How is that calculated in if rates are not going to be affected by going to a MCC?
I think what is happening is a little bit different. The reason that the special dividend is payable is there is a need to invest in capital in future. So next year you have a capital plan that's around $30 million. If you continue doing what you're doing right now, you use the profits that's generated in the previous year and invest it next year without borrowing. So this profit in the organization is being shifted from year to the year and then invested back into the business. What we are saying is that because the debt is so low, you have the opportunity to fund that amount fully with debt. Therefore, the whole profit remains in the pot into the organization, and that can be paid back as a special dividend.
Okay, but then how is this servicing, the interest servicing of that 60% extra debt, how is that being serviced? How is it accounted for?
That's already in the rates. So let's not forget.
That's my point.
The rate is already assuming that there should be 60% there.
Right.
So they are paying it. You just channel it back to where it should go.
Okay, that's really what I was trying to get to, is that it's already built into the calculation of the rates we currently pay.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My next question is, let's see, I'm not going to ask them all as per the mayor's request. So I guess my final one for now, and I will turn the time over to my colleagues, is it was mentioned a couple of times the 4.1 million startup one time. And once it was said that it's already been accounted for in our current customer rates. And then in another slide presentation, it said it can be broken up into over 3 years. So can Edmund just comment on, has it been accounted for in the current rate structure and how?
Thank you for the question through Mayor to Councillor Hyam. As Council is well aware, on an annual basis, we do a 1-year operating budget and a 3-year operating budget plan. And so in the utility rate models, it goes out about 10 years that they actually build it out. And so as we started entering the modernization work for the utilities about 3 years ago, we were saving for it. We didn't know exactly what it was going to be, but we knew there needed to be investment. So there was a little bit of investment in the 24 budget, investment in 25 budget, and it was planned when we presented the 25 budget. We had forecasted rates, and in there was the remaining forecast for those costs already built into the 25, 26, and 27.
So that's just the 4.1 million, not the 1.1 ongoing operating.
Both were in there, I believe. I'm just going to double check. Both? Just give me 1 second. Sorry. Yes, it was also accommodated.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I do have several other questions, but I'm going to defer those until everyone else has had a chance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hyman. As I say, make sure that whatever's there is covered and so on. So thank you for that. I'll go to the queue. Councillor Derson.
Thank you, Mayor. In one sense, this is kind of like an investment portfolio. The city holds some assets. If you're a buy and hold seller, you hold it for a long term and you try to create value out of that investment. But when you're making that decision, you need to be well informed in terms of what the value is if you were to sell it. So my first questions are going to be based on that question. So it was said to us in the presentation that there was an independent valuation made on the value of that asset. What can you tell us about what the process was that was followed to obtain that valuation?
Apologies, I was just going to dip out. I will ask Ernst & Young to join me.
We did two different valuation models, or two different processes for valuation. A typical valuation process is the discounted cash flow model. So we look at the cash flows of the entity that is being generated under a rate-regulated model, and then those cash flows will be discounted back to you based on your cost of capital, cost of equity, cost of debt. So one set of valuation results is based on this discounted cash flow DCF model. This is more economic. This looks at the revenue generating potential of the asset, which as theory goes, asset doesn't have an inherent value. The value of the asset is what it can generate in revenue. So that's one set. The second set of valuation is based on the replacement cost of the asset. So that is disconnected from the revenue generating potential. It looks at if you want to build a transmission or distribution grid today with all the different components that it has, how much it's going to cost. So that's a bottom-up replacement cost estimate that is based on the current state of the asset, the current portfolio, the age of the asset, and so on and so forth. So we did both of these, and these two are different. They generated a range, and that range was presented, I think, in the business case.
Don't go. I'm going to come back to that question for administration, but I want to ask the next question for you.
Yeah.
One of the challenges I think we have for going to an MCC is, in balance, this MCC would be small scale compared to competitors. What is your experience? What did you look at across the country? Did you see any MCCs that were at this scale, and whether they were able to operate in a competitive environment?
If you look across Canada, different jurisdictions are running the electricity grids very differently. A couple of provinces running it as a wholly vertical utility. Some provinces like Alberta went a different route with the deregulation and everything. But if you look at it as the whole and as a balance, yes, particularly I think in somewhere like Ontario, there are so many of this size distribution companies that are currently under operation. They were broken from a vertically integrated company into a number of smaller ones. I think there are 60 odd of those currently in operation in Ontario. And there is consolidation happening there, but yeah, those are ongoing businesses that are profitable and sustainable.
Coming back to the valuation question, this is a question to admin. If council were to decide to say, let's take this out to the market to find out what the value is, does that obligate us to actually follow through with that, or can we still make the decision to retain an MCC at that point?
Through Mayor Johnson, I'm going to ask for our BLG, our big legal guys, to come and support that answer. We are prepared for that one.
Good evening, Council. It's by way of introduction, my name is Nav Dollywall. I'm with Borden Ladner Gervais. So to address the question, there's various different ways in which you can obtain valuation when you go through a process. There's requests for information, in which case you can open up a process where you can request indicative expressions of interest from potential buyers. Generally speaking, in that type of a process, because you're not going to be disclosing the full suite of confidential information to those buyers, what you'll get is an expression of interest of how a transaction would be structured, and if those buyers would be interested in pursuing a formal process. It would be atypical in the process like that for them to pin down a price, because they wouldn't be privy to the full suite of information. You can run through a full suite of a process, but I would suggest that if the counterparties don't believe that there is a prize at the end of that process, the value of the information is not going to be as rigorous and as tested and as competitive as if it was a formal bid process where you open up a data room, have everybody enter into a non-disclosure agreement, they're able to review the materials, and then submit formalized bids, and then you compare apples to apples. Because in a process like this, one of the metrics for sure will be an economic metric on what the value of the divestiture is. The other part of this is can the buyer perform the service adequately, and are they able to provide the utility service in a way that's satisfactory to the city and allow for appropriate controls that the city may or may not want to maintain even through a divestiture.
Okay, thank you. My colleagues may want to pursue that. I'm going to move to my next question. So if we don't approve an MCC and we remain in a department, what are the risks for us to, what are the risks to the city to remain as a department?
Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Dirksen, I think the biggest risk that is most commonly understood right now would be related to our financial ability to, as a city, to fully fund our capital planning requirements, not just for the electric utility, for all our utilities as well as our tax-funded capital requirements. So funding is tight and our investment needs are high, and so that is, I think, our biggest reality. In addition to that, meeting our regulatory requirements that are continuously changing. Not that we can't do that, it just requires investment, so we just need to be very aware of that. And the rest of it, we would probably be coming forward to council with some other targeted shifts that we would want to see.
Thank you. One more question, Mayor, on a more technical note, or based on the material. On page 118 of our agenda, there's a chart there. I think it was also on one of your slides. So that chart to me says that retaining the utility business in the department is more costly to run than in an MCC. But all the way along we're being told there's going to be incremental costs of 1.1 million. So I'm trying to reconcile those two, reconcile the chart to the comments about the increase in cost.
I'm going to give this a try and I might have to ask for help. Somebody will nod at me. However, the chart itself, really what it is trying to communicate is that we end up in a very similar spot. The differences between the way the funding is allocated on an annual basis is really has to do with rate smoothing and how we get there. So we might have had a little bit more investment according to the city business plan versus an MCC forecast, which, keep in mind, I believe it was Ernst & Young that did the MCC forecast. So we did them independently and then brought them together to show you that we are very closely aligned. So there is some nuances there, and I'm just going to double check with the team to make sure I'm not missing anything. I got the thumbs up.
Thumbs up? Okay. Well, I think, so from my point of view, because we're told there's the upfront cost of 4.1, then the incremental cost of 1.1, and then I see a chart that says it's actually going to cost me more in the city. I think it can be confusing. So your main message is, at the end of the day, it's probably typically closely aligned.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll close my questions at this point and turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Dirksen. Councillor Dirksen, and for the benefit of council, on that first question or second question that you asked, City Clerk and I met this morning around those issues that you brought up. So I'm going to allow the full public hearing, to run its course and then I will lean on the expertise of the city clerk to help us. Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Barnstable.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Councillor Dirksen asked a number of questions that I had similarly written down here. Obviously, thank you for the presentation. It's a snippet of what we've been receiving for the last 3 years and good reminders in there. Hopefully that does answer some of the questions the public had. I'm seeing in the report there's many that I kind of want to try and address, and hopefully some will speak and then we can address it afterwards as well. But my first question is, obviously in this presentation we're really selling the MCC, the idea of it. We're showcasing the positives of it. But in any situation, there's pros and cons. So what would be some of the negatives to having to going the route of MCC? It can't just all be good news. There has to be some negatives that come along with if we were to go an MCC route. And I was wondering if you could share some of those as well.
Through Councillor Johnson to Councillor Barnstable, I hope I don't disappoint you, but there isn't a lot of them. So I want to just be super clear, though, that the intention is not to sell anyone on anything except build confidence in the process. So our role as administration was to seek out those utility guiding principles from council, which we were able to do early on, and then do that analysis in a really rigorous way to find the appropriate governance model that best served those principles, our strategic direction, our Vision 2050, and that's what administration was trying to do today, was to ensure that we have looked at it. There is some cost if there's going to be a conversation. However, what we didn't talk about today was the cost of not doing that. And so the cost of investing in modernization would show up in very similar numbers, and to just make sure that that's balanced in folks' minds as well.
And thank you for that. Sorry, sell might have been the wrong choice of words. But in saying that, I know Councillor Dirksen asked about the risk. The other question I had written down, maybe you can answer it in a different way. Why now? Why now, if we've gone down this road, why now is all of a sudden Department Plus, which is a model we've carried for a number of years, why now is it no longer sustainable?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Barnstable. Urgency is an important part of our conversation, and many of the folks that are sitting to the left of me here would tell you that they've been having this conversation at different levels for 10, 20 years, depending on who I ask back there. So timing is everything. Our financial situation and realities of the city, they've been challenged since, well, for a number of years, but COVID certainly didn't help either. And so we are challenged with our reserves. We are challenged with aging infrastructure. We're excited about the growth in our city and the new opportunities, and that comes with the need to support infrastructure as well. Changing demands, I would say, are contributing to urgency. So whether that's the actual electrification of the world at the moment, whether it's growth, whether it's, we joke around and say any one of us has 5 devices that need to be charged when we go to bed at night, and there's lots of other contributing factors to that. So meeting demands, changing regulations, the pressures of that, public expectation and accountability, I would say, has grown in the last number of years, and our financial challenges in summary.
Thank you for that. And I think this will be my last question. We'll see if some arise. But the whole divestiture piece, Councillor Dirksen, I said, asked similar questions that I had. But maybe, and it's the same thing reading through the public comments, maybe someone can elaborate. Why haven't we been able to provide more info to the public or disclose more as to why that hasn't been explored, or there's more details in that, or the evaluation, the number can't be shared of what why can't, is that not available to the public? Why can't we go down that road a little further? Just so for their understanding, because we've had a number of conversations as council to work through that, but some can be disclosed, some can't. So maybe just an explanation to the public and ones that are concerned that they haven't seen more about that.
Sure. I will ask Mohammed to join me up here to give some high level. I will also just take a quick moment to share with council that we do have additional information that would be more appropriate to be shared and closed at a different point in time if that was the desire of council, but we'll do our best to share high level right now.
I'm answering on behalf of Mohammed. I think the question on why more is not being shared, we are financial advisors, we build models. Our models is based on a set of assumptions that is shared with us. First thing is that we treat those assumptions as confidential. There are commercially sensitive information that's being shared with us, and we typically do not share that outside of the party that's allowing us to use that information. So partly is that these are sensitive business information that's there. The second reason for that is this is based on a set of assumptions that we are making based on what you shared with us. A third party that comes for acquiring your business have their own set of assumptions. We are doing the valuation based on your cost of capital. A third party is going to do the valuation based on their own cost of capital, their borrowing capacity, their expectation on equity. So these things are varied significantly from party to party. And therefore, the ranges that we produce based on what you share with us may significantly different based on another party's expectation of the business and expectation of the return. I just answered the previous question on different valuation techniques. We are making the assumption on your rate base, on the current rate base that sits on your books. When the asset is being transferred, and this asset is being transferred to another book of business, all the things around the rate base will also go into be different. And then that business may justify, the acquirer may justify a lower or higher premium based on what they can absorb, based on their expectation of the regulator on their response and so on. So all to say, these assumptions are specific to you. Therefore, I don't think it's applicable to any other party. If you go towards the route of divestiture and valuation towards that, you need to share your information and negotiate with that party. So two parties come to an agreement on what is the right number. But that doesn't exist right now, therefore we do not recommend sharing that.
Thank you for that. It's a very complicated file, and you can read the frustration in the emails and some of the comments in there, and it's difficult when you want to be able to share that information and walk down that, but we'll get some great information from the public tonight as well. So thank you. I'll leave my question to that, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Who do I have in the queue here? Councillor Bruma.
Thank you very much, Mayor Johnson. I'm just going to the risk register, which starts on page 120 of our agenda. And that one is specific to the MCC. I'm just wondering, in terms of the risk register, if it were to maintain as, or I guess in terms of other potential outcomes of that, in terms of whether it's divested or whether it's internal. The other thing, this one speaks specifically to the, as the MCC, but again, if it were to be retained, how does that risk register change?
Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Bruma, there isn't a ton of changes. However, there would be a few. Specifically, I'm thinking about like the credit rating change that's specific to the MCC versus the city. That would be an obvious one. And some of the contractual elements, how we deal with shared services and third parties, those would shift. But the big ones are very similar.
And then in regards to some of the discussions on infrastructure and kind of the future state, is there a way of assessing the risks that go along with some of the needs for enhancing infrastructure and even the risks with the future state of it being as an MCC?
I'm going to come at that one from a generic answer, and if we need more details, I can. Just kidding. There we go. Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Bruma, our enterprise-wide need for additional asset management planning is what you're getting at there. And so we have very inconsistent elements of that happening. Our utilities does have a really good handle on that asset. And so, yes, there's risk elements that are evaluated with that. They know the lifespan of their asset. They're dealing with that on an ongoing basis, but even further development would be one of those things that we flag for the modernization of the utility, regardless of the model that's chosen.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bruma. Go to Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. And I'll just ask one question in context of some of the other councillors' questions this evening. So we began this journey around 2022, looking at it. So how are we doing in terms of tracking? So what I mean is we would have made initial assumptions back then. Now we've had time to look and see how that's progressing. Are those assumptions becoming real, whether it's capital, infrastructure, rate setting, all those sorts of things. So in the contents of why now, that was the question I think that was asked earlier, why now in MCC? We've had a little bit of time, 3 years, and in the big scheme of things, I don't think it's a lot. But are we tracking in the right direction? Is that business case and model, has it changed in any way that you would change recommendations coming to us?
Thank you for the opportunity, Councillor Lee. Through Mayor Johnston, we have started with some instincts is the word I would use. I wouldn't even have gone to assumptions yet. They were instincts and experiences. And for the most part, what we've learned is that we're not alone, unfortunately, and that municipalities are being challenged with very similar challenges across the board. So where we've struggled with recruitment, for example, we've continued to struggle. Retention is challenging in municipalities when private sector is thriving and growing. Things like we talked about, Manager Jorgensen and I were chatting about what are those experiences that stand out for us, and sometimes it's about the experience of even just enabling project start times. We have quite cyclical processes, and we try and honor those in our enterprise business planning cycles in our organization. However, there's a lot of dependency that's external, so grants in and out and start and stop and the capital restrictions. So what I would say is that we've learned substantially. Our experiences, though, have not necessarily shifted to anything better. We would certainly be similar as where we started. The one thing I would highlight, though, is as we learned a lot about our own capabilities as an organization, and specifically for the department, we started implementing those learnings immediately. And so that has been a really great opportunity for us to have external eyes here supporting us, saying, have you thought of this? Have you tried this? Have you grouped things like this? And so as things like, I'm going to use our human resource opportunities, as a vacancy may come up, we don't automatically replace it with the exact same thing. The leaders in that department will evaluate according to our capabilities and according to our desired future state. Is there a more appropriate, higher needs position that needs to be utilized or filled? So we've incorporated those things to try and apply those learnings as soon as we can.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Wenches, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, for your questions. Mine, too, is about the learnings, and Council did not deliberately attend the public hearings, so we were all able to receive the same information. But based upon what you've heard at the public hearings, and even from some of the submissions that have been sent that we're reading, would you change any recommendation from the MCC or anything to add?
Great question.
Based upon what we're hearing from citizens. And then I have a follow-up question to that.
Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Wenches, I don't believe we would change anything. I do believe we recognized the gap in understanding quite vividly, probably more so maybe that we even anticipated. Perhaps we would have done, I'm not sure, double the education, things like that. Those are reflections, certainly. Or maybe we are doing those education about our services regardless of projects and efforts like this going on. There's a ton of learning that happened in those conversations. It was absolutely lovely having the citizens come out and chat. We got to know them as much as they got to know us. But it was sometimes surprising how how far the gap was in expectations and understanding of how the business currently runs. So that is probably my biggest takeaway, and I don't know that that results in a different recommendation. I'm just going to look at the team. Nobody's giving me any alternates, but it's definitely a learning from the process.
Thank you. And so when I was reading the comments that were provided, and I also sometimes go on social media and read comments that are made, and they're made on maybe misunderstandings or not enough information or, as you say, gaps. So to me, it's bringing the community along with us. The weight is heavy on this decision for us. So bringing the community along with us is important, responding to their issues and concerns, one, most importantly, about reliability and affordability. My question is, and it goes to Councillor Barnstaple's question about the why now and the impact of delaying. And I ask that question very guardedly because I look at all the experience that we've gained. I think one of my colleague councillors says, I think I've got a degree in it. Well, maybe not the master degree, but of all the understanding about electrical utility to lose that versus delaying it as we maybe bring the community along with us. Would we gain anything with that, and what would we lose if we were to delay it? So comments from you or others. Thank you.
Through the mayor, that is a great question, Councillor Weinchis. And while a decision will be made, whatever way, after this process is complete in the next 24 hours here, I think based on Tricia's learning, we need to continue to bring our community along with us. And there'll be many, many more decisions that are going to be made. And no matter what that decision is, we need to continue to explain to our citizens why the lights come on and how that happens and what your government's role is in that. When I look at council and the number of presentations that you've had, it is countless hours of learning. And when we are speaking in the presentation about the capacity of a council to be able to manage and run a utility, your jobs are getting more complex and more difficult every term. And we need to create that capacity for the learning through that board of directors, and then this council looks after the performance of that board of directors and that MCC, and that's one of those benefits. Council Manager Hersenia said in the beginning, this was the council who got invested and who had the patience and the expertise and the time and the want to have this conversation. And I feel this was the time to have it. I don't know if the next council will have that interest, but there is urgency to do this now. We will fall further behind on our aging infrastructure, and our customers' demands are only getting higher and higher. And so we need to make this decision now with being cautious and understanding that we're not closing any doors for a new council who wants to come in and put their stamp on that shareholder agreement. But I do believe this is the council to make that decision on how we go to those next set of decisions.
Thank you, City Manager. And Mayor, I have some questions about some of the submissions that have been made. Do I wait until those individuals perhaps present and then ask those questions then?
I think so. There's a section, as you know, Councillor Weich's, where we roll up the comments of the public or questions for administration. That's a separate piece, so I would say...
Okay. Thank you. Mayor. Thank you. I look forward to hearing from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for that. Councillor, are there any further questions? Councillor Hyam, I'll ask a few of my own, and perhaps I'll accuse you of stealing my homework or what. I'm not sure, but we'll find out. And then I'll go back to you to make sure that you're resolved. So I didn't... most of my questions are around the theme. City Manager just spoke to it, and that is, as I understand it, when we started down this road, one of the motivators was the capacity of council to continue to provide expertise in a rapidly evolving scenario and so on. That was certainly one of the compelling reasons. So I'm trying to align particularly on page 108, there's a numerous references to council appointing directors, to a council putting together the shareholder agreement, to council monitoring performance and ensuring performance. And then there's the reality of the competence of council and the reality of the election cycle that comes back into the governance picture, and so on. So I would love some commentary on the role of council as it relates to their ability to provide oversight in changing election cycles or in current levels of expertise to do that.
Thank you, Mayor Johnston. I'll kick it off, and then Mohammed may jump up here and help me. And I'm not going to address everything he said, because that would be awkward. However, the truth is we jokingly as administration say, you know, we depend on our council for direction, decision, and on any given day, and many folks have heard us say this, you can be talking about chicken bylaws and taxis and social planning and utilities, and that's challenging. And so we recognize that and that expertise requirement. And so we did do some early conversations around what are those needs and what are those first next steps for council involvement in setting this up in a good way. Of course, we have no control over who will be sitting around the horseshoe at the next post-election. However, we believe that there will be desire to still continue to support our community in the best way possible, and there's going to be a large education if it's new faces. So I will just pause there and ask Mo to join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Which would have seen in the business plan is council's role specifically in this new governance structure would be as the shareholder, right? And so what you would do as shareholder is you would be able to provide the directions of the things that you expect to see happening from that oversight position to the board, and that's how you would exert your influence on what happens on the MCC. Right now, you do that. But you also have to get involved in the operational decisions. You have to get involved in hiring and all those other strategic decisions on things that you might not know the technical information on, right? And so what this allows you to do is to focus on your stewardship for the city, right, and your role as an owner of that business, and provide and allow for people that know how to run an electric utility, who have that skills matrix, shall we say, or there'll be a skills matrix for that board to actually make those day-to-day operational decisions. So you set what you want to see, what the outcome you're expecting, and you're charging that board of directors who are probably better positioned to be able to deliver on those expectations with your instructions. And there's those governance tools that we talk about, the unanimous shareholder agreement. You're still the economic regulator, right? So the rate setting would still happen by council. So those levels of influence would actually happen. But that's how it opens up your capacity to focus on things related to the city, related to service delivery and citizens, which is your expertise and why you're elected, as opposed to those detailed issues around managing a utility.
So just to test my own understanding of that, Mo, it's not unlike attending an annual general meeting of, God forbid, the Bank of Montreal. Councillor Dirksen will get that. But I'm attending the annual general meeting of the Bank of Montreal as its sole shareholder.
Correct.
And my expectation to the Bank of Montreal's executive is to deliver value, is to keep operating costs, et cetera, et cetera. So in other words, to sustain my investment, and then I walk away with a vote of confidence or not as a shareholder. Would that be fair to say?
That's fair to say. And look, you wouldn't necessarily, in that case, you wouldn't necessarily be going to the executive. You're going to the board, right? And that's what you'd be doing here. You'd be telling the board what your expectations are, and they make those decisions that go to the executive team. So that's exactly it. Whereas Bank of Montreal will have millions of shareholders, this company will have one. It'll be council representing the citizens of Red Deer.
Very good.
President.
All right. The other question I had comes down to there's references on page 113, but more direct references. Councillor Bruma spoke to the risk, I believe, chart or words to that effect on page 120. So on page 120, I believe it's called risk category. Yeah. So on the financial side of that risk register, I think Councillor Bruma called it. Being an old banker, or I should say former banker, it's better. I'm looking for some insight on the credit rating that you think this MCC would have as it stands in front of, if you will, a lender or an investment bank or whatever the case may be. So my assumptions, and you can certainly speak to this, is we have a startup MCC. It hasn't been in business for a day. It has a strong balance sheet. There's plenty of assets, lots of cash flow, all of those things, but it hasn't operated for a single day. It has a debt equity ratio that is 1090 now, or part thereof. And I'm applying to Scotiabank in this case, Councillor Dirksen, for $40 to $50 million of capital upgrades, and I'm not in business for a day yet. So just some commentary on how the lending sector would look at a startup of this side. And it's a fairly small player, I would say. I think Councillor Dirksen or someone compared it to the NMAXs and EPCOR. So just some commentary, that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Mayor Johnston,
That's
sorry.
the second time
Flashback.
that.
Did I?
Former manager Hersina, that is...
Fair game. What I was going to say is I'm sure Babak can't wait to get up here and answer you, so I will ask for some help.
Mayor, it would be hard to say really what the rating is, but I can talk about the criteria that impacts the rating. So it starts with the shareholder, it starts with the city and your credit rating, whatever that is. So the process that they do is they start with the base and they put a kind of a premium on the risk that the MCC is introducing in the process. And there are different layers to this premium. One layer is around the revenues. So the biggest factor that the credit rating agency would look at is what is backing up this borrowing. So the borrowing is there, it has to be invested, and then you rely on the revenues to service the debt. So the biggest question for them is how secure the revenues are. And knowing that this is a monopoly, this is a monopolistic business, your revenues are almost guaranteed. So at the highest level possible, the security behind servicing the debt is there for the lender in the electricity sector in general, in the distribution transmission sector. And then they go to different layers of that. The revenue side is okay. Then they look at some of the levers that can impact the revenue. One of the levers that they look at, for example, is how the political cycle is impacting the revenue generating process. So an entity that's fully arm's length, an entity that's fully detached from the owner as the city and has no influence directly from the city, has in the credit rating criteria has more weight. It will be rated much higher than a system that's easily influenced by the city in terms of, for example, how the rates can be calculated. If you directly put a cap on the rates, you are overriding that monopolistic power that the MCC has, and it's being negatively seen. So the independent board, the level of authority that the MCC has, the level of impact that the council exerts on its entity, all of them are negatively impacting the credit rating in their perspective. I think the other lever that they look at is, to your point, the starting position, the starting financial position. So the entity is not over leveraged. We are starting at a very, very, very strong point. So again, they don't see that as a risk to how the debt will be serviced. I think all of that, there is a range, depending on what credit rating entity is looking at it. But the range from, I would say, AAA to going down on the A minus and maybe BBB, depending on all of these factors, that could be on the higher end or the lower end. But your starting position probably position you on the top end of the range, if the board and if the governance structure is fully independent. I would add one more thing. You asked the question that if you go, for example, to Scotiabank and want to borrow something, what would happen? I think this might be too small of an investment that needs directly borrowing from a bank and capital markets. But what usually happens is the entities of your size, they do not borrow on each of the investments. They typically bundle the investments to make it a bigger borrowing amount, and then they use the borrowing over time. So there are bridges and there are gaps. For example, you can sustain the investment over a shorter period of time by a revolver credit facility. So that revolver pays that, and when it hits a certain amount that's big enough for capital market, then usually you go to the capital market and borrow. So all to say, yeah, it is small, but there are ways to manage the size of the borrowing so that you can get a positive feedback from the market.
Thank you. I certainly would. I'm comforted by that. My associated concern here, as I press in on the credit rating and the startup side, is whether a city's guarantee would be required to backstop the MCC.
That's actually a parameter that the rating agencies look at. So what they look at is, in a worst case scenario, if the entity is not able to service the debt, what happens? And typically the expectation is that the shareholder is going to guarantee and back that payment for servicing the debt. So inherently, being the sole shareholder, the expectation is that the city is going to back. If the MCC defaults on the debt service payment, the city is expected to cover that. But I think that is linked to the question of the capital structure and the debt to equity ratio. The 60-40 is an optimized ratio that most of the regulators and the market sees as something that's safe. If for whatever reason, as I mentioned, there is the deemed and the actual, as you go through different cycles, you deviate from this 60-40. It goes up and down. As long as it's not too far off from the 60, if it's not 70, 80, 85, that kind of an expectation for the shareholder to jump in is really not important. The thing is that the entity is strong enough, the equity thickness is there to support, therefore the sole shareholder doesn't need to jump back in.
And I'm talking to myself here as if I'm talking to the chair. You know, Mr. Chair, I only have one question left, but I'm just signaling that I do. So in these MCCs, which are mature now, NMAX, EPCOR, those are mature MCCs. Some of the list, some of them may not be as mature. Perhaps some are more mature. I just aren't familiar with them all. Did those entities start with a guarantee of the city, or did they start out as independent on their own?
I cannot answer that question. I don't know exactly how they managed it up front, but I know particularly for EPCOR is that EPCOR started with a very different structure compared to what they are today. Their governance structure was very different when they started it. They had, for example, board representation and a lot of influence from the city, and over time, they shifted away from the city to a more independent party. I think this kind of evolvement in the governance structure is also being reflected into the financial position of the entity as well. When the influence and the ownership and presence of the board is there, naturally there is more expectation for the city to back it up. And when they transition and become more independent and distant from the city, then that backing naturally falls off and the entity becomes stronger on the financial terms.
Is it reasonable to assume that in the early stages, the ask of a guarantee would be more likely?
It would be very hard for me to answer that question, but I think, again, with your starting position of 10% debt and 90% equity, I do not think that would be required, because this entity on its own has a lot of financial capacity to absorb the debt service payments.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for that. Councillor Wenches, how did we do? Probably didn't do so well, but we're getting there. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Wenches, I actually see distress there, right? Not curiosity, I see distress. Council, I'm mindful of the time, and we've been in a couple of hours now. And so we'll call, and for members of the public as well, washroom facilities are on the floor here and so forth. We will take a 10-minute recess and come back at 10 after 7. informed that council has no further questions at this point in time, which enables us now to shift in.
Mayor, if I may, I'm not sure you have quorum.
Oh, sorry. I thought they were the bad ones were over in this corner and they drift over here. We need quorum, City Clerk. That would be helpful. I see Councillor Dirksen and okay, here they are. So, Councillor Bruma, I think you were you smoking on the playground again? Is that what you were doing? With your buds, yeah, with your buds, and all those things. So this is the part, everyone, now where we will shift into the actual public hearing itself. As I said earlier, when you come to the podium, please state your name for the record and spell your name for the record, you will have 5 minutes to speak. We'll give you a minute warning, and so on and so on. Council may have questions of you, so remain at the podium, as I say, but it's not your role to ask questions of council. Before we started, or as we started this evening, I have a list of speakers here. However, this does not preclude you, if you haven't signed here, from speaking if you wish. This was a moment in time, if you will. And I'll call members from this list, and then I'll call if there are others that wish to speak, and that will be your time. So let's get started, and I will call up Margaret Day, please. This mic here, Mrs. Day. Yes, thank you.
My name is Margaret Day, D-A-Y, not D-E-Y, but D-A-Y. I think some very interesting information. I gained a lot from the session at the Golden Circle, and it just happened to stay on after lunch to listen to what had to be said, and we had a very nice young lady called Kate come and talk to us. And was most enlightening. And there were just two of us at the table, and the other lady, her husband, had been an engineer with the ELNTP department, and of course my husband worked at the city for a few years. I think it's very important that the city retains this utility. One of the reasons being, I mean, when you have a power outage and you phone and you speak to somebody and they say, oh yes, we'll get on with that right away. And they do, as do the roads department. You privatize it, nationalize it, or whatever you want to call it. Big bird comes along and eats little bird. Another bigger bird comes along and eats big bird, little bird, and all the birds in between. Their service is not brilliant. And you just have to look at what's happened to some of the things like Shaw and Rogers, TELUS, and all the other things that have been bought out. And they're purely for profit. They have no concern whatsoever about their clients, their customers, or whatever you like to call them. And I think whatever it takes, you have to try to do it to retain this utility for the city and for its citizens. So anyway, that's basically what I have to say. I'm in support of what they're trying to do with MCC, and just get on and do it. And I know that there is a private enterprise that is interested. They will give you some money for it, and when you've spent that money, you've spent it, and you have no more coming in. The ELNP has always been a profitable, I think, as my understanding, it has always been a profitable enterprise. And why would you do away with it? Just why? Anyway, that's my comments.
Oh, sorry. It's always a treat to have you with us. So for that reason alone, we need to keep you with us. Council, do you have any questions about this today?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you, Mrs. Day. And for those members of the public, Mrs. Day's husband and ministry, the Amherst City Fabric, and
He might be turning in his grave at the moment.
Thank you for reminding us of the Roth of next day, Mark. All right. Next we have Claude Detley, please. Claude Detley.
Good evening. Detling spelled D-E-T-T-L-I-N-G. Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Johnson, members of council, administration, and the public. I am VP of Stakeholder Engagement and Energy Solutions at Fortis Alberta, a company I've proudly worked for over 35 years now. Fortis Alberta has served central and southern Alberta communities reliably for decades. In fact, our roots go back to 1909 in Alberta. We currently deliver 60% of the electricity in this province to over 600,000 sites, serving nearly 2 million customers. That includes 20% of the city of Red Deer's footprint in the city to homes, businesses, and large industry. Our customers expect us to deliver safe, reliable, and affordable electricity. It is the reason that we've been successful in supporting our municipalities' economic growth in the communities we serve. And I will say that we have served the communities in our service area today in Alberta have been recognized as 5 of the 10 fastest growing communities in Canada. I have 3 points for council to consider as you vote on the motion in front of you. One that I think is of generational importance, and it's important to be right. I commend administration on the work that they've done on the utility governance models. It's a very complex subject, I think, as we've heard earlier, and it's no small task, so I commend you for the work that you've done. The first consideration is to balance affordability and reliability. That's become more complex today as the system now requires two-way power flow at the consumer level. Reliability is a common measurement between systems, uptime, and duration of outages. And with the increase of electrical equipment that we're seeing in society through controls and processing facilities, manufacturing, energy services, data centers, customers demand reliability. We've attracted investment to our service area from Edmonton and Calgary because of the impressive performance of our system, finding that right balance. This is a competitive advantage that we bring to our customers and communities. Lower cost land, access to skilled workers, and other services drive interest from outside investment, and we believe that central and rural Alberta has that to offer along with modern infrastructure. Sometimes we underestimate the value of electricity and what it means to a community, and if you look at the electricity in Canada, it only produces about 2.3% of the GDP, but without it, nothing happens. So we always say it's the first 2 to 3%. Affordability is important to all customers. For investors, steady, fair, predictable rates are key inputs to their business decisions. My ask is to think about the balance of affordability and reliability and what it means for your city. If the balance comes undone because of unprecedented changes, it will impact the amazing trajectory and work the city of Red Deer has done to achieve and attract the investment. Number 2, you need a robust and complete analysis for all the options for the future of your utility, including the impacts of staffing, financial benefits, risk mitigation, and sustainable operations. Fortis Alberta shared 3 additional models in our submission However, limited or no consideration of the evaluation outside the MCC model was performed. These models deserve public and council's full understanding and a side-by-side comparison. Like I said earlier, this is a generational decision, and it deserves robust discussion.
1 minute warning.
We have respectfully waited for this opportunity to discuss the governance review and are ready and able to provide broader insights and alternatives. Lastly, why Walsh? Why tonight? Willing and existing partners are here to support the community's future success, and there's more work to do together. We propose council establish a 60-day window to strengthen existing partnerships and robustly evaluate possible structures beyond what we have in front of us. And those should be done in a side-by-side comparison so the public has a full understanding. Fortis is willing to allocate the time, resources, and expertise to work with stakeholders and ensure all options are analyzed thoroughly. And this will benefit not only Ford, the City of Red Deer, but the citizens of Red Deer as well. So before we move to questions, I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dedling. Council, do we have questions of Mr. Dedling? Councillor Cron.
So in the letter that you submitted to council, you talked about other options outside the MCC model, partnerships, joint ventures, and competitive divestiture model. Could you explain what each of those are briefly for us?
Yeah, I think there's a myriad of options that are available to the city to consider. Many of the services that were mentioned in the MCC model are in the report. Around human resources, IT, legal, the multiple entities that are required to properly operate an MCC could be considered in a partnership model between entities. That model doesn't have to be just focused on that. We could look at technology, complementing the organizations with technology partnerships to reduce costs. Our company is very mature in this space, and with that, there comes other partnerships that could include procurement and the access to the supply chain that our business would offer, or others. A joint venture model that we mentioned, and that's exactly what it is. We've heard a lot tonight about the need for capital investment into this infrastructure in Red Deer. Quite frankly, we agree. And we think that option could be looked at in a different way. There's joint venture options that have been tried and true across Canada that could be applied in Red Deer, and that's one of the options. And of course, lastly, the divestiture. I mean, this is a big system, and it should be competitively bid. And I can tell you, in no way does Fortis Alberta expect that it would be a negotiated settlement between us and the city.
You mentioned the joint ventures across Canada. Could you give me an example of a place that has a joint venture that would be comparable to Red Deer?
So historically, one that comes to mind, there was a joint venture arrangement in the city of Kelowna. They eventually decided to sell the assets, but that was the intent. The city required significant capital investment, and they were looking for a partner to give them access to low-cost capital while maintaining rates for their community.
I'll let my colleagues jump in.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Heim in the queue. Councillor?
Thank you very much. So I have one question, but I'm going to just tag off the last thing you said, which was City of Kelowna decided to sell. So the intent was originally to do a joint venture with Fortis. Is that what you were saying?
That was the original arrangement between the parties, yes.
And then that joint venture never actually transpired.
No, it did. It was actively in place.
Okay.
I can't give you the period of time, but it was a number of years.
So the joint venture did happen, and then subsequently they sold.
That's correct.
Okay. So my question then, it kind of tags off that last one, which, and it's on the next page, page 141 in our agenda. And it's the statement that says, however, other models could provide similar revenue and cash flow benefits and it references the dividend that the MCC could provide. So similar revenue and cash flow benefits at lower cost. Example, using franchise agreements. So can you just comment on that one for us, please?
Yeah, so in Alberta, and particularly a number of the large urban municipalities that we serve in the fringe of Edmonton and Calgary, actually, comparable cities to the city of Red Deer. We have a franchise agreement in place with those communities. That franchise agreement gives the city direct control on the performance of our services to that community, but it also gives that community the ability to set a franchise fee for the community members or ratepayers. And so that fee is passed through directly to the city, our municipality, without any administration. And that's something that was agreed to by Alberta municipalities and approved by the Alberta Utilities Commission. The value of that option that goes not well understood is that the cost of operating the business goes away in that model. The cost of debt, liability that the municipality would hold goes away in that model, and that becomes the responsibility of the utility service provider.
So in the case that you just referenced, is there, and I just remember hearing something, was there a regional MCC created for those fringe communities that you were talking about?
No, they're settled directly with the municipality on 20-year terms. That is the MGA requirement in Alberta.
Right.
And so it's definitely, it's not a given. And that's the one thing that's quite unique about Alberta. We may have a franchise area in Alberta, which we do at Fortis Alberta, but we have to work extremely hard to maintain that high level of service for our customers that we provide that franchise to.
And so in this franchise model, is this retail services, or did these communities, because I didn't think that these communities actually owned infrastructure the way that we do, like the transmission and the distribution infrastructure. So are we comparing apples to apples here?
So to get you to that place, obviously a divestiture of your assets would happen first as a city of Red Deer. And then in these arrangements, we own the distribution asset. We do not provide retail services, but because of the size and customer reach that our organization has, consumers have the greatest access to competitive retailers. I think we currently have over 32 or 33 different choices available to the consumers of those municipalities.
So then when you speak of franchise agreements, you're really talking about divestiture first, correct?
That is the path that you would go down in consideration, and I think certainly from our submission, what we're saying is that these options need to be looked at side by side. And the benefit of the franchise agreement is that the municipality, at the end of the term, whether it be a 10-year first term and subsequent 5-year terms, which is typically what we're into today with our municipalities, they have the option to buy the asset back from the utility if they deem that's the approach they want to take as a municipality.
And is the option to buy back at the same price as it was sold for? Or is there a premium attached in the interim?
The rules of engagement are well established in the contract, but you have to appreciate the asset has likely changed over time. There's been further investment to help to support the growth in that community, and so it would be based on the current assets that are available.
Thank you. That's all I have for.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
I'll go next to Councillor Dirksen. Councillor.
Yeah, you mentioned the 60-day window. Can you kind of tell me what you would anticipate in that 60-day window? Like what kind of process did you envision?
What we'd propose is that a willingness to work with administration to bring forward the alternatives that we mentioned, and we would look for an opportunity, and we would certainly encourage administration to bring other industry to the table to have the same discussion. But I think, certainly what I heard tonight in listening to the earlier commentary is it's not really clear to the general public the options that are available. And so we believe that if we can collaborate with administration, we could put together that analysis and help support that decision. And may the right decision prevail, and that will give council full purview of all the options.
So when I asked the question about valuation, the answer that I think I got was we could put it out to the market, but they wouldn't have all of the information necessary to actually give us a complete valuation. What's your response to that?
Well, you'll note that we did put a valuation in our submission, and what I can tell you is the more information that you're able to provide, hearing E&Y talk this evening, the more information that you can provide on your asset base, the financials, things that help support a proper valuation, obviously your value is going to be increased.
For the sake of the public, because I missed it when I read it, what was your valuation?
It was a very conservative value of $160 million.
Okay, thank you for that. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dirksen. In the queue, I have Councillor Weinches. Councillor?
Thank you. Some of my questions have been answered. So my question is just in terms of, you talked about entities and partnerships working together. If there is an MCC, is there still opportunity for partnerships with Fortis? You talked about technology, procurement, access to supply chain, and we sometimes talk about that as municipalities. So would there be synergies and ability with partnership through an MCC if that were to be our decision?
As a service provider today in the city of Red Deer, I'll say publicly, yes. I mean, we'd be open to that discussion. We think there's value in working together. I can tell you that working across our sister companies and with others in industry, driving towards standardization reduces costs. And I think if we can work collectively, we can all benefit from that.
Thank you. And then my other question was just in terms of your remarks in your submission, and it was Fortis Alberta forecasts the MCC revenue requirement would require double-digit increases for the next 4 years. And I'm curious about your assumptions without having access to our books, and how did you arrive at those numbers, I guess, or those statements?
Yeah, so very specifically on that, we could only work with the same information that you had. So in our modeling, and to be very clear, we said that the revenue requirement would be in double-digit increases. And so, again, I think we're happy to come forward with that information if we were provided the opportunity. And that's why in my statement tonight, we think that there's value in taking time to understand all the options.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. In the queue, Councillor Barnstable.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. We've received many comments in the public and many concerns if we were to divest or if we were to make this entity privatized, that the rates, when we have control of the rates, that there's an ability to keep them lower, but in the private industry, the rates tend to be much higher. And I think we've heard that in various presentations from administration as well. So can you comment on the ability for municipalities to, when they control it, keeping the rates lower versus privatized, the rates that are higher? Or can you just comment on what we've received from concerns from the public in that regard?
Well, there's a couple comments I can provide, I think. The rate-making process that private industry in Alberta goes through today is very public and very transparent. And the ability to test that by consumer groups is available and encouraged. With the City of Red Deer's approach here, I think it's been certainly some of the costs have been captured on where the rate impact might go in the City of Red Deer, but looking at the report, there were still gaps in what we saw in the governance costs for a board, the management team. All those things will be additional expenses that will have to be borne by a smaller consumer group of only about 45,000 here in the City of Red Deer. So I just caution that, scale does matter in this business. We've heard from administration that it's a highly capital-intensive business, and the difference in working with a larger entity is that we have the ability to deploy capital broadly across our system, and typically it's done because of customer needs or reliability, and we target those so that we ensure that the consistency is there for all customers.
Thank you for that. My next question is, in your opinion, how does a franchise fee compare to what we receive currently as a dividend, or what we receive as a MCC as a dividend in comparison to a franchise fee? How do they differ? How are they similar?
Again, the liability and the cost of financing is eliminated for the city, and I can only express. I don't have those numbers readily in front of me here, but I can only express that from our experience in some municipalities that made the decision in Alberta, specifically to divest and go to a franchise model, that our understanding from those municipalities is that the franchise fee is matching or exceeding the revenue that the municipality was looking for from that entity.
Thank you. And actually, I did have one question. I forgot to mention it. It went back to my previous question. But how intensive are rates regulated by the AUC in private industry?
So there was lots of discussion about cost of service and performance-based regulation. In Alberta, the regulator is quite advanced in its approach with private industry, and that includes both NMAX and EPCOR in Edmonton. We have a PBR model, not a cost of service model. The idea behind the performance-based regulation is that it's set up so that private industry is incented to improve their operations and potentially, as said earlier, improve our return on equity. But we cannot underperform on reliability. And so it's kind of like a surrogate for competition. And that's the advancement that this regulator in Alberta has put forward. And if you look at our rate base, going in rate base numbers, our rates have been changing at only I minus X. So inflation minus the productivity factor. So that the regulator is interested in ensuring that rates are kept fair and equitable for consumers, and it's an ongoing rigor that we have to file annually for our annual rate filing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cron, go ahead.
Just a question arising. You had a comment that driving towards standardization drives down costs, and I'm not a lineman and I don't work in this industry. Is there a standardization between the system outside of Red Deer and Red Deer's electrical system itself?
Yeah, there's a number of areas that things are very common in the industry in Alberta. We see things like transformers types, conductor, poles, things of that nature, and metering technology is consistent in some parts of the jurisdictions in Alberta, and so and that's your big ticket items. But the bolts and the small things, that are required to build a power line. Those are all things that we strive to be consistent on so that the market is healthy and can provide those for a low cost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Heim, you had an additional question. Go ahead.
Yes, One Arising, thank you. So your evaluation of 160 approximate million, how did you come about that? Did you utilize, we heard our consultant talk about the discounted cash flow model versus the replacement cost of assets valuation model. So how did you come up with that estimate?
So we took a very simple approach. We learned through some of the information that's been publicly shared that the net book value of this asset was about $120 million. And so we looked at a low multiple in the market. And again, without the financial details around how the operation is working, the clear revenue structures, we just chose to make a conservative estimate based on historical sales of assets in Canada.
Okay, so definitely not the cash flow model, right? It was historical replacement cost of assets model.
It wasn't even to that level. It's just net book multiples. Like in Canada, we see ranges of, and I'm sure your consultant has shared, 1.2 to, potentially we saw some as high as 2.0, but that's not very indicative of today's market.
Thank you, Councillor. Council, I'm just making sure we're all good. Mr. Detling, thank you so much for your presentation this evening. We wish you well. Next, I have Ella Henry. Ella Henry.
Thank you. It's Ella Henry, ELLAHENRY, and I'm the Political Action Coordinator with the Canadian Union of Public Employees. CUPE, or the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 417, represents many employees of the City of Red Deer, but CUPE also represents over 170,000 employees of municipalities across the country. And so in that we have extensive experience with municipal utilities operation models and privatization. Electricity is a key public utility, and we urge Council today to act in the public interest by maintaining both oversight and ownership of the public utility, either through direct operation or a municipally controlled corporation. And I want to come back to those two key principles of oversight and accountability and ownership. Maintaining oversight through measures such as ensuring that there are seats for council and the public on any board of a MCC, requiring operational plans and budgets to be approved by council, and retaining that ability through council for rate setting is key to ensuring that the utility continues to operate in the public interest and is accountable to citizens in Red Deer. I just want to take a minute to talk about the difference between a rate setting through the AUC regulator and council and the impact of that, because there was some conversation previously on that piece. And the real difference for an individual resident is that a regulatory process is not particularly accessible. Where a democratic process with an elected city council, individuals in the community know their councillor. They talk to their councillor. That process is much closer to the ground, to the community, and has much more opportunity for individuals to participate and ensure that the utility is operated in the public interest. That ensures both accountability and ensuring that utility is operated in the public interest. Retaining ownership has a long-term benefit for the city. Divestment or privatization, it has this sort of nice, shiny, one-time number. that the city may receive. But that is a one-time number, and it is almost impossible, if not practically impossible, to undo once it has happened. The reality is that after that sale or divestment has happened, it is almost impossible in terms of the capital required for municipalities to bring back under public control utilities. Where the financial impact of a municipally controlled corporation has a long-term financial benefit to the city. It continues to pay those dividends year over year, and we see that in other communities with municipally controlled corporations operating utilities, both electricity, but also in Alberta where there are municipally controlled corporations operating other utilities as well. And so I won't take a whole lot of your time. We did submit written comments as well. But I emphasize those two key points of retaining public control and oversight and retaining public ownership so that the public interest is served and residents have a say in the operation of the utility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. I'll just have you stay. Thank you. Council, are there questions for Ms. Henry, please? Councillor Weinches, please.
In terms of the ability, if council were to go with an MCC, how do you feel about partnerships with other utility entities that are in the province?
I think in that respect it's important for council through the shareholder agreement to retain some oversight and control there so that some of those decisions, particularly where they may involve, I think those are certainly options that a municipally controlled corporation has, and we see in some of the structures of things like EPCOR quite complex corporate structures. But I think it's important that City Council, through that shareholder agreement, retain some oversight of that decision making to ensure that those partnerships are entered into in the public interest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Dirksen, please.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I thought it would be important for you to let the public know that as I read your presentation, you were amenable to either retaining it in the department or supporting an MCC.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Council, I'm just making sure. Ms. Henry, thank you for your presentation this evening. Council appreciates it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Mr. Len Kangas. I hope I got that right. Yes, very good, Mr. Kangas.
Len Kangas, Lenkangas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. It's been a great evening sitting here listening to all this, and I appreciate all our councillors and mayor's questions and all the management time that they put in there putting this presentation together. I think it's been great. I have most of my questions have got answered here. I have just a couple of concerns going forward, and if you do make the decision to go to MCC, I see some advantages and I see some disadvantages. Disadvantages is you're going to spend some money maybe that you didn't think of, and having the right board going forward in there, okay? And I call going to MCC, you have to look out over a longer term than 5 years. It's a long-term thing. So if you have the wrong management group and the wrong board of directors, you can get into trouble. And I'm going to just use a little history. AGT, the Alberta government, greatest company ever was, sold, went to TELUS. What is TELUS today? Okay, and everybody can sit here and make their own comments and thoughts on that. but it's what happens to government-owned identities going into a private sector, and that's what you're trying to push us to. I understand what you're doing. So I was just make 2 recommendations as a citizen of Red Deer. Number 1, you set your board up right. They only have so much financial control. The councillors of any set of dollar amount have the final approval. And number 2, in your article of corporation, it cannot be sold to a private identity unless there's a full vote of the citizens of Red Deer majority. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kangas. I'll just have you remain in case there are questions. Council, I'm looking in the queue. Councillor Barnstable.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. So just, I understand your recommendations if we were to go to MCC, so I know you came here tonight probably with the thought of what you think is the best interest of the city, and I'm still unsure. Do you believe the MCC is the best interest of the city, or to keep Department Plus? I just never gained that from your comments.
I'm mixed. I've heard two ways. I'm really mixed. I was for the MCC in a sense, but if it's handled right, I'm still, I can understand where the city's at. Our infrastructure is getting old. Every city in North America, the infrastructure is old. We have done nothing with it. We built this city, what was it incorporated? Well, 1926 was the first time you did power. And you might find some pieces of 1926 still on the ground or above the ground. I'm serious. I mean, let's be honest about this, folks. So, right? So what I'm saying, I'm in favor of it, but it's got to be handled right. Okay? It's got to be incorporated right. It's got to be put together right. And if it isn't, it'll cost the taxpayers, and I'm calling the citizens of Red Deer and the taxpayers, future generations, it'll cost them a ton of money later on. And that's all I'm trying to protect.
It's a generational decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barnstable. Council, I'm not seeing any further questions from Mr. Kangas. Mr. Kangas, thank you.
Thank you.
I thought Council benefited from your presentation. Thank you. Next, I have Mr. Gord Tulk, please.
It's Gord Tulk. Hopefully you can spell that right, T-U-L-K. I did make a written submission as well, and there are several questions in there I won't have time to cover off now, but I urge people to take the message that there are far more questions that need to be answered before we move forward on anything like this. And I'll try and be quick. 5 minutes isn't near enough time for me. I need like 55 for those who know me. First off, no government, including a city, should be involved in an area of activity where the private sector can do the job, period. You're competing with the private sector. And in addition to that, almost invariably, there are countless examples where the private sector, put up against a public sector operation, does a better job of delivering quality and quantity for less. And it goes over and over again. Now, let's get into the MCC terminology. MCCs, for the layperson, are crown corporations. It's just another name for it. It's nice to hide behind the abbreviation, but crown corporations are an antiquated system. They made some sense back in the 50s and the 40s and the 30s when we had rural electrification or even urban electrification issues. We were literally trying to get wire to every house as quickly as possible. There's many stories in the utility industry where they used guy wire as transmission wire because they literally were pushing the supply system so hard. And back then all you had to do was energize an incandescent bulb and run a pump or a compressor on a refrigerator. Today, the needs are far more intricate, far more demanding. Quality is absolutely vital, as is reliability. If you're running a CNC machine or laser 3D printer, you need perfect quality power. One of the big questions I have, I didn't see any really serious audit of the quality of power delivery throughout the town. No meters put on buildings to see what those voltage fluctuations are, and they're probably serious. And they don't just do damage to industrial machinery, they do damage to your personal machinery in your house. Perhaps even your fridges have microchips that are vulnerable to voltage fluctuations. Third, electricity delivery is so much more complicated. We have security issues, cyber security, terrorist activity, simple vandalism, and hardening those facilities and making those facilities deliver to the level of quality that we require simply is too expensive and too much overhead for an entity as small as Red Deer Power. It needs to be part of a larger entity. However that works, whether you want to do franchise or whatever you want to do there. Fourth, crown corporations essentially only have two legs of accountability. They have the customer and they have the regulator. You can say that the city is the owner, but You're not an owner. You don't have a financial interest, Mayor, if it does poorly. You don't lose money. The equity holders have to have their own financial interests at heart. When you have three legs of accountability, an owner who's going to suffer if it doesn't do well, a customer who has a feedback loop back to that owner via social media or whatever you want, and a regulator that is overseeing it. And frankly, the Alberta regulator is top-notch in the world, in my understanding. Performance-based rates only really work in a private sector situation. They don't work because there's no accountability. There is no third leg of credibility. So you're resorting to the old day cost of service, another fancy term. But most people understand it is cost plus. I get guaranteed a rate of return. It stunts entrepreneurialism. It actually pushes against entrepreneurialism. The lazier you are, the less efficient you are, the more you make. And that's always been the problem, and that's why you've seen divestitures of these things over the years.
1 minute warning.
I saw that. Thank you. First off, we need to fully explore all the options. You have only explored one. You got advised by vested interest, frankly. I'm assuming that the people who are making the recommendation are also going to be people hired to do the implementation for $4 million, unless you're prepared to bear that.
We stick to the issue, Mr.
That is the issue. So, frankly, if you want to know what the business is worth, all you have to do, and it doesn't take any much investment on the city's part, put it out to a non-binding one-way tender, where you put down your requirements that you have grandfathering of jobs and other functions, put it out to tender. If you don't like what comes back, do something else, but you'll have a firm market-based number. Put it out to tender. But before you do any of that, you can't be making a decision with so little information that you have already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Talk. We'll just have you remain there, sir, to see what questions we have. Councillor Weinches, please.
Thank you. I couldn't resist on your comment about the private sector can do the job. We've had a public utility in the city since 1926.
Yep.
And how has your service been with our public electric utility?
My counter to you is, have you compared to what? How reliable is it here versus elsewhere? You haven't put voltage meters on household outlets in downtown. You haven't put them up the northwest. You've done no quality investigations. Now, in terms of Crown corporations, let's take a look at some Crown corporations. Let's talk about, Canada Post, right? How about Air Canada when they have a monopoly?
Sir. It's a different entity.
Yeah,
No, my point being is that is the flaw of the MCC Crown Corporation model.
Do you think
that you don't get the delivery of quality? You're asking me a question that you don't have the answer to. You can't give me an answer back as to how it compares to other jurisdictions.
That's correct, because we're not in the process of, in a public hearing, as the mayor said, in answering questions from the citizens. So if I answer your question, then I have to answer other questions. In a public hearing, we don't do that. Okay? So I think that's it. Thank you very much for your presentation and your remarks in the presentation council received. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Councillor Barnstable. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I know you said you had a number of questions that you'd like to ask.
In the report, in my...
Yeah, we have an opportunity at the end of this to ask administration questions that we've received from comments in the public. If you were to encapsulate one question that you'd like us to ask administration, what would it be? Knowing that obviously there's only so much we can ask in public and information we can get in public, what would be the one question that you'd want us to ask off of this?
Has there been a true third-party audit of the quality of the plant and how much needs to be done, and of the power delivery quality compared to other jurisdictions of this size, specifically in Alberta?
Thank you. We will get that question asked.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Chalk, I think that's the gamut of Council's questions. I thank you for appearing this evening. Thank you so much. As I said, members of the public, that concludes the names on the list. However, are there other members of the public that wish to speak to the item? Yes, ma'am. Come forward. State your name for the record, and we thank you for your attendance.
Thank you. I hadn't planned to speak, but I feel a need to. Good evening. My name is Jean Duckering. That's JeanDuckering. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I want to say a couple of things, but start with, please know that it is all with the greatest of respect for everyone in this room, for the work you've done and the ground that you've covered to get us to this point. I'm not an expert in electricity. I'm an ordinary citizen. I just live up the hill, and I'm always very grateful when I turn on my computer, it works. I don't know anything about electricity, but I know a lot about being in the middle of a business transformation. I had a long career at a well-known petrochemical facility east of Red Deer, and in the mid-90s, we went through a process called business transformation, and it became two very bad words to the people that worked there. And again, with all due respect to Deloitte and Ernst & Young, we brought in a large consulting company. They spent a lot of time with us, and this was in the mid-90s. I think it was well over a year and a half, going through all the same processes that you're going through. Sorry. Thank you. What I've noticed is that in the presentation, I was one of the people that came to the City Hall open house, and I noticed that what was missing for me was that the mention was made of City Council deciding to go ahead with pursuing the MCC option, but what I didn't see was why the other options weren't pursued. And so that was something I was hoping to find out tonight, and I still don't really know. The other thing I've noticed after this evening is that after I left that facility as a result of the business transformation that was going on, and I noticed tonight the buzzwords are all still the same. They're exactly the same. And to Mr. Kanga's point, if you talk about best practices, you have to know what those are. You absolutely have to know what those are. And it's not a question of if you will become involved in things like human resources, it's when you will become involved. And you will have to know what are the best practices of HR. Are you all human resources managers? I don't know. But I guarantee you there will be human fallout. There will be from this. Your employees will have a lot of angst and will go through a lot of trauma, and you have to be prepared to pick them up and help them out when that happens, or say goodbye to them as they walk out the door because they're not prepared to go through that process. So I just wanted to say that. I am a victim of that. I am a survivor of that. It was pretty traumatic. So keep that in mind. How much of an expert do you want to be in those sorts of things that you think your board is going to take care of for you? And as you mentioned, that board has to be put together absolutely perfectly. And when they're not all perfect, that will come back to you. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you for letting me talk. And
Thank you, Ms. Duckering. We appreciate that with lots of time to spare. Look at you. So, Council, are there questions of Ms. Duckering? Councillor Wyches, please.
Thank you, Ms. Duckering. I don't have a question, but a comment. Thank you for mentioning the people. We talk about our use as users of electricity, but we haven't talked yet this evening about the staff and the people who are impacted. So thank you for sharing your story and reminding us of that.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Dirksen, please.
So, hi. Based on your presentation, am I to assume that you think maintaining it in a department would be a better option?
No, I would like to see more information on that option as well as the divesting option.
So basically, a more thorough examination of all
Of the
three
three.
options.
Yeah, I haven't received any information that tells me why the other two options weren't explored to the extent that the MCC option was.
Okay, and I think that's a question we can bring back when we ask more questions after the presentation. So thank you for standing up.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Ms. Duckring, I'm not seeing any further questions of council. We appreciate it. And I'll call again if there are members of the public that wish to speak to the item. Please raise your hand and we'll recognize you and come forward. All right, I will call a final time for any members of the public that wish to speak to the public, to the issue. All right, seeing none, City Clerk, is there anyone on the line and so on?
Through the mayor to members of council, we do not have any remote participants.
All right. All right, so for the benefit of the public now, we are swinging back into the administrative side. And this is the time in the hearing when council will have questions for administration based on the submissions that we heard from the public. You've heard several councillors say, I'll get that question answered for you, or words to that effect, and that is where we are right now. So, council, I will open it up now for questions of admin based on the public submissions. Councillor Cron, please.
Following up on Mr. Tulk's question, this is probably for the lawyer that we just met this evening, that is it possible to do a tender with non-binding terms for divestiture? That wasn't one of the options you talked about before the public hearing.
Yeah, in respect to the question, and certainly it's possible and probably be expected that any expressions of interest or any bid process would be on a non-binding process and would remain non-binding until you enter into definitive agreements.
Okay.
Or that could be in respect of a joint venture, a partnership, a franchise agreement, or a full divestiture agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Yep. Some of his other questions, probably for admin as well, about if there's ever been an audit of the power quality in Red Deer.
Through the mayor, I'm going to ask Manager Hersinia to come to the podium and direct questions appropriately and have staff come up that are best suited. Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Manager Jorgensen to come up for that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Johnston. To council, formal audit, no. We do respond to ad hoc concerns, complaints when it comes to power quality issues. We will go out, investigate, monitor, and measure for a period of time to help understand what the issues are. When it comes to reliability, we participate in the Electricity Canada reliability metrics studies and report in on a regular basis, as do a very large number of the jurisdictions around Canada. But as far as a formal audit, nothing yet.
And I think his other question was a full audit of the plant and what is all that replacement age there.
An independent, through the mayor, an independent audit, it is our job to know what the age of our infrastructure is, how it's performing. And again, as I mentioned, through the reliability statistics that are watched and reported on, that gives us one piece of the information for when we have to look to investments. It steers us in the right direction. Age, concerns, all sorts of things. So, but a formal audit of age of infrastructure, I believe years and years and years ago, and I would look to one of our past directors. We have had some asset management information or studies done, but that is, 2 decades old probably.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. In the queue, I have Councillor Barnstable. Okay, if you can wait, that'd be great, Councillor. Councillor Barnstable.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just first off, picking up on Mrs. Duckering's comment, I'm going to kind of try and get my recollection and see if administration can confirm what I believe, how I recall it. But I believe throughout this process that we came to about a year ago where we had to make a decision if we were going to study further Department Plus, MCC, or divestiture. And one of the key things of going down the MCC route was the fact that it was the only option that would trigger a public hearing. And so that was one of the things that we had to go through, and it was too extensive to financially dive into all three. And so we had a vote a year ago as a council to go MCC just to get an understanding of what that would cost would be, and that's why the public is seeing so much information on MCC versus divestiture and Department Plus. Can you elaborate?
Thank you for the opportunity through Mayor Johnston, Councillor Barnstable. Your recollection is correct. We did have some public reporting that happened last year. So again, as things get closer to decisions, we know people get more engaged typically. However, there is public report that has that high-level investigation done on all three models. That is how council based that decision, and you're absolutely correct that it was a decision about where to invest going forward and how to engage with our community in some fashion. So Manager Jorgensen says this often, if we had just done Department Plus changes, we likely wouldn't be having hefty conversations in the public. If we were going to a divest option, we also likely wouldn't be having the similar heavy conversations in the public. It would be a different style of conversation. So the MCC route was council's ability to both direct administration to go both learn more and bring back facts to you, as well as the opportunity to host tonight's public hearing conversation.
And then just for my memory as well, I believe that presentation up to that point was done by Deloitte, as well as through our administration, and the recommendation from that presentation, as well as from administration, was to go the route of an MCC. Was that correct?
That was the best alignment to council's principles and outcomes, yeah.
And is that presentation public? All the information that we received a year ago that is public
report from that meeting is public, yeah.
It is? And do we have a date? So maybe if individuals want to go back and look through that report, they can find it online on our city website?
Yes, it is July 22nd, 2024, and you can search that on the city's website.
Perfect, thank you. A year and a day. My other question is, and we heard about this, and this is one thing we haven't talked about really at all throughout the 3-year process, and the idea of a joint venture. I'm trying to understand what that means, because we've focused so much on Department Plus, MCC, divest, and it's kind of almost been cut and dry, one of those three. And a joint venture is something that I don't even know which one that falls under. Does that still fall under an MCC? Is it its own thing? Is it a fourth option? What does that even mean as far as from administration's perspective?
I may get some help here from whoever the lucky duck is that wants to stand up first, NAV or Ernst & Young. However, I will say that early conversations were around those standardized models, and so they could apply to either model, right? There's elements, you've heard Fortis tonight voice their opportunities that they've identified, and what we focused on with council was not closing doors. And so we've stuck to that. That was the direction we received, and so that's what you're hearing so heavily, that MCC at this point. Just pause there.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so I mean, the terms of a joint venture it's an amorphous concept. It's not a legal structure like a corporation or even a partnership. But generally, joint ventures in this environment are structured through limited partnerships or partnership agreements between an operator and a municipality, whereby there's a negotiation between which party brings which particular components. And I think the gentleman from Fortis mentioned this as well, which is there might be certain operational expertise, but there may be certain areas that the municipality wants to retain on its own. So it's a negotiated arrangement between two or more counterparties to exercise on the business objective. Generally, it takes the form of a limited partnership. It can just take the form of a contractual arrangement, and in a sense, a franchise agreement is a form of a joint venture, just on one far end of the spectrum where there's limited involvement from the municipality and there's a far greater involvement from the franchisee.
So this would most essentially be a fourth option. It wouldn't fall under any of the three that we talked about. This would be its own discussion on itself. It wouldn't fall under divest. It wouldn't fall under MCC. Clearly wouldn't fall under Department Plus. Would it be a whole another conversation that we'd have to have if we went?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could fall actually under any of those. Like you could have an MCC that did a joint venture. You could have Department Plus contemplate a joint venture. I mean, obviously not in the divestiture concept. So yes, I mean, I think it straddles the various iterations, but it is. I would agree that it is a unique structure that could be assessed on its own merit.
Okay, perfect. And my last question is just in terms of. I know this has been a long process up until this point. We did hear talks of what a 60-day window could look like, and what that would take us through. What could administration accomplish in the 60-day windows? We've talked a lot about public versus private and timelines and those pieces. And in a 60-day window, if we were to talk about or explore going down, let's take a 60-day window, let's put it out to whatever that looks like. What does administration... how do they feel about something along those lines, and what would that even look like as far as what we'd look to accomplish in 60 days? What would we put out if a motion was made to go down a 60-day period of time? Maybe just elaborate on your thoughts on that.
Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Barnstable, in all fairness, with all the other priorities happening right now, I think administration would be very challenged to accomplish anything in 60 days, which then in earlier conversations, obviously, we try and anticipate some of the dialogue that might happen. Our reality is then we're running into our election cycle. And so for us, it is likely a year, unfortunately, and I know that might sound extravagant to some, but I know council around the table understands the cycles that will happen and the orientation requirements that are going to happen and the reality of what administration can achieve amongst those other priorities that pre-exist would be very challenging.
So if we were to go down a road like that, it would be the next council making this decision.
I suspect so.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Weinches, please.
Thank you. I have several notes, so bear with me, Council and public. My first one is just Citizen talked about voltage monitors, and I'm curious if that's standard practice in other municipalities, in our businesses, in our cities, and what's that cost, and why haven't we gone down that road?
Thank you for the question. I will ask Manager Jorgensen to come.
Mayor Johnston and Councillor Weinches. Something that probably is important to the conversation is a significant project that we're undertaking now, and that is the installation of an AMI metering system. That will have the capability to start to monitor end-use power quality. So we have been talking about this for quite some time, I believe since 2008, and we are now at the point of installation where it's been approved, we're moving forward, and that will give us much more visibility into what's happening at end use to each connection point.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. So some of those have been installed, and some, when is that project? Can citizens anticipate that?
Sure, through the Mayor to Councillor Weinches. That was just recently approved. We've undertaken the procurement stage of it. We're expecting delivery towards the end of this year for the first round of metering. We'll install a pilot segment to make sure we get things right, and then complete rollout would be throughout the next year plus.
And we'll be communicating that to our citizens as it evolves. Thank you.
Yeah.
You might want to stay up there.
Okay.
My next question, again, I believe it was in the written communications from Mr. Tolkien. He talked about catastrophic events and we have had serious storms and transformer breaks in our city. Can you just speak to our response now, and what would that look like under an MCC or a divestation?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wyches, I think the issue really would be consistent no matter what structure or what model we would follow. Sound design practices is to make sure that there are multiple points of service available to any area within the city. So that means basically if something happens on one particular segment of line, we try to make sure that we have designed appropriately so we can switch the system around, get power back up as quickly as possible, and deal with the individual issue as on its own merits, and usually impacting the fewest amount of customers. So that's very standard for a lot of operations. Which really means that the weakness comes from radial service, which means there is no opportunity to tie in the service from another location, from another feed, if you will. But we have a very flexible system. Our design staff, technical staff are very diligent in the approach to making sure that we have the most flexibility in operation we possibly can, because, as I mentioned, we participate in reliability reporting, and it means a lot to us to make sure that, at the end of the day, we have a very reliable system and service.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. And while we can't speak to our cybersecurity measures, can you just give us the confidence in terms of what that those measures are in place, and we also collaborate in terms of the security with other groups?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wyches, yes, cybersecurity is top of mind for everybody these days. The efforts of the city as an organization are very focused across all operations as far as making sure that we have the right processes, people, systems, and investments in place. We've undertaken a very significant investment within the electric utility to make sure that we've added specialized staffing that is looking at all of our utility SCADA systems and ensuring that the hardware and the network aspects are meeting requirements, and the regulation of that is becoming very, very, very strict.
We haven't had any slap on our hands in terms of not meeting regulation?
We have not had anything formal. As far as cyber like attacks, those sorts of things, that would become an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. That's it for you, I think. But Mr. Sina, I have a couple more questions. Just two more, Council, if you can bear with me. This evening we heard a lot about the importance of board structure and their skills and ability. So can you just speak to what that might look like if an MCC were to be decided, and how do we ensure that we have the right people representing the needs and interests and serving us? Otherwise, as one citizen said, it's going to cost us money and be problematic down the road.
Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Wyches, you've nailed the head on one of the key learnings we've had from other municipalities that have gone down this road. And so what I anticipate is, of course, Council has the ability to help define what those board terms are, the skills that would be necessary. We would target expertise that we believe would best serve the industry, from the industry, best serve the utility. However, I will share with our public that it was one of our key learnings from other communities that have gone through this, that started out with a variety of different board structures. And so they shared with us, probably almost all of them, I'll look at the crews, evolved very quickly. If they didn't start out with independent boards, they evolved to such quite quickly. And so it was one of their key learnings they shared with us. Council has a role in helping define that in the nomination process of those board of directors and appointments. And so we would be working with Council and whatever expertise we need to bring in to help us design that.
Thank you. And then my final question is just again raised by the submissions that we received. And it was about, we've used a consultant. would the consultant continue in the next steps, or would we utilize a different consultant, or would there be any perceived conflicts of interest continuing to use them, costs, etc., the challenges of the work ahead?
So through our city's public procurement process, we had to pre-establish what those terms of contract would look like, the scope of work. So that has been established. So we would go back and basically do an analysis based on what our needs are going forward to see if that still meets the existing scope of what we predetermined. If it doesn't, then we would be required to go back out. If it is within the identified scope that was put out to tender, then we would be able to move forward if that was mutually agreeable.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next in the queue, I have Councillor Jeffries, please.
Thank you very much. The good news is several of my questions have already been covered. But I wanted to go back to the comments and questions raised by Ms. Duckering. And Councillor Barnstable went after a couple of them about why did we choose to explore MCC or a Department Plus perhaps over a divestiture, certainly focus on the MCC. And why were the other options not pursued to the same extent? I think you have answered both of those. The question I was actually interested in asking right after admin presented, after you presented mostly to us, was that today? Yeah, this afternoon. I was going to ask you, why are we pursuing and looking at a change in governance? It seems obvious to those of us who've been around the table, but quite often we forget the why. As colleague Councillor Bruma would say, is remember our why. And so it occurred to me as Ms. Duckering asked the questions that she asked that for some people, maybe not in this room, but for those who might be watching or following along, they might not understand why we started down this path in the first place. And I think that's a key piece to understand. It's not really a make-work project. It's there's needs there and something that drove it. So can you just speak to that?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the opportunity to help our folks in our community understand. So for years, the department has run well, and they have unique needs. They are not the same as every other department in the city. They serve us differently. They run as a business. They have a self-contained budget. They have their own reserves, all kinds of good things like that. But that also means that they need different types of strategic supports. They need different expertise. They have different funding requirements of the owner that oversees them, and would like even more attention than they get now. I believe Mr. Jorgensen's smiling. So those are challenging when you are coming to this room with a variety of topics on a regular basis, and everybody's attention is quite divided. And so we don't have the expertise button required for utilities as a qualifier for a council candidacy. And so every 4 years we get a new experience, and that's not a bad thing, but it does leave room for a lack of expertise sometimes. And so those have been the driving forces, is unlocking that potential for the utility, having additional strategic supports, having the different financial funding sources, and really supporting our people in that and the business itself to best serve the residents of the city. So keeping the balance of the owner, the business, and the ratepayers is always the juggling game there.
Thank you. Just as a supplemental to that, if I might. So can you speak to some of the challenges, maybe Mr. Jorgensen may need to join you, but speak to some of the challenges we may have or we might be looking at in the future as far as infrastructure requirements go and investment going forward. Is that a possibility?
He'll wait for the nod and I'll try the generic answer, because I spend a lot of time with those guys.
I know it's
capital planning,
isn't it?
I don't pretend to be an expert, but I can tell you the aging infrastructure in combination with the growth demands or hopes for the city are going to tax our current structure. They're going to tax our current capacity. both resource from the human side of it, the consulting side of it, as well as the actual financial funding of it. And so that particular challenge is actually not specifically unique to the electric utility. Mr. Jorgensen's peers struggle with the same things. And so it's a big conversation for our community and our organization. However, this particular line of business has some unique opportunities that not all the other tax-funded departments have.
Thank you very much. I think that helps to explain the land we're on and in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baruma, please.
Thank you very much. It's a follow-up to the question for Mr. Jorgensen.
I don't think your mic's on.
Just to follow up to the response from General Manager Jorgensen, just in regards to the question that was raised by Mr. Talt. You mentioned that we don't have formal audits in regards to the power quality, but you say we respond to complaints. I'm just wondering if there is an industry standard around complaints. What would our complaint levels be, and are many of those of a serious nature?
Manager Jorgensen will join in.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Baruma, so there is a difference between the reactive approach and proactive approach, so I'll talk a little bit about both pieces. Initially, my comments were that we will respond to customer issues or concerns associated with power quality at their business or site. Those are very much focused on concerns that anybody may be having at any point in time. We'll go investigate and make sure that we're providing good customer service in response to whatever those concerns may be. Proactively, before we embark under any new additions, designs, or construction, our design team, technical staff, make sure they do a thorough audit or an investigation themselves to make sure that whatever's being built or whatever needs to be managed as load is taken into account from a quality perspective as well. Can the system deliver what it needs to be? One other point regarding quality that I wanted to make sure that I added to the conversation is that we are a delivery system. We are not the generators, and there's a lot of steps between generation and delivery to end users that can impact or affect the quality of power. So the provincial system, and in lots of cases we'll hear about all sorts of supply adequacy issues, and we'll get alerts to say we need to do something, either shed load or lower voltage, all sorts of things to manage in response. So it is not just a function of the delivery system from our connection to the provincial transmission system to the end user, but we will respond and make sure that we are taking care of our part of the equation.
You mentioned about Reliability Study Canada-wide. I'm not sure the degree to which that deals with the same matter, but how are the results in regards to that reliability study?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Baruma, this is part of Electricity Canada's, our membership with them. It is a voluntary, it is by membership. It is not a mandatory participation. There's some confidentiality associated with it because everybody's providing information about their own operations and systems. Take it with a grain of salt also because everybody will interpret or report differently, so we have to make sure that we're aware of the nuances of that. We use it as a guideline to make sure just generally how do we stand, and in general we're mid to high as far as comparators are concerned, as far as reliability statistics are concerned. And it's standard reporting metrics that are used across all participants.
Are there any other indicators or standards around which you need to report on as part of the system in regards to performance and the quality of the system besides what you've talked about?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Baruma, we do provide some reporting to the AUC. just as part of involvement in the industry. As far as formal reporting for us and the way that we are structured from a governance perspective, the proof becomes in the pudding. Are we reliable? Are our rates competitive, comparable? And is the service we are providing going to meet the test of the end users who will say something to you if it's not? So that is our primary means of ensuring we're meeting the needs of the people we're responsible to serve.
And is there any comeback or accountability if you're not meeting those services?
Through the mayor to Councillor Baruma, I think that my best response would be that the pressure that council would put to say you need to do something differently or better would be my measure to do something differently or better.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee, I have you next.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Jim, you might as well, or Manager Jorgensen, you might as well stay there. My question is in relation to, does our current distribution service allow us to meet any emerging technologies or is adaptable to any environmental issues currently? Like, are we behind in the current standard of our infrastructure for distribution?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, I think a comment has been made earlier that we're in kind of the same boat as a lot of jurisdictions. We've got some good, some bad, and some problems that we are always tasked to deal with. One of the bigger things that we need to make sure that we're responsive to is the notion of microgeneration. So now, where historically it used to be power is generated at one point and delivered to another, that has become two-way generation. So making sure that our infrastructure, and most of that is represented by rooftop solar within Red Deer, so it's residential. That part, that last mile, if you will, of the system is the piece that we need to make sure is capable of handling whatever those demands and expectations are. So we're okay at the moment. We are mindful of what any future increase might look like, and that forms part of what we need to do when we do evaluations and assessments of what the budget, what the estimate, the investments need to be to look at those sorts of things. Another example would be the proliferation of at-home charging for electric vehicles. Same sort of issue. It's not kind of that end-use last mile that we need to be very, very mindful of. It's the piece that is the most difficult to get to and repair. And we're okay at the moment. I wouldn't say we're behind appreciably, but always something that we need to very, very much pay attention to.
And from an industrial or commercial perspective, have we had to deny any type of development application due to the inability to provide the necessary electrical services?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Lee, for reasonable requests, I would say no, but there are growing numbers of inquiries for some very, very large-scale installations that are coming through. Data centers and cryptocurrency miners are primary, and they come with it a huge expectation of, or a demand for load that would tax our system, or any for that matter, in the amounts that they're looking at or that they're trying to retain. Those types of things, we usually will have the discussions with the proponents and say there's other locations that they should be looking at where perhaps land availability is different and access to the powers that they need, the power that they need is more readily or reasonably available based on system demand.
Thanks for that. And Well, would you say there's a difference in meeting the evolving capital infrastructure needs that we have now in either system? So is there an opportunity in one or the other to advance our capital, the necessary capital investment in our infrastructure in one model or the other?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, I think throughout the evening we've talked about just the ability to access the appropriate amount of investment capital for the electric utility and actually for all of the infrastructure heavy operations that we own, and making sure that we are investigating and understanding what is going to allow us the best access to those resources to best meet the needs, to balance the three needs to the ratepayer, to the owner, and to the utility itself. As far as which is the best, I think all have opportunities. They all have good, bad, and unfortunate circumstances, but I would have difficulty answering what would be the best beyond what we're talking about as far as choosing a direction to meet council or to align with principles that have been established.
And thanks for that. I think Ms. Ursino will be able to ask this last question. So we talked, council has talked about the different models and how we've rotated models. If we had made a decision to move to an MCC model because of the previous resolutions to explore that, what precludes us at that point of making a decision to still continue to have that 60-day or 120-day or a year discussion whether or not partnerships, joint ventures, or other models could be put in place?
Thank you for the question. Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Lee, one of the most intriguing components of moving to an MCC is, in our words that we keep using, is it doesn't close doors. So it doesn't preclude us from continuing to investigate all sorts of other options. We know we need a starting point. We know we need to keep momentum for change of some sort. And so by going to an MCC, it starts the process. We have 100 years of what we lovingly say entanglements, meaning we've embedded this department within the fabric of the city, and it's going to take us time to tease those pieces apart. And so I think a decision on an MCC allows us, enables us, if you will, administration to start disentangling and working on that separation management. However, it doesn't preclude us or stop us from continuing to investigate other items that council may have interest in.
And if it was a divestiture from that point, would administration predict any significant financial cost if an MCC were established and then decided to go to a divestiture model in the future? Would there be any, in your modeling, would there be a big financial or any financial implication to do that?
What I'll share is what I know we've experienced to date. I don't want to get the crystal ball out because I don't have confidence to do that tonight. However, what I would say is our understanding is the work that it would take to set up the MCC and do that separation management work would be an investment in the process of, even if that's a divestment down the road in the future. So regardless of when those separations occur and for what reason, they still have to occur. And so the work for the city, with the enterprise hat on, is an investment now. So it still might be the right thing for the utility, but it's also a really healthy thing for the organization as a whole.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dirksen, please.
Mayor, I was going the same direction as Councillor Lee, so I'm just going to continue to pursue that, because one of the rationale, or one of the decision points when we gave the direction to pursue an MCC was that we didn't close all the doors. The other thing, Mayor, it's a wonderful thing let me back up. So we've heard wonderful things about how this council should be the one to make the decision, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I sleep a lot better at night knowing that there's other smart people that can do this job. And other smart people are going to end up in this room, whoever they are, and can continue on. So I have confidence in that. So that means we shouldn't necessarily rush into anything. So with that, my question is similar to Councillor Lee's. Can we do a parallel process, starting the development of the MCC, but at the same time going through a process to actually determine a fair market value to help us inform our decisions as we go? Is that possible?
I'm going to look at Nev if he wants to add to this. However, I would say the cost is time and capacity. And so the conversation we might have to have with council is around how we resource that, what stops happening, if we have to reprioritize other work. But I couldn't stand before you to say that can't happen today. The ghosts are coming beside me now.
Yeah, so I mean, I would echo the comments that I think by running a bifurcated process, you're duplicating costs, and so that would be a consideration to before any decision is made whether you want to go down a bifurcated process. There's also some interesting considerations about if you're going down a process of establishing an MCC and running a bifurcated process on a divestiture process, you have some interesting conversations about who the decision maker is going to be. So if you're going through to address the question that was raised before, how do we appoint a board for an MCC? We do a skills matrix, we go and seek out qualified candidates, and then we establish a board. If we're down the road of that process, is there going to be hesitancy then to pull the trigger on a decision about divestiture because you want your qualified board members now to be part of your decision process? So it's not a straightforward answer. So can you? Yes, because to the point there are no closed doors. You can go down both processes. In terms of, and I'll just speak to typical processes. In terms of typical processes for requests for expressions of interest or in a bidding process, the quality of the bid process is going to be the quality of the materials that you provide out and how much disclosure you can provide to the potential bidders, how much commercially sensitive information you're willing to provide versus not willing to provide, and how much degree of scope you're going to provide them in terms of how detailed of a response you want for is it going to be a joint venture? Is it going to be a full divestiture? Is it going to be a franchise? Because if you open the table up for all possible options, it's very difficult to assess when the bids come in. It's not comparing apples to apples, and you kind of at some point you do have to make a decision on what the scope is that you're asking for direction from.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's good feedback. So what would be logical off-ramps? So we start the process of an MCC. We know it's going to take a year and a half to go that. What are the off-ramps which would tell us we're going sideways? Would we even know that now, or
I thank you through the Mayor to Councillor Dirksen. I won't try and forecast all of the potential off-ramps, but the confidence I would like to share with you is that we wouldn't be doing it alone. So we know there's an expertise that we would need to reside as part of our process, and I would suggest that those would be the types of things we would be identifying right out the gate as far as risks to the project management of that transition. And so if we wanted to inject more milestones or toll gates, whatever language you like, to ensure that we've got that security and confidence in particular moments throughout the project, that would be the sort of approach I would recommend to do that.
appreciate that, because I mean, we all know that a year and a half to implement this, our system doesn't stand still. We're still going to operate our system. Yeah. That doesn't go away. I'm getting into comments, Mayor. I'll close off right there.
Thank you, Councillor. Council, you may recall at the start of the evening that we talked about a hard stop. I'm a little more flexible if we can clue up our questions. I see there's 2 councillors in the queue, because I think this would be a natural recess, if you will, and then pick up the matter in the morning if we exhausted questions. So, Councillor Haim, I'll come to you, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really have one question remaining, and that is, it's in reference to on page 141 of our agenda, where in the Fortis submission, it states that, quote, other models could provide similar revenue and cash flow benefits at lower cost, and then it references in brackets using franchise agreements, and we learned today that that would involve a divestiture first, before we go down that road. But I just want administration to have the opportunity to respond to sort of the veracity of that. It seems great, right? Where you could go divest, go into a franchise agreement, and you would have similar revenue and cash flow benefits for a lower cost. Who doesn't want that? But could admin please just respond if that's really your version or your vision based on the analysis done by the consultants of what the reality we could expect down the road?
Thank you for the question. Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Haim, I will look for some support from the bench here in a moment. I will just say that what administration has really focused on with its analysis is what was the best next step. So at no point have we said we believe this is the forever ever plan. There's long-term opportunity. We know there's great opportunity in all sorts of ways that come with an MCC model. However, we needed to identify for council what the best next step was for us. So I will pause there and look at them all standing up to help me. I think we're getting tired, Mayor Johnston. Thank you, Babak.
I think it might not be a direct answer, but it would be very difficult to respond to that because, as I was explaining earlier, the model that we built and the valuation that we did is based on the assumptions and the discussions that we had with the management. This is kind of a number that's being floated by Fortis. I think they have some assumptions behind that. They know what they are capable of offering to you. They know the kind of services that they are able to provide, and all of that is going to impact the franchise fee that they are willing to offer to that. So I think it would not be an easy thing to unpack and answer unless a discussion is held between the parties to discuss that. And the only thing I would add is that because electricity distribution services are under a monopoly regime, there is only one party providing that. There is always a franchise fee involved in that. And you already have a franchise fee actually in your system. So the franchise fee on its own is not a new thing. The question is, what is the extent of that? And what are the assumptions, again, that drives the number? And that can only be unpacked through discussion on the assumptions around it.
Excellent. Okay. I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barnstable.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Just a follow-up. I'm not even really sure how to ask the question appropriately at the late hours of the night to try and get a good answer. But in terms of, I know we talked about the entanglements, and in order for us to move forward, unless we stuck with the Department Plus, in order to move forward with any option, we have to figure out how to start. It's like untying a big knot, right? Finding the entanglements, and that's the process in and of itself. Mm-hmm. Is there a way that we can start removing the entanglements without going the MCC route? I just worry about, and the reason I ask that is to worry about the cost of going down the MCC route. And if we get to the end of the road, kind of like Councillor Dirksen was saying, and then also we realize at that point we want to divest, it's a lot of money and investment we've put into that, more or less just to find out some of what those entanglements are. So is there a process of going through getting the entanglements sorted out without going all in on MCC?
Thank you for the question. Through Mayor Johnston to Councillor Barnstable. Sorry. So there's a couple things baked into your question there that I want to just isolate, if I may. So now for going to a new governance model that would better align with our principles and values isn't because of the entanglements, but that was a learning we had along the way of the hard work we would have to do to enable that. So the clean answer is yes, that work is actually already started. That was one of those learnings that we embedded immediately, actually. So I'll just give you a super oversimple example. But a new resource was required. It wasn't typically a resource that would be directly employed within the power section. And so there was a service level agreement established with the shared service department that was providing that. And they're still funding it from the utility. However, there's a clean break, if you will, or a clean expectation that's understood around the role and responsibility of that one particular resource. And there's a service level expectation to ensure that if there was any movement in any way, that we could do that relatively easily. So just a simple way to share with you that we've applied those learnings. We've got lots of work to do yet, but we've started.
The process of removing entanglements is already going on. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Council, I'll need a sidebar with City Clerk for a minute. Just give me a minute, please. All right, Council, thank you for your patience and the public's patience as well. Normally, this is the juncture when we would close a public hearing and move into deliberation on a zoning matter, or in this case, a utility matter, and so on. However, we've heard the word generational decisions and all those things tonight, so what I would propose, Council, is we keep the public hearing open until 9:30 tomorrow. That will allow Council, if you wake up in 2 a.m. this morning, Councillor Barnstable, and say, oh, I should have asked that question, and the chair has closed the public hearing. It's just an easier way. It has that elasticity to it. So I'm proposing, Council, that we recess. All things equal, we may close the public hearing right at 9:30 tomorrow if Council has nothing else. But we've been sitting now for 10 and a half hours today, and I think we need our heads clear and all those good things. So with that understanding, we'll recess then for again, members of the public who joined us this evening. We sincerely appreciate it. Please come back in the morning. I don't know, not sure if the coffee will be on or whatever, City Clerk, but please come back in the morning. That's when we will reconvene at 9:30. And so, Council, we'll recess until that time. Thank you.